Chapter 2501. Hidden in Reflections. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking about Mirage and her whimsical kingdom. A land of towering dams, sprawling forests, lakes that glistened under the sun, and illusory castles that drifted upon the bed of reflected clouds, a place where fantasies came true. A playground populated by beings she had imagined to lure her solitude and entertain her. Sunny thought about how it had ended up, as well. A broken sky, a shattered moon. A great castle that lay in ruins, and a drowned city hidden at the bottom of an abominable lake, with countless bones buried in the silt. The only untainted things that remained of the demon of imagination were the illusory simulacrum on her beautiful citadel and the imaginary palace hidden in the reflections. The former had been usurped by the nightmare spell and fashioned into a great stronghold for the awakened, while the latter was slowly falling apart, having been left without a master for too long. Sunny sighed. He had always loved unraveling the ancient mysteries of the dream realm, but at some point, delving deeper into its dark past became intertwined with a sense of wistful melancholy. Perhaps it was because he had become so much more powerful now. The protagonists of those ancient stories were not as distant and unreachable as they had seemed once, the gods, the diamonds. Now that Sunny was halfway to becoming a deity himself, he could not perceive them as vast, faceless forces of nature anymore. He could relate to their woes and sorrows, somewhat, and therefore was unable to deny their personhood. Should I really be feeling sorry for them, though? Those bastards were the ones who had ruined the world, after all. They were to blame for turning all of existence into a graveyard. But no matter how Sunny tried, he could not bring himself to hate the deities of bygone eras. Their fate was already tragic, and their ends were already bitter enough. It was all one big mess of cosmic proportions, and that mess was too distant and too vast for him to care about it personally. A wonderful lecture. Morgan had approached him and Saint at some point, and chose that moment to speak. I did not know. It is strange, really, how little we knew about Bastion. My grandfather had conquered it, after all, and my father ruled it for decades. I guess it was only to be expected, though, considering how wary both of them were of the Great Mirror. They spent decades guarding against it instead of trying to unravel its mysteries. I can't help but wonder if things would have been different if they were more curious. Effie, who had brought the last box from the trunk of her PTV, or rather, her family PTV, placed it on the floor and shook off drops of water from her shoulders. Of course, things would have been different. She looked at Morgan and smiled. Your grandfather, your daddy, and you would have been replaced by the others decades ago. I hate to admit it, but let's give credit where credit is due. If there was one thing Anvil did right, it was keeping the Great Mirror covered at all times. As the current ruler of Bastion, that is precisely what I am doing, too. Morgan gave her a dark look, then shrugged. Fair enough. Sunny interrupted them in a neutral tone. That is great and all, but shall we get down to business? Effie. He gestured to Saint, who seemed to have tensed as a result. Will you do the honors? It was sort of fun to see this side of his taciturn shadow, but Sunny needed his trusted general more than he wanted to have fun. So, they needed to make Saint remember who she was sooner rather than later. Having her going around while believing that she was a human, and a psychiatrist from before the dark times at that, was not only of little use, but also a hindrance. Of course, there was a risk in making Saint remember, as well. Sunny did not know how she would behave after regaining her memories, but while still trapped in the body of a mundane human. Becoming mundane had been quite a shock for him, after all, and Saint was not even of the same species. Living as a human would be an entirely alien experience to her. Would she still be able to play the role of Dr. Saint? If not, they would have an entirely different problem on their hands. Nevertheless, there was a lot of irony in the fact that Saint would have to experience what being a human felt like not long after Sunny had experienced being a stone saint. In any case, the benefits outweighed the risks. Effie stared at him for a bit, then sighed. Excuse me. With that, she placed a hand on Saint's shoulder and looked into her eyes. Hey. Saint, was it? Snap out of it. The beautiful therapist looked up at her silently. Nothing happened for a few moments. And then, her expression changed subtly. Her eyes widened slightly, and she seemed to hold her breath for a heartbeat or two. A slight crease appeared on her brow. She lingered for a while, then coughed. "I am sorry? What am I supposed to snap out of?" Effie blinked a few times and glanced at Sunny before turning back to Saint. Come to your senses? Pull yourself together? Get a grip." Saint stared at her for a while, then raised a hand and deliberately pushed Effie's away. Her eyes glistened with a barely suppressed emotion, and Sunny could hear the sound of teeth grinding against each other. Saint exhaled slowly, then inhaled deeply and closed her eyes for a few moments. Opening them again, she said in an even tone, "Isn't that what I should be telling you three?" She paused for a moment, and then added in a low voice, "Damnation." Chapter 2502. Foundation of Health. Effie looked at Sunny with a confused expression. "It does not seem to be working." Sunny was just as stumped. He gave Saint a thoughtful glance, then scratched the back of his head. "Well, yeah, maybe it is because she is not a complete person. As one of my shadows, Saint is technically a part of me. She usually resides within my soul, and before you say anything about a beautiful woman being trapped in me, know that I will break at least one of your arms if you do." Effie, who had already opened her mouth with a mischievous glint in her eyes, closed it again. Sunny glared at her for a moment, then continued. "Alternatively, it might be because of her stalwart attribute, which makes her immune to mind attacks. Her Mirage City persona was forced upon her by the Palace of Imagination, so it is not a mental hex, rather, it is a manifestation of divine sorcery. So, your attempt to strip her of that persona might be seen as a mental assault instead, consciously or subconsciously." He grimaced. "Or it could be something else entirely. Maybe the Castellan had stolen more of your authority in the last few days. Maybe it only worked on me that easily because I am a supreme. It's hard to say." Effie looked at him, then at Morgan. Morgan did not seem to know more about the Palace of Imagination than they did, though, so she looked back to Sunny. "So what do we do?" He had no idea. Sunny remained silent for a while, then opened his mouth to say something. At that moment, though, Saint shook her head and turned away with a determined expression. He panicked a little. Sorry? What are you doing, Saint?" She looked around the church, then said evenly, "I am going to sleep." Saint headed to the nearest bench and pulled the white sheet off it, grimacing because of the dust. Sunny blinked a couple of times. "You're going to sleep? Now?" She turned around and pierced him with a chilling gaze. "It is far past my bedtime, and as I mentioned, my sleep schedule is very important. Good sleep is the foundation of mental health. And since delusional disorders seem to have become infectious as of late, somehow, I must be vigilant." Her tone was letting them know that she would tolerate no compromises. Whipping around, Saint took off her coat, rolled it into a makeshift pillow, and settled on the bench. Soon enough, her figure was hidden under the white sheet. It was as if she was telling them that she refused to deal with their nonsense anymore, at least not tonight. Sunny, Morgan, and Effie stared in her direction with stunned expressions. "Is she really going to sleep? Now?" There was a hint of amusement in Morgan's voice. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then cleared his throat. "Well, you heard her. Proper sleep is the foundation of mental health." Honestly, he could understand Saint's reaction. First, she had met him and was exposed to a bunch of nonsense that sounded completely delusional. Then, someone tried to kill her. Then, Morgan broke out of the mental hospital after someone tried to kill her, too. Not only that, but she seemed to share in the delusions of the crazy detective. And after all that, Saint met Effie, who also went along with the insane antics of the delusional detective and the escaped mental patient. She could write off what Sunny said, and she could even try to explain why Morgan was playing along. After all, both of them were her patients, which meant that their mental health was compromised by definition. But with the third person added into the mix, When three people confidently insisted on something completely insane, making you the odd one out for trying to cling to normalcy, even the most stable person would have no choice but to start doubting their own sanity. Considering that Saint had just survived a brutal attack, it was no surprise that she needed a break. Of course, Sunny had assumed that there would be no such problem because Saint would regain her memories. But she had not. Which posed a problem. He frowned. It was already bad enough not to have the full support of his fearsome shadow. But in her current state, Saint was also vulnerable, and being hunted by Mirage City on top of that. Which meant that she needed to be protected. The problem was that there was someone else who needed to be protected, the other Mordret. And Sunny could not be in two places at the same time. How inconvenient. Who could live like that? Only having one body was seriously so frustrating. Letting out a sigh, he shook his head and looked at the boxes Effie had carried into the church from her PTV. Let's get to work. We'll need to change our plans a little. Morgan glanced at the boxes and raised an eyebrow. What work are we talking about, exactly? Opening one of the boxes and pulling out a stack of documents, Sunny smiled faintly. What else? Detective work, of course. He pointed to the documents. These are case materials Effie fetched while I was busy driving you and Saint around. Everything having to do with the Nihilist case, as well as everything we have gathered regarding the recent attempt on the other Mordred's life. We might not be able to find the culprit just yet, but we can at least narrow down the list of suspects. Maybe find a clue or two about who the Castellan is. Morgan tilted her head a little, then nodded. Makes sense. Let's get to work, then. She leaned down to open another box, and froze with a strange expression on her face. Who? Sunny glanced into the box and let out a heavy sigh. There were no documents inside the box. Instead, it was filled to the brim with cartons of chocolate milk and packs of donuts. Effie, what the hell? She looked at him with an expression of hurt innocence. What? You told me to get food, in case we'll have to spend a lot of time in the hideaway. Sunny took a deep breath. Food? I said food. Not dessert. Effie blinked a couple of times, then smiled. Oh, I brought food too. She pointed. That box. And that one. And that one as well. Sunny rubbed his temples and suppressed a groan. Maybe I should go take a nap, too. Chapter 2503. Anomaly. It seemed impossible, but Saint did actually fall asleep. In fact, it only took her a few minutes, 5 minutes exactly, actually, to fall into the embrace of sleep, almost as if there was a stopwatch built into her head. Sunny was secretly impressed. He had heard that seasoned soldiers developed the ability to fall asleep on a dime, but never experienced it himself. By the time Sunny joined the Southern Campaign, he had already become a master. People he had spent most time with were awakened, as well, and awakened had a complicated relationship with sleep, especially so in Antarctica, where the nightmare gates opening everywhere had made it so that every time they fell asleep, they risked never waking up again. He stared at the sleeping form of Saint, then shook his head and picked up a carton of chocolate milk. Anyway, let's arrange the wow. Why is this so good? What was I? Oh, right. Let's arrange the documents first. Using the materials Effie had gathered, they unfolded a map of Mirage City on the altar and swiftly assembled a version of the investigation board hidden in the Devil Detective's wardrobe on its surface. After studying it for a few moments, Morgan raised an eyebrow. There is a lot of information, but it should all be useless, no? Even I know that the Nihilist leaves no clues behind. Sunny shook his head. No, it won't be useless. In fact, it will be quite useful. Because the situation has changed, even if there were no clues before, there will be now. We just need to find them. Morgan shrugged. All right. Effie, meanwhile, studied the photos of the victims and asked in a dubious tone. There is something I don't understand, though. These people, they were all Mordret's vessels, right? But what were they here in Mirage City? Every one of them had a role to play, just like we play the roles of two police detectives. Did the Nihilist kill them because of their roles, or were they killed because they were Mordret? How is that even possible? He should not have access to his aspect here. Sunny contemplated for a while, then answered in a hesitant tone. Maybe it's both. He looked at the photos. First of all, I think I know why these people received roles in Mirage City. It is not very obvious, but when you think about it, something does not make sense. Where do all these people come from? The entire population of Mirage City, I mean. Not the others themselves, but precisely the shapes they take. He looked at Effie. Your counterpart knew that the devil detective went crazy when his former partner, the previous homicide division captain, was killed. That was the local version of Jet, by the way, but why? Jet has never entered the Great Mirror. Actually, Detective Sunless and Officer Athena had existed in Mirage City long before we arrived. How come? At that moment, Morgan spoke. I can explain that. I notice more than a few familiar faces here, so I considered this issue thoroughly, as well. And the conclusion I came to is that the Great Mirror uses the reflections of anyone who has ever set foot in Bastion as reference material, or maybe inspiration. She pointed to the photos of the victims. Jet visited Bastion before, so her reflection ended up in Mirage City. So did you and Athena. So did I, for that matter. So, there were others wearing our likeness in Mirage City. Sunny nodded. That is what I suspected, as well. Then, here comes the interesting part. What if a person appears who has not one reflection, but many? Like Mordret. Sunny remained silent for a moment, then pointed to himself. And a second question. What happens if a being whose consciousness inhabits several bodies enters the Great Mirror? I only sent one incarnation to Bastion, but what if all 7 entered the Palace of Imagination? He sighed. And lastly, what happens when a person who already has an established role in Mirage City, who is its axis, no less, has an evil twin, and that evil twin suddenly enters the Great Mirror, too? Sunny chuckled darkly. I am willing to bet that the Castellan had no idea what to do with the real Mordret. Mordret is an error, as far as the Castellan is concerned. So, it gave him a multitude of roles, and then arranged for all these people to be removed. The only one who did not receive a role, ironically enough, was our Mordret himself, Gods. I just felt a little nauseated by having to call him Power Mordret. He paused for a moment. Calling him the real Mordret also does not work, either, since we don't know which one of them is real. So, what do we call them? Effie raised a hand with a smile. I know. How about? Sunny hurriedly interrupted her. Anyway, let's call them Mordret and the other Mordret. The point is, Mordret was not given a role, and that was how he was able to survive without being slain by the Nihilist. He is like a ghost, someone who does not exist in Mirage City, or at least is not supposed to exist. An anomaly. Morgan raised an eyebrow. But how does it help us catch the Nihilist? Sunny pointed to the investigation map. The Castellan killed every vessel of Mordret it could catch, but now that we are here, the story has been rewritten to give the killings a proper explanation. So now, they were killed both because they were Mordret and because something about their roles made them prime victim candidates for the Nihilist. Effie blinked a few times. The serial killer was retconned? Is that what you mean? Sunny shrugged. I guess? So, now, we can actually discover who the Nihilist is. In fact, we have quite a powerful advantage on our side, as far as detective work goes. Morgan tilted her head a little. What advantage? He could not help but chuckle. Well, ironically enough, it is that we are not detectives. He studied the investigation map and said in a measured tone. Everything in Mirage City has been changed to fit the new story, you see. The truth of what happened, the details of the identities of the victims, the evidence, the autopsy reports. Looking up from the map, he raised a hand and tapped his temple with a finger. The only thing that did not change is us, real people. And that is why we are actually in a great position to solve this case. Sunny pointed to the documents. Because we had studied the case before its story was changed. So, we don't really need to search for a needle in a haystack. We don't need to parse through all this information to find the smallest hint of a clue. He smiled. We just need to find what has changed compared to how these documents were before. That is how we will learn what story the Castellan is telling. Chapter 2504. When life gives you high-fructose corn syrup. Just like every day, Saint woke up before dawn broke. However, she did not feel refreshed and well-rested, like she usually would. Instead, she felt tired, dazed, and hurting all over. That was because she did not wake up in her comfortable, state-of-the-art orthopedic bed. Instead, she woke up on the hard surface of a church bench. Her luxurious cotton percale bedding was nowhere to be seen, either, replaced by a single dusty sheet of cheap and coarse fabric. Naturally, her carefully selected pillow was also gone, supplanted by a rolled-up trench coat. She had even slept in her clothes. And only for a few hours. Unacceptable. Trying her best not to feel indignant, Saint sighed and sat up, rubbing her eyes. Ouch! Her bruised body hurt. The cuts on her fingers stung, as well. The handkerchief wrapped around them had turned brown from blood and was sticking unpleasantly to her skin. She was dirty, disheveled, and grumpy. She felt disgusting. That did not happen often. Saint looked around groggily. Of course, her clean and quiet apartment was nowhere to be seen. Sadly, she was still in an abandoned church, in the company of two unhinged detectives and an escaped patient. They did not seem to have slept at all. Instead, they were sitting around a makeshift table, discussing something in hushed voices. The hum of their whispering felt jarring in the echoing silence of the empty church. Irritating. Saint sighed. The morning was a time for exercise, personal hygiene, self-care, and nutrition. Oh, no. Saint could not exercise properly because her body was bruised and battered after the altercation with the three brutes. Putting strain on it would only exacerbate the damage. Personal hygiene was also a victim of her circumstance. She did not have her cleanser lotion, exfoliating scrub lotion, hydrating shampoo, and balancing conditioner, let alone her skincare and hair care products. All she had access to was bottled water to wash her hands and face. Letting out another grumpy sigh, Saint rose from the bench and did just that. Anything was better than nothing. While Saint was carefully unwrapping the handkerchief from her hand and rinsing the deep cuts, Detective Athena looked at her and smiled. Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. There's toothpaste and a spare toothbrush in that box over there. Enjoy. Saint gave her a long, somber look. Some time later, she was done with trying, and failing, to make herself look presentable. Then, Saint was faced with another blow. Naturally, she treated all matters having to do with nutrition seriously. But her balanced breakfast was a pipe dream. At the moment, instead, she was presented with the food supplies in one of the boxes. A galore of ultra-processed carbs, artificial additives, and chemical preservatives, all under a thick layer of high-fructose corn syrup. It was basically poison. I can't eat that. Saint stared at the box with a lost expression, not knowing what to do. Noticing her hesitation, Detective Athena smiled again. Oh, there are also some donuts left. Treat yourself. Looking at her smiling face, Saint felt something that she had never felt before. The desire to smack another human being right across their face. Her eyes widened a little. I am not okay. And whose fault was that? Theirs. Taking a deep breath, Saint counted to 10 and then said politely, Thank you. But I am not hungry. Picking up a bottle of water, she quenched her thirst and stayed motionless for a while. Now that her morning ritual, or at least a version of it, was complete, she could finally think about her situation. Her mood only grew worse. Someone had tried to kill her. She did not know who or why. There were detectives protecting her, but their mental state was questionable. Morgan, the heiress of the Vela Group, had escaped from a secure mental hospital and was now here with her, acting as if nothing odd was happening. So what was Saint supposed to do? Going home seemed like an unwise decision, considering that someone was out to get her. Going to work was similarly problematic. Relying on her rescuers. She listened to what they were saying. At that moment, Detective Sunless was shaking his head. It is still not enough. Sure, we determined that the past of the victims was changed to give them a connection to the Vela Group. The company of the guy who was supposed to renovate this neighborhood was a minor contractor for them. The young security guard was previously assigned to a different post. The older woman worked in an agency that provided outsourcing archival services for one of the Vela Group branches, but that is still not enough to pinpoint the exact culprit. Detective Athena responded in a carefree tone. Yes, but if we add the attempted victims to the list, the CEO, 2 detectives who had been in contact with him, Morgan, and her psychiatrist, then the entire picture changes, doesn't it? Morgan shrugged. There is nothing in my counterpart's memory to easily explain why she would be targeted. At least not on the surface. Even if she knew something, I'd need to know what to look for first to find pertinent information. Detective Sunless spoke again. There are very few issues that would require both the CEO and his sister to be taken out of the picture. An attempted coup? That doesn't make sense, though. Even if both Mordret and Morgan disappear, the power will simply return to Anvil. We don't think that he's behind the nihilist, do we? He's supposed to be out of the country, anyway. Saint closed her eyes for a moment. Great. Now they think that I became collateral damage in some sort of power struggle within the Vela Group. She drank her water in silence, feeling miserable. By then, the conversation had changed course. Whoever the culprit is, they won't stop trying. We need to be ready to defend ourselves, which can be more problematic than we think. We are mundane people at the moment, after all, and our mundane bodies are quite vulnerable. Do any of you know how to use this thing? I pilfered it from the highly skilled, deadly, armed assassin who had tried to kill me. Morgan spoke next. No. I never trained with firearms, let alone antique ones. Detective Effie chuckled. What's so difficult about it? You just point it at the enemy and press the trigger, right? Detective Sunless did not sound too sure. Well, I don't know. Their cars need to be fueled with flammable liquid, and their communicators only work half a day without being charged. Who knows what their guns use as ammunition? Frowning, Saint turned her head and then spoke evenly. This is a double-action, 6-shot revolver. Smith & Wesson Model 10. It uses 38 caliber bullets. Also, don't point it at each other, please. You are detectives, so you should know how to follow basic gun safety. Detective Sunless blinked a few times. Actually, I have no idea. I was near a lot of guns in the evacuation army, but I never even fired one, let alone trained to handle one. Then, he smiled brightly. But you seem to know your way around a gun, Saint. Well, of course you do. After all, you are a weapon master. Saint frowned. What about her gave this bizarre man the impression that she knew how to handle a firearm? Not that she didn't. Pursing her lips, Saint remained silent for a moment, then said reluctantly, I do have a marksmanship certificate. I used to practice shooting to maintain a good level of hand-eye coordination. He nodded a couple of times. Of course you did. Then, you keep it. With that, he pushed the revolver into her hand. Saint froze, startled. Excuse me. Detective Sunless smiled. You know, for self-defense. Next time someone tries to strangle you, blow their brains out. All right. Then, after thinking for a few moments, he added. Actually, blow their brains out before they try to strangle you. Yeah, that would be way better. Chapter 2505. Bold solution. Saint seemed to hesitate before accepting the revolver, but then gave Sonny a reluctant nod. She checked the gun with precise and confident movements, making sure that it was loaded, then hid it in the pocket of her trench coat. It was hard to tell if she felt safer with a weapon since her expression was almost always calm and placid, but Sonny hoped that she did. Because he himself felt troubled. Being mundane was already bad enough, but he was at least confident in his ability to overpower most enemies in a brawl. Now that firearms entered the picture, though, Sonny had to face his own mortality. One bullet was enough to end his life. How nostalgic. He was reminded of his youth in the outskirts of NQSC, where armed thugs had been like deities who wielded power over life and death at their fingertips. It was such a long time since Sonny had felt threatened by guns that he was having trouble adjusting to this new old reality. By the way, aren't we supposed to have those, as well? Effie's question made him scratch the back of his head. Right. As detectives, we have the right to carry firearms. Sonny rummaged in the Devil Detective's memories for a few moments. But they are under lock and key back at the police department. We can only take them out after providing a proper justification and filling out a bunch of forms. Guns were a rarity in Mirage City, and even cops hesitated to use them. Still, perhaps it would be prudent to retrieve their own revolvers from the army sooner rather than later, considering that random assassins were running around with them. He sighed. Anyway, where were we? They had pored over all the available information last night, finding ways in which it was different from how it had been before. Luckily, Sonny had studied the investigation board in the Devil Detective's apartment at the start of their stay in Mirage City, so he knew what to look for. What they had discovered was that the victims of the Nihilist were now connected to the Vela group in subtle, but undeniable ways. The owner of a construction company, the archivist, the suspiciously affluent civil inspector. All of them were tied to the Vela group, either obviously or covertly. In and of itself, that was a meaningless clue. After all, the Vela group was too vast and influential. Here in Mirage City, everyone was connected to it in one way or another. However, that clue ceased to be meaningless when one factored in one vital detail, that these connections had been formed only recently, in the process of Mirage City rewriting itself to fit the story of how the Nihilist chose his victims. It was because of how the stories of these people had changed that Sonny could deduce that their connection to Vela was the reason for their deaths, as opposed to a mere coincidence. The root of the matter still evaded him, though. At best, he knew where to look for it. Sonny grimaced. There are only a few hours left before we are supposed to start interviewing persons of interest in the other Mordret's attempted assassination case. That can potentially shed more light on the identity of the culprit. That was the plan yesterday, at least. However, today, I think that our plans were too conservative. Effie arched an eyebrow. What do you mean? Sonny shrugged. The city was not trying to kill us yesterday, so we could take our sweet time. But there is a deadline now, quite literally. So we need to hurry things along. Morgan, who had changed out of the borrowed nurse uniform into a spare set of clothes Effie had kept in the car, looked at herself in displeasure. The sleeves of the hoodie she was wearing were obviously too long for her, and the hoodie itself looked way too baggy on her svelte body. Pursing her lips, she rolled up the sleeves and let out a heavy sigh. How are we going to hurry them, exactly? Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. Well, no matter how you look at it, there is one person at the center of all of this. The source of Mirage City. Mordret. The other Mordret, I mean. Hearing that, Saint frowned slightly, but did not say anything. She removed the cap from the water bottle in her hands and brought it to her lips, taking a measured sip. Sonny shrugged. So, let's kidnap him. Saint spat out the water, coughed, and looked at him with wide eyes. Who? She can make that expression, as well. Effie and Morgan remained more composed, but they seemed surprised, as well. Kidnap him? Sonny nodded simply. That is the easiest solution. Listen, we don't have a lot of time, and we have too many things to do. We need to catch the Nihilist, we need to protect Saint, we need to make sure that the other Mordret survives, all the while staying alive ourselves. So, let's turn all these things into one thing. He pointed to the altar of the abandoned church, where Mordret's photo lay at the center of the investigation map. We need to put him and Saint together to remove the need to split our forces for protecting them both in separate locations. We also don't know enough to find the Nihilist, so let's make the Nihilist come to us instead. As long as we have the other Mordret, whoever is trying to get rid of him will come for us, and that will be our chance to follow the traces back to the source. Saint wiped her lips with the back of her hand and pierced him with a glare. Now, wait a moment. Morgan spoke then, interrupting her. He is already protected enough. He is the most protected person in the city. Believe me, I know, otherwise, I would have already killed him. So what good will kidnapping him do? Sunny shook his head. If the person pulling the strings is hidden within Valor, like the other Mordret thinks, then his own security might represent the most threat to him. The same people who are meant to protect him might become his executioners. She frowned, but did not object to that line of reasoning immediately. In that ensuing silence, Effie said with a dubious expression. That might be true, but they will still protect him from us. So, how are we even supposed to kidnap him? Sunny suppressed a smile, as if he had been expecting that exact question. Elementary, my dear Effie. He walked over to Morgan, placed a hand on her shoulder, and grinned. We have his baby sister. I'm sure he's worried out of his mind right now, so we just need to use Morgan as a lure. Morgan looked at him in displeasure, while Effie smiled brightly. Oh, I see. Sure, that makes sense. As the three of them gave each other calm looks, already thinking about the practical steps of what they needed to accomplish, Saint finally spoke again. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. We are not seriously planning to kidnap the CEO of the Valor Group, are we? That would be insane. She fell silent then, hearing her own words, and sighed. Oh. Sunny grinned. Don't worry. We'll only kidnap him a little. Chapter 2506. Behind Mirror Eyes. Standing on the balcony of the Valor Manor, Mordret looked at the vast expanse of the Mirror Lake stretching in front of him. The sun was rising, and the tranquil waters were starting to glisten with a beautiful golden light. Far in the distance, the magnificent silhouette of the great castle rose from the golden glow, looking like something out of a fairy tale. It was a beautiful sight, despite the hazy curtain of the falling rain obscuring it. Mordret smiled, enjoying the view. He drank his morning coffee in silence, not thinking about anything in particular. These quiet minutes at dawn were the only time he got to spend at peace. Later in the day, he was always busy with work, solving urgent problems and interacting with countless people. Those problems were engaging and enjoyable in and of themselves, but it was a different kind of pleasure. By the time the exquisite ceramic cup in his hand ran dry, there was movement on the gravel road leading to the manor. Noticing a luxurious black car arriving at the manor, Mordret sighed quietly. His expression changed, betraying a sense of melancholy for a moment. Then, it was replaced by his usual easy smile, and he left the balcony. Still wearing his silk pajamas, soft slippers, and an exquisitely embroidered Viridian robe, he left his room and descended to the first floor. The maids, valets, and Sebastian were nowhere to be seen. Opening the door, he finally found them, assembled in two neat rows outside the entrance with umbrellas in their hands. Good morning. Picking up an umbrella himself, Mordret walked out to meet the arriving car. The door swung open before the chauffeur had the time to touch it, and an imposing man climbed out of it, wearing a stern expression. The man was tall and broad-shouldered, with a lean but mighty physique. He had dark hair and a thick, dignified beard. The expression on his noble face was harsh and austere, and his grey eyes were as cold as tempered steel. He looked around coldly, and his heavy gaze landed on Mordret. The man remained silent for a few moments, studying him somberly. Then, a wide smile split his chiseled face, instantly warming it up. Son! Mordret smiled, too, hiding his melancholy behind that smile. Dad! Before he could say anything else, he was encased in a bear hug. Come here, brat. How long has it been since we last saw each other? You are still too skinny. Sebastian! What have you been feeding this guy? Indeed, it was none other than Anvil, Mordret's father. Where's Mom? Anvil gave Mordret a conspiratorial smile and brought a finger to his lips. Shush. She fell asleep on the way from the airfield. Don't wake her just yet. Leaving the protection of Mordret's umbrella, he took a few steps toward the lake and inhaled deeply. Ah. The stench. I missed it. Looking back, he grinned. Your mom and I have done some wonderful work in less fortunate places, and I wouldn't change it for the world. But nothing beats home, does it? Anvil turned back to the lake and chuckled, taking in the sight of the castle. Look at it, rising from the water. Just as magnificent as it has always been, well, maybe a little more magnificent now after the renovations are done. Smiling wryly, he finally returned to stand under the umbrella. I hear the castle is opening to the public soon. Mirage Museum, huh? Was that your idea? Mordret nodded. Seemed sad to just look at it from a distance. Always outside reach and empty. Like a mirage. So, I thought I'd let people visit it and look around. Getting the city hall to cooperate took a lot of work, but you know how these things are. Anvil nodded. I do. And hearing you say that, I'm happier than ever that I retired. Throwing his head back, he laughed. Now, let's wake your mother up and go inside. His expression darkened a little. I am sorry we couldn't come back earlier, son. That stuff with your sister, you two had us very worried. If not for Maddox promising to look after you and Morgan, we would have abandoned everything and returned immediately. Mordret smiled faintly. Yes, Uncle was of great help. How about? At that moment, his phone rang. Letting out a sigh, Mordret took it out of his pocket, looked at the screen, and accepted the call. Yes. What is the matter? He listened to whoever it was on the other side for a few moments, and then scowled. What? What do you mean, they lost her? What about? There was a muffled sound of a man's voice from the phone, and his expression became even more troubled. How is this possible? I was told that the hospital in question. After listening for a few more moments, he ended the call and remained motionless for a while, looking into the distance with a worried expression. Sensing his son's unease, Anvil asked in a calm tone. What was that? Mordret flinched, then looked at his father silently. Eventually, he took a deep breath and said, It was Uncle's assistant. Apparently, Morgan, she vanished. I don't know how this is possible, considering that the facility we chose for her was supposed to provide the best care around the clock, but I will find out. Anvil studied him for a few moments, then sighed. That girl. I think I spoiled her too much. She really knows how to throw a tantrum. But before you blame your old man, remember that you spoiled her the most. A pale smile appeared on Mordret's face. Of course I did. She is my little sister. Anvil shook his head. Look at you, still covering for her. I heard that she really crossed the line this time, trying to hurt you. That is too much, even for her. Aren't you mad? Mordret tilted his head a little. Mad? He considered the question for a few moments. I'm never mad. I can't be mad. Offering his father a smile, he handed him the umbrella and sighed. I'm sorry, Dad. I'll have to go deal with that. Hug Mom for me. I'll be back for dinner. Anvil nodded. Of course. Go do what you need to do, drag Morgan home, as well. I'll give her a stern talking to. Mordret looked at him for a few moments, then turned away. Out of Anvil's sight, his smile dimmed a little. He lingered for a bit, then headed inside to change clothes. Behind him, the waters of the lake were stirring, restless, as its surface was being pelted by the rain. Chapter 2507. Return to the scene of the crime. Soon enough, Mordret was leaving the manor in one of his luxurious cars. It used to be that 2 escort vehicles were assigned to his security detail, but because of the recent incident, there were 4 of them now, 1 driving ahead, 1 guarding the rear, and 2 flanking his car from both sides. The new chauffeur had not been vetted yet, so Mordret's assistant was behind the wheel for now. "Where to, sir?" Fastening his seat belt, Mordret contemplated for a few moments, then said in a somewhat tense tone, The hospital where Morgan was being kept. Let's get there as soon as possible." The assistant nodded, accelerating slightly. They drove along the lakeshore for a while. The sun rose higher and higher, but the grey twilight enveloping Mirage City seemed to only grow dimmer. The stormy clouds fused into an impenetrable veil, discharging heavy torrents of rain ceaselessly. Still, Mordret could see the vague silhouette of the great castle towering above the water in the distance. "I should check how the preparations for the grand opening of Mirage Museum are going." The opening was not going to happen for quite some time, though. For now, he had more pressing matters to worry about. As if reading Mordret's thoughts, the assistant spoke from the driver's seat. "Sir, I forwarded the Flood Prevention Initiative report to your personal inbox, as requested. Things seem to be going well." Mordret looked away from the window and stared ahead in confusion for a couple of moments. Then, he smiled faintly. "Oh. Thank you." Picking up a tablet from the mahogany desk built into the interior of the car, he accessed the report and immersed himself in reading. It was fortunate that he had a little work to do on the way. That way, at least, there was something to distract him from his worries. "I wonder how long it will take to reach the hospital." Some of the roads were flooded, while others were congested. It was hard to say for sure. After a while, Mordret sighed. "This can't be right. Who checked these numbers?" The assistant looked at him through the rearview mirror. "Oh. I was surprised, too." However, Vela Construction had already been mobilizing its forces in preparation for the reconstruction contracts that would follow after the floods. And they seemed to still have some surplus materials left after finishing up the dam restoration project. That was a big commission, as you know. They've been waiting for a new flagship project since then. Mordret nodded. "I see." Then, he shook his head. "Still, there must be a mistake in the report. Get me the original copy, on paper, and let's order a minor audit of Vela Construction while we're at it. We are going to be working closely with the City Hall in the next few months, so it's better to prepare in advance and have all the numbers at hand." The assistant nodded. "I will arrange it, sir." Mordret sighed and looked out the window once again. So many things were happening. Nothing had been happening for a long while, and now, everything seemed to be happening at once. The other was here. He actually came back. Morgan was behaving strangely. And then, there were the detectives. Actually, their presence. "No, don't think about it. Don't." The assistant looked at him strangely. "Did you say something, sir?" Mordret offered him a pleasant smile. "No. Let's hurry." Soon enough, they arrived at the hospital. The water was rising in this part of town, close to the northern dam, but the barricade of sandbags surrounding the building seemed to be holding for now. Workers in yellow raincoats were still scurrying to reinforce it, some wading through the water to drag the new sandbags from a truck that had broken down on the flooded parking lot. It was a lively scene. There was even a street musician playing a simple melody under a makeshift awning that the workers had raised. "Please wait a few moments, sir. I'll find a dry place to park the car." The escort vehicle stopped first, letting out a small crowd of bodyguards. The assistant opened the door and held up an umbrella. Climbing out of the car, Mordret looked around and headed toward the hospital with confident steps. "Oh. Go give that musician some change, and order hot meals and coffee to be delivered to the workers." The assistant disappeared with a bow. Entering the lobby, Mordret stumbled a little and looked ahead with a stunned expression. There were 2 people waiting for him. The director of the hospital, he knew. Next to him, however, Mordret was more or less the most powerful and wealthy man in Mirage City. Due to the nature of his position, he had met and interacted with most of the local prominent figures, politicians, titans of industry, spiritual leaders, and the brightest stars of the art world, as well as actors and actresses, runway models, brilliant idols of the musical stage. But he had never once seen anyone as beautiful as the woman standing silently next to the hospital director. Mordret had really considered himself immune to being stunned by someone's beauty, but at the moment, he found it hard to hide his shock. Wow. Still, his bafflement only lasted a second. A heartbeat later, he regained his composed expression. That composure was only outward, though, inwardly, his emotions were still in turmoil. Who can she be? The director bowed slightly, looking at him with a familiar sycophantic smile. Mr. Mordret, welcome. I wish that there was a more auspicious reason for your visit, but sadly, well, it is what it is. Oh, and this is Dr. Saint. She was in charge of Miss Morgan's treatment, so she would know best about your sister's mental state. Mordret blinked a few times. Your name is Saint? How fitting. He smiled. The beautiful psychiatrist simply looked at him without saying anything. The absolute indifference of her gaze made him feel a little. Actually, Mordret did not even know how to describe how it made him feel. All he knew was that he vastly preferred her aloof disregard to the director's obvious desire to please. No one has ever treated me that way before. Chapter 2508. Stone Cold. After studying the beautiful psychiatrist closer, Mordret noticed how tired and worse for wear Dr. Saint looked. There were bruises on her eerily beautiful face, her clothes were wrinkled under the white lab coat, and one of her hands was bandaged tightly. A concerned frown found its way onto his face against his will. I am sorry. Morgan, were you hurt? Dr. Saint remained silent for a few moments, then cast a cold glance at the members of his retinue. After hesitating a little, she frowned and said in a sonorous, enthralling voice, Can we speak in private, Mr. Mordret? It took him a few seconds to come to his senses after hearing her voice and realize that she had asked him a question. Mordret stared at the beautiful psychiatrist for a bit, then looked at his bodyguards. Wait here. He gave the director a signal to remain in the lobby, as well. Dr. Saint nodded. Then, follow me. Turning around, she headed into the depths of the hospital, unlocking several doors with her keycard as they went. Is something the matter, Dr. Saint? I am quite concerned about my sister. I was under the impression that she had been receiving the best treatment here, but the next thing I knew, she vanished. What exactly happened? She glanced at him over her shoulder. Last night, Miss Morgan escaped after killing a nurse and 3 orderlies. Mordret flinched. What? Why wasn't I informed? Uncle Maddox had not mentioned anything about someone having been killed. Dr. Saint sighed. She claims that they were assassins who infiltrated the hospital by posing as staff in order to kill her. Usually, I would have said that Miss Morgan is suffering from paranoid personality disorder, and she might be, but in this case, I am really not sure. Still shocked, Mordret nodded. Yes. Morgan. Morgan is not someone who would hurt people. I mean, she has never hurt anyone. Are you sure that she killed someone? Then his eyes widened a little. Wait, you said that she claims to have killed them? Meaning that you are in contact with her? Dr. Saint nodded again. Yes. In fact, She seemed to hesitate for a while, then added with a hint of reluctance. I can take you to her. Just then, Mordret realized that he had no idea where they were. He had been too distracted by Dr. Saint's stunning beauty at first and the shocking news about Morgan later. The two of them had left the more crowded parts of the hospital and were now in some kind of service area. The air was cold and humid, and there was a thin layer of water on the floor. Mordret looked around in confusion. I am sorry, but where are we going? Instead of answering, Dr. Saint simply beckoned for him to follow. They took a few turns, ascended a set of stairs, and ended up in front of a chain door. There, Dr. Saint stopped and gave him a complicated look. Suddenly finding himself face to face with her, gazing into her eyes, Mordret coughed and took a step back in embarrassment. "Ah, I am sorry, but is there something on my face?" She remained silent for a while longer, then said evenly, "Mr. Mordret, I am a person who values orderly and reasonable things. However, the situation we find ourselves in is disorderly and irrational, distasteful, really. So, we can only follow our instincts and do what we think is best." Mordret blinked a few times. "What is she?" Dr. Saint sighed again. "What I mean to say is that I will not let things get out of hand. If you feel too uncomfortable, give me a signal, and I'll find a way to stop all of this." Mordret stared at her silently for a few moments with no expression on his face. Behind the composed facade, however, he was anything but calm. Eventually, he asked, "Do you mean, like, a safe word?" The beautiful psychiatrist frowned, looked at him for a moment, then turned away to unlock the door while ignoring his question completely. Beyond it was the street running along the utility annex of the hospital. The rain was pouring from the grey sky, and streams of water were flowing through the small gaps in the hastily assembled sandbag barricade. The workers were hastily trying to plug the holes, and a lone security guard was hiding from the rain under the canopy. Mordret looked past the barricade, though. There, a ramshackle black car with a cracked windshield was parked in the middle of the street, with two people leaning against it leisurely. The detectives. Mordret raised his eyebrows. "Detective Sunless? Detective Athena? What are you doing here?" Detective Athena smiled. "Oh, we just happen to be in the neighborhood." Detective Sunless smiled, as well. "We're kidnapping you." His partner gave him a startled look. "What? Hey, what happened to the plan? Weren't we going to lure him into the car peacefully?" He cleared his throat, then offered her a shrug. "Well," he asked. Mordret stared at them with a strange expression. "Who? Wait, so Dr. Saint?" Suddenly, he wanted to fall through the ground. Mordret lingered for a few moments, then shook his head slightly. "Oh. I am terribly sorry, detectives, but it would be very inconvenient for me to get kidnapped at the moment. I have to find my sister, you see. My parents are also visiting, there are floods in the city, and I need to plan a museum opening as well. So, with all due respect, once again, I am truly sorry, I will have to refuse." Mordret would have obliged the detective some other time, but he was otherwise engaged today. So, he was not going to humor them. They could have just scheduled an appointment. Mordret offered them a polite smile. It was then that he felt something cold press against his back, and heard the sound of a pistol hammer being cocked. Looking over his shoulder, Mordret saw Dr. Saint looking at him with her beautiful, glistening eyes. One could drown in those eyes, but it seemed that she was holding a revolver against his back. The beautiful psychiatrist sighed, then winced in displeasure. "Really, now? I must have lost my mind, too." She took a deep breath. "Anyway, please get into the car, Mr. Mordret. You are being kidnapped, we are kidnapping you." Mordret tilted his head a little. "On second thought, I can go for a ride." Chapter 2509. Humble CEO. Who? Sunny knew that Saint had agreed to cooperate with them. Someone was trying to kill her, after all, and the two deranged detectives seemed to be the only thing standing between her and an early demise. He had also harbored no doubt that she would be able to separate the other Mordret from his security and lure the poor fool to this secluded service entrance. What Sunny had not expected, however, was that she would nonchalantly point a gun at the CEO of the Vela Group and tell him to get into the car in an even tone. Not that he was going to complain. Go Saint. The workers and the lone security guard did not seem to have noticed the gun yet. Interestingly enough, they weren't turning into glassy-eyed zombies yet, either, which was not that hard to explain. It was perfectly in character for a hot-headed detective with a grudge to forcefully take away a suspected murderer for interrogation. It was also in character for his inexperienced partner to go along with the plan. Usually, One of them would have been a maverick, while the other would have loved to do everything by the book. But the other Mordret was out of luck. The detective duo he had invited into his life were both slightly unhinged. Apparently, it was also perfectly in character for Dr. Saint to point guns at people, as long as she considered it a reasonable development. With haste, Mr. Mordret. If you will. Sunny opened the passenger door and invited Mordret into the PTV. The luxuriously dressed CEO gave the old vehicle a dubious glance, then obediently climbed inside. Effie and Saint took the back seat while he looked around the ragged interior with a curious smile. How quaint. Detective Sunless, are you perchance an antique collector? Sunny, who had just put his hands onto the wheel, gave him a scathing glare. This guy? No. I'm just poor. Buckle up. Starting the PTV, he drove off at high speed. As the tires clung desperately to the wet asphalt, Sunny glanced at his passenger, remained silent for a moment, and said, Please make no mistake. Technically, we might be kidnapping you, but it is for your own safety. We have reasons to believe that there will be another attempt on your life, and we can't trust your subordinates. So, you might as well think about it as being taken into protective custody. No hard feelings, yes? The other Mordret smiled and assented too easily. Yes. Sunny frowned. Why was he being so accommodating? A powerful CEO was supposed to be arrogant and domineering, sort of like Morgan had been before the fall of Valor. Imagining trying to force her into a PTV made Sunny shiver. But since Mordret was being so amicable, Sunny glanced at him and then asked in a neutral tone, How's that seat belt treating you? Comfortable? That's good. I'm not that comfortable, sadly, because my seat belt is pressing against a stab wound on my side. I've been stabbed, you see. Oh, do you want to know who stabbed me? He turned his head a little and smiled darkly. I bet it was the same man who stabbed your driver to death. My, oh my, does he not like the idea of anyone driving you around? The other Mordret met his gaze with a pleasant expression. I'm afraid I don't understand what you are talking about, detective. Sunny scoffed. Sure you don't. You did not probe to see whether my partner is really who she seems to be either. Right. Mordret blinked a few times. I'm afraid I do not follow. Whatever do you mean? Sunny grinned. Cut the crap, would you? We know. We also know that you know. So, how about we have an honest conversation? About your other self, and where both of you come from, the real world. Mordret looked at him in utter confusion. I am truly sorry, detective. I'm afraid I still can't grasp your meaning. Saint did not say anything, but Sunny could read what she wanted to blurt out from her expression, captured in the rearview mirror. Finally! A sane person! He pursed his lips. What is the point of playing games if everything is already in the open? If you are afraid to break character, don't be. Everyone in this car is real. You are the axis of Mirage City, anyway. The Castellan will probably change the palace of imagination to fit whatever you deem to acknowledge instead of punishing you for it. Mordret's pleasant smile grew a little forced. I am not playing games, detective. I am simply at a loss. You seem to be confused about something. Sunny threw a dark look at Effie, who just shrugged. I don't get why he's being that way, either. There's no reason to, unless there is something we are missing. Both of them looked at Saint. She shifted uncomfortably under their gazes. Have you considered that it is your actions that are abnormal, as opposed to Mr. Mordret's reaction? Sunny and Effie glanced at each other. Nope. Never crossed my mind. Saint sighed. By then, the PTV had left the quiet neighborhood where the hospital was located and driven onto a freeway. Sunny pressed the pedal down, accelerating as he weaved between other vehicles. Mordret's security had to have discovered his disappearance by now. If all had gone as planned, they would have no chance to pursue, but it was still a good idea to hurry away. At that moment, Effie's communicator rang. She answered the call and listened to it for a few moments, then grimaced. "Hey, Sonny. I have good news and bad news." He raised an eyebrow. "Was that Morgan?" She nodded. "Yes. The good news is that we gave Mordret's bodyguards a slip." Sonny frowned. "What is the bad news, then?" Turning around, Effie looked back at the swiftly moving expanse of the freeway. It seems like he had been followed from a distance by several unmarked cars. And unlike his security detail, these cars are already on our tail. Looking into the rearview mirror, Sonny sighed. "Yeah. I know. I've been keeping an eye on them since we reached the freeway." Mordret raised an eyebrow. "We are being followed? By whom?" Sonny studied him for a moment, then shook his head. "Who else? People who want to kill you, of course." Chapter 25:10. High Octane. Sonny could see 3 cars rushing through traffic to catch up to them, which did not mean that there weren't more. All 3 were nondescript and unassuming, but at the moment, they looked quite menacing. He sighed. "Doesn't make much sense, does it?" The other Mordret, who seemed strangely relaxed despite the threat to his life, lingered for a few moments and asked in a curious tone. "What doesn't make sense, exactly?" Sonny frowned. "None of it makes any damn sense." By now, they knew that there was a larger conspiracy hiding behind the seemingly random nihilist killings. Still, the first 7 victims had been killed by the same lunatic. Their missing eyes hinted at that, at least. However, there was also the driver of the truck who had pushed Mordret's car into the river, as well as all the assailants from last night. And now, there seemed to be a large coordinated force trying to finish the job. Sonny grimaced. "Hold on tight. This might be a bumpy ride." Pressing the pedal to the floor, he threw the PTV forward. "Ack!" Saint grabbed the assist grip and looked at him darkly. "Detective Sunless, where did you learn to drive?" Sonny grinned. "The war-torn reaches of Antarctica." Spinning the wheel, he managed to just barely squeeze the PTV between 2 speeding vehicles and change lanes. With a bit of free road in front of him, he accelerated even more. The rain was pelting the cracked windshield, and the wipers were drowning as they fruitlessly tried to clear it. It was practically impossible to see what was ahead, and the headlights of the vehicles around them fused into red and white blurs. His black PTV raced across the freeway at a speed that would have usually been negligible to Sonny, but was now terrifying. The black vehicles roared, as if welcoming the mad race. It was met with outraged horns of surrounding PTVs, which fell behind in a matter of moments. Sonny weaved between lanes, overtaking one vehicle after another with risky maneuvers. Their pursuers, sadly, were doing the same. He glanced into the rearview mirror briefly. "Do you know, guys?" He threw the PTV in front of a heavy truck, managing to swerve onto an exit ramp at the last moment. The curve of the ramp was too steep, however, and the left side of the black vehicle was stripped bare of a layer of paint as it slid along the concrete barrier with an ear-piercing screech. Recovering from being jostled, Sonny sent the PTV onto the streets of Mirage City and smiled. "This one time, my APC drove through a horde of nightmare creatures on a coastal highway, maneuvering between carriages of a derailed train, while a sinking battleship bombarded the mountains above us with artillery fire. There was the sound of something crashing behind them, and a car shattered the concrete barrier, falling from a height in a rain of debris. A moment later, it hit the asphalt and rolled, crashing into the wall of a nearby building as a pile of bent metal. But another car was already rushing down the ramp, eager to catch up with them." The other Mordret forced out a pale smile. "I don't really understand half of what you said, Detective. But you must be an incredible driver." Sonny glanced at him in confusion. "What? Oh, I wasn't the one driving. To be honest, I am not even certified as a vehicle operator." With that, he spun the wheel, sent the car drifting around a narrow corner, and accelerated again to climb a steep hill. The pedestrians crossing the road rushed away in a panic at the sight of the speeding car. Sunny's PTV crested the top of the hill at high speed and was airborne for a few moments, then crashed heavily into the asphalt and continued forward, cutting through the layer of water flowing down the sloping road. In any case, behind them, two pursuing cars soared from behind the hill. Landing with a bit more grace than the black vehicle, they accelerated, almost catching up to him. Sunny swerved his PTV left and right, trying to prevent them from overtaking. I guess we are lucky that the devil detective drove automatic. Sort of out of character for him, don't you think? Not that I really know what a stick shift is. Or what a shift is. It's just that there's a lot of nonsense about that in his memories. One of the cars managed to get past him, after all. It sped up and came to ride side by side with the black PTV. Behind its windows, dark shapes were moving. Not giving the pursuers a chance to do anything, Sunny spun the wheel and crashed the side of his vehicle into the enemy. He groaned slightly, being rattled by the impact, and struggled to maintain control. The other vehicle was only pushed aside a little. But that little was enough to throw it into the concrete divider. The damage was catastrophic, and the vehicle was almost cut in half. A split second later, it was far behind, out of sight. One left. Sadly, the last pursuer was moments away from running Sunny's PTV off the road. Looking at the side mirror, he briefly noticed the other Mordret. That guy was smiling brightly while holding for dear life. Sunny suppressed the desire to curse. What the hell are you so happy about? The other Mordret looked at him with an excited glint in his strange mirror-like eyes. Sorry. It's just exactly like in the books I used to read. A high-speed chase with our lives on the line. So exciting. Sunny stared at him silently for a moment, then hurriedly turned back to the road. And he had the nerve to put Morgan into an asylum. That lunatic. He flew across an intersection on a red light, barely avoiding being hit by the rushing traffic. Sunny had hoped that the last pursuer would be less fortunate, but the enemy car passed the intersection with no trouble, with only bystander vehicles ending up losing control and smashing into each other. They were not going too fast, at least, so the passengers would only receive minor injuries. By then, Sunny had reached the bottom of the hill. He turned at the last second, sending the car onto the raised pavement. The pursuer, however, reacted a little too slowly. As a result, the PTV drove straight into the deep puddle at the bottom of the hill, burrowing into the water deep enough for its engine to be flooded. Sunny's PTV had to struggle against the flooded area, as well, but the water was far shallower on the edges of the street. Barreling through the rows of crates and a few trash bins, Sunny swerved back onto the road and looked at Mordret with a dark smile. How's that? Exciting enough for you? Just then, they reached the next intersection. And a moment later, a fourth vehicle appeared out of the rain, crashing into the side of the black PTV at full speed. Chapter 25:11. Bang bang. Ah. The world was full of pain. The world was also upside down, and something was streaming down Sunny's face. He could feel the familiar taste of blood on his tongue, but also of something else, unbearably bitter and oily, which made him want to retch. A sharp scent was assaulting his nostrils, seemingly seeping into his very brain. Opening his eyes, he beheld the world in utter confusion. The crack on the windshield of his PTV seemed to have disappeared. No, the windshield itself was gone, turned into a scattering of glass shards. The PTV was laying on its roof, with water flowing inside through the shattered windows. The interior of the mangled vehicle was bent and misshapen. The wheel was broken, the dashboard was gone, and he could see a mess of sparking wires behind the displaced plastic panels. The liquid flowing down his face was blood mixed with gasoline. Hanging upside down, held in place by his seatbelt, Sunny groaned. The fuel, that damn fuel. Who in their right mind fueled their PTVs with flammable fuel? Now, he was one spark away from turning into a blackened, crispy corpse. Turning his head a little, Sunny saw the other Mordret hanging from his seat, unconscious. The rearview mirror was gone, though, so he could not tell what happened to Effie and Saint. I am so fed up with this crap. Gritting his teeth, Sunny tried to disengage his seatbelt. When that did not work, he growled in frustration and pulled a tactical knife from a hidden sheath on his belt, the very same knife he had almost been killed with last night. A few moments later, Sunny fell down onto the roof of the overturned PTV and let out a stifled scream. Sick of it. I'm sick of it. Crawling through empty space where the windshield had been, Sunny felt the cold rain washing the blood off his face. He was a damn sovereign. He was a supreme titan, a being much closer to being divine than to being human. He was not supposed to bleed, his hands were not supposed to be cut by the shards of glass, and his ribs were not supposed to crack from something as pedestrian as being hit by a speeding vehicle. Sunny was indignant. Sunny was angry. He was completely over this nonsense. The amount and the intensity of pain he felt would have sent an ordinary person into shock and paralyzed them, but Sunny simply ignored it. After all, this mundane suffering could not compare to the harrowing agony he had endured countless times before. Letting out an infuriating hiss, he pushed himself off the wet asphalt and slowly stood up. Sunny swayed, staggered, but remained upright, looking around with a murderous glint in his bloodshot eyes. The vehicle that had crashed into his PTV was a dozen or so meters away, deformed and leaking some sort of fluid. Its doors were open, and men in black clothes and masks were already getting out. Another vehicle had just skidded to a halt to his right, and even more masked men were pouring outside, into the rain. 1, 2. Sunny's vision was blurry, so he couldn't even count them. Enough to vent my anger, anyway. Behind him, the bent door of the overturned PTV suddenly flew off from a powerful kick, ricocheting off the asphalt a few times before coming to a stop. Effie climbed out awkwardly, then rose to her feet by using the mangled frame of the vehicle as support. She was bruised and battered, too, but seemingly in a better shape than Sunny. He was hit the hardest because the enemy PTV had crashed into the driver's door. Giving Sunny a dazed look, Effie smiled crookedly. Her lips and teeth were painted red by blood, so that smile looked a bit frightening. You alive? Sunny let go of the car and spent a few seconds remembering how to maintain balance. Technically, I'm dead, but yeah. Effie stared at him for a moment, then looked away and rolled her eyes. Another one. Gods, why am I always surrounded by zombies? She straightened and faced the approaching enemies with a sober expression. Morgan should be here in a few minutes, I think. Sunny raised a hand to wipe the blood from his eyes. He did not feel too well, at the moment. Do you think we can survive a few minutes? Effie smiled wryly. Of course. I don't know about you, but I'm not dying on an empty stomach. I refuse to. Her bloody smile widened a little. The masked men were about to reach them. There were 7 of them, each armed with knives or batons. Sunny and Effie, meanwhile, were both in sorry states, bleeding and barely standing upright. It hardly mattered, though. Hey, Castellan. If you're watching. Sunny took a shaky step forward, then pretended to stumble. The nearest of the assailants used the opportunity to strike while the enemy was off balance. Lunging forward, the man raised his baton and struck down, aiming to crack Sunny's skull. Instead of swaying and desperately trying to regain his balance, though, Sunny suddenly pivoted on one leg, dodged the baton, then grabbed the assailant's wrist and plunged his knife into his arm. He pushed the blade upward, slicing it open from wrist to elbow, then pushed the man away and kicked him in the abdomen. The masked man flew back, colliding against his companions and momentarily blocking their approach. Let me show you what the people from the real world are like. You poor fool. To his left, Effie used the enviable length of her shapely, runway-worthy legs to push-kick one of the assailants in the chest before his knife could get anywhere near her. Things like weight and reach were much more important in fights between mundane people, where soul essence did not serve as the great equalizer, so her height gave her an advantage. Even without essence, Effie's strength seemed almost monstrous. Her blow was powerful enough to send the man flying back and crashing heavily into the asphalt, as if he had been kicked by a horse. He rolled over his shoulder, folded awkwardly, and remained laying there in a groaning heap. Sunny smiled wickedly. You should have never messed with us, bastard. But then, his expression fell. Wait. 7. Why were there 7 assailants? Each of the 2 enemy vehicles had all its doors open, for PPTV. Which meant that. There were supposed to be 8 of them. Cursing, he spun around and saw a dark shape leaning to thrust a blade through the window on the passenger side of the overturned PTV. Where Mordret was entangled in a seatbelt, still unconscious. Crap! Sonny threw his battered body forward, knowing full well that he would never be able to circle the car in time. But then, there was a loud crack, and the falling torrents of rain were illuminated for a split second by a bright flash. The back of the 8th assailant's head evaporated into a bloody mist. Time seemed to slow down. Saint's disheveled form revealed itself from behind the mangled PTV. Her hair was a wet mess, and there were oily stains on her coat, but other than that she seemed mostly fine. As the assailant's body fell to the ground, Saint looked down at the smoking revolver in her hand. There was a distant expression on her beautiful face. But only for a moment. What? Then, Saint's expression settled into a mask of aloof indifference, and she moved her hand in Sonny's direction. Bang! 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 It only took her a couple of seconds to discharge the 5 remaining bullets, hitting the 5 remaining assailants with eerie precision. Each hit was a flawless headshot. Sonny flinched belatedly. Chapter 25:12. Dr. Saint. The bodies fell onto the wet asphalt. In the wake of the deafening gunshots, the world was filled with a ringing silence. The rustling of rain drowned out all other sounds and obscured the surrounding buildings, making the whole scene seem a little surreal. 6 of the 8 assailants were dead. 1 was trying to crawl away weakly, bleeding heavily and not long for this world. The 8th seemed to have lost consciousness. Sonny blinked a few times, then exhaled slowly. He was startled, relieved, and a little disappointed. The battle had only just started, and now it was suddenly over. As a result, his boiling emotions had nowhere to escape, churning and simmering inside his soul. He took a deep breath, swallowed them, and then exhaled again, trying to purge them. In life, there were worse things to feel disappointed about. Well, that has been quite unexpected. Now that the danger seemed to have passed, he allowed the pain to wash over him, swayed, and let out a quiet groan. I'll be damned. Effie's voice was full of stunned disbelief. She looked at Sonny and raised her eyebrows, at a loss for words. He stared back at her for a while, then shrugged while raising both hands. Yes, that had happened. Turning away from Effie, Sonny circled the car and approached Saint, who was still standing there with a revolver in her hand, no expression written on her face. Sonny studied her for a few moments, then raised a hand and gently pushed the revolver down. It was only then that she stirred and looked at him, her face still frozen. Detective Sunless. Saint's voice sounded a bit hollow. I am out of bullets. He offered her a reassuring smile. That's all right. You don't need more bullets. She looked around, studying the scene of carnage she had perpetrated, and then nodded thoughtfully. After a few moments of silence, Saint spoke again, sounding uncharacteristically unsure of herself. Detective, I feel strange. Sonny sighed. What a mess. Saint had yet to remember herself, so she still considered herself to be a law-abiding citizen who was far removed from strife and violence of any kind, let alone cold-blooded killing, like any normal person was. More than that, she was a doctor, someone whose life's work it was to help people, not kill them. But at a decisive moment, her true instincts, the instincts of Onyx Saint, the taciturn shadow born on the streets of the dark city, must have taken over. Naturally, she was in shock. She was probably horrified, failing to process her thoughts and emotions. Or maybe not. Maybe there was a different reason why Saint was feeling strange. Sonny. Hearing Effie's yell, Sonny turned around and frowned. It took him a few seconds to realize that there was something deeply wrong with what he was seeing. What the? The 6 corpses seemed to be melting. They were turning into wisps of ghostly white mist, and that mist was stretching its tendrils toward Saint. She looked at the mist with a dazed expression. Suddenly panicked, Sunny moved to shield her with his body, but the ghostly mist simply passed through him, as if meeting no resistance at all. All that was left behind was the sense of an eerie, otherworldly chill. Damn it! Spinning around, Sunny frenetically tried to come up with a countermeasure. But there was no need. The mist did not harm Saint. Instead, it was being absorbed into her body, disappearing without a trace. It would have looked concerning if it did not look so familiar. Who? Sunny had seen something similar once before. Rather, he had not seen it, blinded by true darkness, but he had sensed it. It had happened in the great hollows of Godgrave, during the Battle of Vanishing Lake. Back then, Saint shattered one of Mordret's reflections, which had been mirroring Revel. Saint had absorbed the mirrored darkness then. But she also absorbed the wisps of eerie, chilling mist that had appeared after the reflection was destroyed. Now that Sunny knew how others had been created, he could confirm his suspicions that they contained nothingness within them. When the reflection was destroyed, that nothingness was released, and Saint took it for herself, which granted her an ability to manipulate her weight, reducing it at will. And now, she was absorbing more nothingness. How does it even work? Nothing of the sort had happened when Sunny killed the 3 thugs near the hospital last night. So, this process had to be unique to Saint, because she already had a minor affinity to nothing, and wanted more. The long tendrils of white mist flowed faster and faster, being absorbed into Saint's body. The mist was ethereal and ghostly, but nevertheless, a powerful wind rose as a white vortex surrounded Saint. Her raven-black hair fluttered like a stream of pure darkness, and her eye seemed to blaze with a cold crimson light for a moment. The torrent of rain seemed to freeze, countless droplets of water suspended in the air. Then, it all ended abruptly. The wind died down, and the rain resumed, splashing heavily against the asphalt. The 6 corpses were nowhere to be seen. Saint flinched, then rubbed her eyes in confusion. Oh. She blinked a few times. Sorry. I seem to have gotten dazed for a few moments. She smiled tentatively, then offered the revolver to Sunny. I think it will be better if you take this, detective. Sunny looked at the archaic gun, which Saint was gripping a little bit too tightly. The solid metal was bending like wax in her grip, and by now, the entire thing looked like a shapeless lump of metal. Naturally, that was not a strength that a mundane person could possess. To bend metal like clay, one had to possess the power of at least an awakened. Sunny looked at Saint with a stunned expression. I'll be damned, indeed. It seemed that she had somehow regained at least a part of her power. Chapter 25:13. Acrid Scent. Sunny stared at the lump of metal in Saint's hand. Saint stared at it, too. Effie stared at Sunny and Saint with a funny expression. Wow. She came closer and inspected the former revolver, then said thoughtfully, Is this the power of therapy? What in the world is she saying? Sunny finally managed to regain his composure. At that moment, he smelled something in the air. An acrid stench that assailed his nostrils despite the rain. Smoke. His eyes widened a little. Oh, no. Help me get him out. Behind them, the leaking fuel had finally ignited, and fire was swiftly spreading across the overturned PTV. Crap. Forgetting her jokes, Effie grabbed the deformed passenger door and tried to pry it open. Sadly, even her incredible strength was not enough to dislodge it. The door was bent completely out of shape and stuck, jammed by something from inside. It only took Sunny a split second to evaluate the situation. Finally taking what remained of the revolver from Saint's hand, he gestured to the PTV. Dr. Saint, can you give it a try? Still showing symptoms of being in shock, she nodded slowly, and then reached forward to grab the edges of the deformed door. The bent metal simply tore like paper under her fingers, and a moment later, she easily ripped the door off its hinges. Dropping it to the ground, Saint stared at her hands in dazed silence. Great job! Sadly, Sunny did not have time to comfort her at the moment. Diving into the interior of the battered PTV, which was slowly filling with fire and smoke, he swiftly cut the seat belt and grabbed the unconscious form of the other Mordret. A second later, Sunny had already dragged the CEO of the Valor Group out of the PTV. The fire just barely managed to lick his designer leather shoes. Falling into a puddle, Sunny let out a stifled groan and allowed the rain to cool down his face. Ah, damnation. He had been stabbed yesterday. Today, he was hit by a PTV. What the hell was going to happen tomorrow? Before Sunny could relax, Effie grabbed him and hoisted him to his feet. What are you doing? Sunny stared at her in confusion. Exasperated, Effie pointed at the burning PTV, which was already spouting billowing pillars of black smoke. Flammable fuel, remember. It's going to explode. Sunny stared at her with confusion for a moment, then shuddered and jumped to his feet. He grabbed Saint and dragged her away, while Effie hoisted the other Mordret on her shoulder like a sack of synth paste and followed. They dashed forward, suffering from the pain in their bruised and injured bodies, only stopping when they were a safe distance away. Sunny fell to the ground again, and this time, Effie followed, panting heavily after she placed Mordret down. They looked back at the burning car, preparing to duck down when it blew up. However, a few seconds passed, and then a few more. And then, even more still. Effie scrunched her face. Hey, why isn't it exploding? Sunny gave her a long look, then palmed his face and let out a long sigh. Why would it explode? Flammable and explosive are two entirely different things. There's not even much pressure in the fuel tank. Effie blinked a few times. But they always explode in the movies. Sunny groaned. Do you believe everything you see in the movies? There are movies about you, damn it. And those are completely fabricated. Effie remained silent for a while, then coughed sheepishly. Oh. Right. Makes sense. Sunny wanted to say more, but at that moment, a new PTV appeared out of the rain, sliding on the wet asphalt and stopping just in front of them. He would have prepared for another fight if not for the fact that this PTV was quite familiar. It was Effie's family car, which they had entrusted to Morgan. Sunny had suspected that getting the other Mordret out would not be easy. So, Morgan had been left behind to make sure that his security detail did not catch up to them, then follow them from a distance. Her secondary goal had been to check if anyone else was following the CEO of the Valor Group. As a result, she called Effie and informed her about the pursuing vehicles. Granted, the plan did not go as intended, in the end. Sunny had hoped to meet up with Morgan further down the road and change vehicles before retreating back to the abandoned church so that nobody could track them. Sadly, the pursuers ended up acting far more aggressively than he had anticipated, resulting in a car crash and a bloody fight. In hindsight, it was for the best. If everything had gone without a hitch, Saint would not have absorbed the white mist and regained some of her power. The door of Effie's PTV opened, and Morgan walked out into the rain, still wearing oversized clothes. It was a bit funny to see the elegant Princess of Valor in such a peculiar outfit, but Sunny wisely held his comments back, knowing that he could very well lose at least a finger or two if he said anything. Morgan stopped for a moment to take in the sight of the carnage. An overturned PTV was enveloped in flames, with a pillar of black smoke rising into the sky. Another vehicle was standing tilted to one side, its entire forward portion crushed. The road was covered in blood, with two motionless bodies soaking in the rain. Sunny and Effie were both battered and sitting on the ground. Saint was standing above them with a lost expression, while the other Mordret was unconscious, his stylish suit charred and dirty. Morgan stared at him for a long while, then sneered and looked away. Having fun without me? What, were these two highly skilled, elite assassins too? Sunny shook his head. They were trained, for sure, but actually, there had been 8 of them. Effie nodded somberly. Until Miss Saint shot 6 of them dead, and then ate them. Saint flinched and looked at her with wide eyes. Morgan frowned. Let's leave the explanations for later. For now, get in the car. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then shook his head again. This altercation was far too public. We'll need to give some sort of explanation unless we want to become official fugitives. He sighed. And we can't become fugitives, because that would give the entire city a legitimate reason to hunt us down, an opportunity that the Castellan won't ever miss. So, take Saint and the other Mordret and go. Effie and I will stay and deal with the repercussions. Morgan gave him a cold glance, lingered for a while, and then nodded. All right. You two look like you need to visit a hospital, anyway. I promise I won't kill this person before we meet again. With that, she pulled her leather gloves up, bent down, and grabbed the other Mordret. Dr. Saint, please get into the car. Saint looked at her for a few moments, then quietly climbed into Effie's PTV. Soon enough, the PTV drove off, leaving Sunny and Effie alone at the scene of the crime. She sighed. You know what? I never thought I'd be a cop one day. What about you? Sunny considered her question for a bit. Actually, I had been a cop for a day, once. She looked at him with a stunned expression. Really? What did you do? Sunny shrugged tiredly. Tracked an unhinged awakened and helped the government put him down. You know how it is. Effie stared at him for a while, then threw her head back and laughed. Oh? And when you did you think that you'll be the unhinged awakened, one day? Sunny smiled tiredly. To be honest, he had been a little bit unhinged back then, already. Chapter 25:14. Too old. You absolute cretins. Goddamn ingrates. Complete and utter morons. Atrocious, abominable addlepates. The Homicide Division captain's face was so red that Sunny was starting to get seriously concerned about the old man's health. He was positively apoplectic, shouting at the top of his lungs, howling, almost. Spit was flying every which way, and his entire desk was shaking, as if scared of the old man's rage. Sunny and Effie were standing on the carpet in front of the desk, looking down like naughty children. But, Captain! Shut the hell up! Shut your damn mouth, you damn miscreant! The captain slammed his fist into the table with so much force that the screen of his primitive computer jumped, and his coffee mug flew off the wooden surface. Unsatisfied, he hit the desk a few more times, making it seem like the desktop would crack. Sunny looked at the captain with concern, making the man go pale with fury. You reprobate dimwits! Foul degenerates! Horrid, heinous, obscene lowlifes! You absolute buffoons! Do you have no brains whatsoever between the two of you, huh? Answer me, you fetid scumbags! Sunny glanced at Effie, hesitated for a moment, and then said carefully. Well. The captain growled, looking ready to flip his desk over. I said shut the hell up. He huffed and puffed, glaring at them with pure, unadulterated loathing. Sunny sighed. You see, we thought. The captain threw a paperweight at him. The paperweight missed Sunny by about a meter and shattered the frame of a fancy certificate of recognition behind him. Oh, you can think now? There are thoughts in your dull, defective heads now. You lousy, pestilent dumbass. Depraved, deplorable, detestable simpletons. You sordid varlets. Go die in a ditch, bastards. Sunny winced. That's taking it too far. After all, they looked half dead, already. Both Sunny and Effie were covered in bandages, with bruises and plaster everywhere. He even had one of his arms resting in a sling. Effie decided to make her presence known at that moment. Captain, please calm down. Sadly, her words had the opposite effect. Instead of calming down, the captain drew a hoarse breath and shook, resembling a boiling kettle. Sunny almost expected to see steam coming out of his ears. Calm down. Calm down. You calm down. Calm the hell down, you filthy, abhorrent, ghastly malcontents. Lame-brain halfwits. Delinquent hoodlums. Depraved, contemptible assholes. You repugnant wretches. Now he wasn't even making any sense. Luckily, the captain seemed to have run out of steam, or out of expletives, perhaps. He fell heavily back on his chair, eased up his tie, and unbuttoned the top button of his white shirt. After catching his breath, the captain gritted his teeth and looked at them with scathing malice. You? He raised a shaky hand and picked up a binder from his desk. Let me go over your incredible feats, bastards. Where should I start? The old man shook the binder in the air. Damaged road surface, destroyed barriers of a freeway exit ramp, a lane divider completely obliterated, that's just city property, you gals. There's private property, as well. Do you like driving on pavements? The captain took a ragged breath. Do you know how much all of this costs? You pair of cowboys can work for the rest of your goddamn lives, and your combined paychecks won't be enough to cover the cost. Your damn grandchildren will still be paying for all the mayhem you caused long after you two are buried in cheap, budget caskets. He covered his face with a palm. Now, where did I stop? Oh, damages, forget about the damages. Damages are the least of your troubles. Multiple injuries among civilian drivers, all lawsuits waiting to happen. One criminal is in a morgue, one is in the ICU with multiple rib fractures and a collapsed lung, still unconscious. Someone will have to pay his hospital bill, as well. By Mirage, couldn't you have killed him too, at least? Sonny and Effie glanced at each other again. Sonny coughed. Well, if you want, that can still be. The captain frenetically searched for his paperweight, then remembered that he had already tossed it at Sonny, and threw a decorative statuette at him instead. This time, the statuette shattered the frame of a photo portrait. Die! Go die, you lunatic! The old man shook, then groaned. Actually, forget about the damages, the lawsuits, and the hospital bills. Mordret of the Valor Group. Why did you have to grab him, of all people? Without a warrant. Sonny cleared his throat. You see, Captain. We were reasonably sure that his life was in danger. So, we took him into protective custody, sort of, and what would you know? We were right. Effie nodded energetically. Right. Those guys were trying to kill him, and we saved his life. So, we are basically heroes. Yeah. The captain just stared at her with resignation. Letting out a groan, he leaned back and whispered in a tired voice. I'm too old for this crap. I'm too old. He remained silent for a long while, and then barked so loudly that the glass in the windows trembled. Then how did he disappear? How the hell did he vanish from your goddamn protective custody? Sonny took a deep breath. Well, sir, you see, his sister appeared and drove off with him. We haven't seen him since. The captain banged his head against the desk. His sister. The same sister who escaped from a mental asylum yesterday. Sonny nodded, then offered in a helpful tone. Yes, sir. Her name is Morgan. I know what her damn name is. I knew. The captain straightened slowly and looked at them with a distant expression. Then, he sighed and shook his head. In any case, both of you are suspended effective immediately. Until further notice, or indefinitely. Sonny and Effie both raised their heads at the sound of that. Captain! Sir! The captain barked. Don't sir me. You don't even understand how royally you screwed up, do you? And not just that, you screwed me over in the process. He gritted his teeth. You are lucky to be suspended, idiots. Be thankful that I'm not putting you behind bars. I would love nothing more. But that will only add to the mountain of crap I need to shovel. So, surrender your badges and get the hell out of my sight. Now! Sonny and Effie looked at each other. Honestly, they did not particularly care about having these badges. But out of respect for the elderly captain, they both acted appropriately crushed. Effie hung her shoulders, walked up to the desk, and silently placed her badge on it. Sonny took out his own and did the same. After placing the badge on the desk and before letting go of it, though, he looked at the captain and said, You can take our badges, Captain, but you can't take our resolve. That nonsense sounded like something the devil detective would have said. So, he said it. The captain looked at him tiredly. Then, he sighed. I'm going to kill you. Opening a drawer, he took out a holstered gun and started to pull the clasp open. I mean, I'm going to kill you right now. Sonny hurriedly let go of his badge and stepped away. Goodbye, Captain. Keep up the good work. A moment later, both he and Effie were gone, having retreated from the captain's office with startling haste. The old man looked down at the 2 badges laying on his desk. He sighed heavily. Too old, I'm too old. I'm too old for this crap. Chapter 25:15. Last meal. It was a bit funny, the badge was such a small thing, but Sonny felt almost naked without it. Suspended and tossed out of the police force, he and Effie found themselves standing in front of the Mirage PD headquarters, staring at the falling rain with somber expressions. It had taken a lot of time for them to be treated, interrogated, and then berated by the captain, so the sun was already setting. Both were in a subdued mood. Eventually, Sonny sighed. Feels strange. I've never been fired before, you know. Effie scratched the back of her head. Me neither. Sonny contemplated something for a moment. Actually, I've never really been employed before either. Effie tilted her head a little. Me neither. Wait, does working for the government count? He considered her question seriously, then shook his head. No. You joined the government as a saint, that's like being a boss, not an employee. Effie nodded with a chuckle. I guess so. But, hey. Technically, you were employed by Nephis during the Domain War, as a mercenary. She paid you, so that was a job. Sonny frowned. No, it wasn't. Also, technically, Nephis had not paid him yet. He had asked her to owe him a favor as payment in return for his services, and never mentioned it again. Before he could explain that, however, Effie gave him a mischievous look. Just because you slept with the boss doesn't mean that you weren't employed, right? Sonny punched her in the shoulder and grimaced when that made his battered body flare with pain. Right. But she did not employ me. I tricked her into thinking that she employed me, but really, it has always been my goal to participate in the war on her side. I joined voluntarily. Effie blinked a few times. Who? Wait, really? Sonny looked at her in surprise. Yes. Wait, you didn't know? Why did you think I planted the nameless temple in the middle of Godgrave? Because living in a death zone is fun. Effie stared back at him, baffled. I mean, I just assumed that you are a reclusive misanthrope. So yeah. Sonny laughed. I'm not. No, I mean. I am, but that was not why I rooted my citadel in Godgrave. I just predicted where the war would take place, established a presence there, and let the rumors about me spread, knowing that the great clans would take the bait and come find me eventually. Effie shook her head in bewilderment. Wow. How devious. Were you planning to make a move on Nephis from the very start, too? Sonny smiled and looked into the distance. No. Quite the opposite. My plan was to never take my mask off in front of anyone, let alone her. Needless to say, that plan failed spectacularly. Thank the gods. Effie chuckled. Oh. She looked at him with earnestness and said in a touched tone. Anyway, I am starving to death. Dinah. Sonny did not answer for a few moments, remembering the delicious food served in the unassuming diner. Sure. I'm starving too. He remained motionless for a while, facing the rain, and then asked. Do you know what sucks, though? Effie raised an eyebrow. What? Sonny closed his eyes and grimaced. My PTV is a pile of charred scrap metal now. How are we even supposed to get anywhere? She blinked a few times. Oh. Oh. Effie lingered for a little while, then sighed. You're right. That does suck. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sunny and Effie could not rendezvous with the others immediately because they were being watched. Shaking off a tail was not easy without a vehicle either, which meant that they had to buy some time and keep a low profile for a while. So, having learned the strange rituals of hailing a taxi in Mirage City, they soon arrived at the familiar diner. The city outside was drowning. The rain, which had been oppressively persistent when they first arrived at Mirage City, was simply unnatural now. It poured and poured from the dark heavens, inescapable, never letting up. In fact, it seemed to only grow heavier as time passed. The rivers and canals were on the verge of overflowing, and the lakes were slowly devouring more and more of their shores. The flooding in the lowlands had already begun. Countless people were being evacuated, and even more were moving to temporary shelters on higher ground themselves. Because of that, the roads were terribly congested, with car horns blaring constantly as numerous vehicles became hopelessly stuck. A few of these congested roads had been flooded, as well, so people had to abandon their PTVs and escape on foot. Somewhere far away, behind the dams, great reservoirs of water were swelling, too. But everything was fine in the vicinity of the decrepit diner. The floods had not reached this part of the city, and the locals were not in a hurry to move anywhere, either. After all, their neighborhood sat atop a tall hill, so short of a catastrophic failure of the northern dam, nothing could really threaten them. The dining hall was just as empty as always, and the grumpy waitress disappeared into the staff area after delivering their food. Sunny and Effie dedicated themselves to the sin of gluttony for a while, briefly forgetting all their scrapes and aches. When they were done, Sunny leaned back in satisfaction and sighed. Sort of feels like our last meal, doesn't it? It was in more senses than one. Their adventure in Mirage City was swiftly moving toward a conclusion, not because they were ready to conquer the Palace of Imagination, but simply because the Castellan was steadily escalating its attacks. Whether Sunny and his companions were ready or not, there was not much time left for them. In a few days, maybe even as soon as tomorrow, the final confrontation between them and the Castellan was going to take place. No matter how it ended, Sunny and Effie were unlikely to return to this secluded diner and enjoy the food served here by an unfriendly waitress. They would either win and return to the real world, or die. Either way, this was indeed their last meal here. Effie looked at the empty plates with a somber expression, then sighed. Well, if that is the case, should we order another one of everything? Chapter 25:16. Surrender. Some time later, they shared a kettle of fragrant tea while digesting their food in peace. Sunny warmed his hands on the cheap metal cup, letting the hot steam wash over his bruised face and chase some of the soreness away. Effie had stretched her legs under the table and crossed them, staring at her tea with a distant expression. Somewhere outside the diner, many sets of eyes were secretly observing them. Some of them belonged to the mysterious force that wanted Mordred dead, and was hoping to reach him by following the two detectives who had seen them last. There was another pair of eyes, as well. Sunny could not be entirely sure, but he was confident that the real Mordred was spying on them, as well. He had been protecting his nicer twin from the shadows, so not knowing where the CEO of Vela had been taken to was not something the Prince of Nothing could or would tolerate. But there was nothing Sunny could do about any of that just yet. Glancing at Effie, he took a sip of tea and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Effie was distracted from her thoughts and looked at him without her usual carefree smile. She remained silent for a while, then said, "The future." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "The future?" Effie nodded. "Yes. Not tomorrow, or the day after that. Not even the fourth nightmare and supremacy, but about what happens next." He considered her words for a few moments. So, the end of the world. He meant it quite literally. The waking world was already being slowly devoured by the dream realm, and that process was only going to accelerate exponentially in the coming years. Before too long, there would be no waking world at all. It could last for another decade, or maybe even a few, but no longer than that. Effie studied Sunny silently, then asked, "When we become supreme, you and Nephis are going to challenge the fifth nightmare, aren't you?" Sunny hesitated for a while. Actually, he was not sure how to answer that question. He was still undecided. He still did not know if he was ready to fight for his fate and the bonds that came with it, or abandon it forever and look for a different path to apotheosis than the one offered by the spell. Eventually, he shrugged. If there is no better way, sure. Now that he was reminded about the complicated choice looming over him, his thoughts turned in that direction. Effie hesitated for a while. The fifth nightmare. Apotheosis. It changes you, doesn't it? Makes you more divine. But it also makes you leave some of your humanity behind. Still consumed by his thoughts, Sunny raised an eyebrow. In a way. That is what I heard, at least. Why? Effie looked down. I am just wondering what will become of me after I attain supremacy. Will I be able to stop there, or will I be forced to continue walking forward? And if I do, what I will have to leave behind? She smiled wistfully. It will be ironic, won't it? If the only way to protect what I cherish most is to abandon it. I am not sure that I would want to do something like that. That I am capable of it. Sunny remained silent for a long time. That would be quite ironic, yes. Life is full of irony that way, I find. Gods knew his life was. Letting out a sigh, Sunny focused on his tea. After enjoying its warmth for a while, he asked, Hey, Effie. Can I ask you a question? She smiled faintly. Go ahead. Sunny chewed his lips for a few seconds. It is sort of a moral conundrum. Let's say that you love someone, and they love you back, but you can't be with that person unless you surrender to their will completely. Unless you trust them completely. Would you still do it? Effie stared at him with a neutral expression for a while. Then, she frowned in confusion. Sure. What's the problem? Sunny blinked a few times. Now, I don't think you understand. In this scenario, the other person will have the ability to control you. They'll be able to end your life if they want, or force you to do things that you don't want to do. They might not ever use that ability, but they'll have it. You will be at their mercy, always and absolutely. Effie continued to stare at him in confusion. Yeah. And? Sunny was baffled, too. What was this reaction? What do you mean, yeah? That's a serious problem, you know. How can you surrender yourself to someone else, just like that? Effie laughed quietly. That's just marriage, though. Sunny stared at her in complete bewilderment. What do you mean? Effie smiled and took a sip of her tea, then shrugged. Well, what you described simply sounds like marriage, what marriage is supposed to be, at least. Marriage is all about trust, after all. You have to trust your partner, and they have to trust you. Naturally, nothing is absolute, and trust is not absolute either. She leaned forward and gave him an amused look. But, Sunny, imagine entrusting your infant child to someone when you have to leave, defenseless, fragile, vulnerable, infinitely precious. That is what spouses all over the world do every day, and that is the level of trust they have in each other. If I trust my husband enough to surrender my son to his care, why would I not trust him with my own life? My life seems trifling in comparison. Effie shook her head and chuckled. Trusting them completely, giving them the power to influence what you do, and being at their mercy, always, and absolutely. That's just marriage. You are supposed to surrender to the person you love, that's what love is. So, as long as the feeling is mutual, I don't see what the problem is. Not much of a conundrum, if you ask me. Sunny just stared at her, completely stunned. That was definitely not a perspective he had ever considered before, or had even imagined before. It was entirely ridiculous, bringing down his mystical existential dilemma down to earth so thoroughly that it suddenly seemed ordinary and mundane, not even worth mentioning. As if there was no dilemma at all. That's just what love is. Surrendering to someone. Trusting them completely. Sunny stared at Effie some more, then slowly shook his head. You're a crazy woman, you know that. Effie scoffed. Oh, really? Remind me, which one of us frequents a psychiatrist? Sunny took a deep breath and looked down. He really did not want to answer. But sadly, he had to. I do. Effie nodded with satisfaction. Exactly, so don't go around pointing fingers at people, especially at crazy people. They might bite it off. Grinning, she raised her cup and finished her tea. Outside, a stormy night was falling upon Mirage City. Chapter 25:17. Trust. Everything good had to come to an end. And so, Sunnis and Effie's last meal in the desolate, but cozy diner had come to an end as well. They parted ways under the torrential rain that threatened to swallow Mirage City. It seemed unwise to separate while the Castellan was hunting them, but they had to keep playing their roles. Effie had to return to her family. More importantly, they wanted to split the team spying on them in two, so that escaping its surveillance was easier later. Sunny looked at Effie and lingered for a few moments just before they went their own ways. You, be careful. Effie met his gaze calmly and smiled after a long stretch of silence. You too, partner. With that, she was gone. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then inhaled deeply and started walking. His PTV had been destroyed, the subway system of Mirage City was paralyzed due to the flooding, and there were no taxis around because of the congested roads. So, he headed for the nearest bus stop. As Sunny walked and then rode on a crowded bus, he kept thinking about what Effie had said. Surrender yourself to the person you love, trust them completely. And have faith in them, knowing that they will not abuse the power you gave them. Sunny scoffed. It was easy for Effie to say. But actually, perhaps she was the best person to say it. After all, out of all his closest friends, Effie was the only one who had a family. She had a husband whom she loved, and who loved her back. They had built a life together and were raising a child, a transcendent child, at that. It could not have been easy to care for little Ling, in fact, it must have been uniquely challenging. No one had ever faced such a challenge before, and yet, the two of them conquered all the obstacles side by side. That must have taken them an immense amount of trust in each other, and judging by how radiant and happy little Ling was, they were doing a good job. However, that was not even what qualified Effie to give Sunny that piece of advice. There was a different reason, as well. It was easy to forget because of how vibrant and full of vitality Effie was, and because of how vivacious and tremendously vigorous the alluring image of Raised by Wolves was, but she had not always been the tantalizing picture of health and potency she was today. Effie had spent more than half of her life confined to a wheelchair and barely able to move, in a world that had no patience or mercy for anyone, let alone people whom it considered defective and useless, like her. It was neither cheap nor easy to keep someone like her alive, and her family had not been affluent. She had a healthy sibling, as well. Taking care of a sick child was a heavy burden, and in the end, it had more or less brought her family to ruin. They loved and cared for her, but they must have resented her quite a lot in their darker moments, as well. They had all the reasons to abandon her, but they never did. Effie was only alive today because her family had stubbornly refused to give up and instead took care of her, going against ruthlessly pragmatic societal norms at a great personal cost. She had been completely and utterly powerless and at their mercy, depending on them for her most basic needs, more so than Sunny had ever depended on anyone, shadow bond or not. So, she knew a thing or two about trust, about loving someone who held power over your life in their grasp, and trusting that they would never abuse it. Exiting the bus and diving into the rain, Sunny sighed. Sure, Effie did not have all the context. He did not explain to her what the shadow bond was and how it worked in detail. However, that might have been for the best. Maybe she saw something that he had failed to see, distracted by the mystical runes and a decade worth of scathing, complicated emotions. Maybe at the root of it all, it was not about a dead god and the shadows he had cast. It was not about a divine aspect or its innate ability. It was not even about fate, or lack thereof. It was simply about trust. Or maybe not. What makes one a slave, anyway? If a tyrant put a collar on the neck of a powerless man or woman, and then forced them to serve him, they were enslaved. Theirs was a pitiful fate. But if a knight gave an oath of loyalty to a noble monarch, swearing to serve them faithfully until the day they die, they were noble. Theirs was a virtuous life of esteem and respect. Both of these paths led to servitude, but one was a curse, while the other was a blessing. There were other kinds of devotion, as well. I guess, in the end, it all came down to choice. It was choice that separated a slave from a knight, a curse from a blessing. And Sonny had to make a choice. He was in a position to make a choice. Unlike a slave, who had all their choices taken from them. Damnation! It was late at night when Sonny finally made it to his destination. He did not return home, though. Instead, he was standing in front of a moderately affluent apartment complex, checking something on the cracked screen of his primitive communicator. Should be the place. Effie had gone home, but the devil detective was not going to be stopped by something as prosaic as being suspended and stripped of his authority as a police officer. He was still going to continue the investigation. That was why Sonny had pulled some strings, utilizing a few contacts from the devil detective's memory, and received an address. Soon enough, he was standing in front of a particular door, pressing the buzzer. The man who opened the door looked at him with a bit of wariness and a bit of confusion. Detective Sunless? To what do I owe the pleasure? Is there news about Mr. Mordret? It was none other than the other Mordret's personal assistant, the person who knew the most about where the CEO of the Vela Group went and what he did. I wanted to ask you a few questions, and yes, there is. Sonny gave the man an amicable smile. And then punched him in the stomach. Chapter 25:18. Denial. The roof of the abandoned church had finally given up, so drops of water were falling from the ceiling here and there. There were puddles in the corners of the main hall, as well as behind the altar, but everywhere else was still relatively dry. The other Mordret was sitting on one of the benches, studying the stained glass windows curiously. He looked somewhat worse for wear, but mostly fine. His stylish suit was wrinkled and charred in a few places, his hair was wet and disheveled, and he smelled of gasoline and smoke, but there were no serious wounds on his body and no blood on his clothes. Morgan came over and looked at him darkly, then handed him a bottle of water and a triangular rice roll with tuna filling. Here. Eat. He took the offered food, looked up at her, and smiled. Thank you, Morgan. I am so glad that you are all right. She stared at him coldly for a few seconds, then silently turned away. Walking over to a different part of the abandoned church, she studied the psychiatrist, Dr. Saint. The eerily beautiful woman was just standing near a wall, staring at her hands in a daze. A torrent of pure darkness was swirling around them like a dancing stream, forming into a black knife from time to time. You should eat, too. Morgan handed her another portion of tuna kimbap. Saint flinched and looked away from the swirling darkness, which caused it to collapse and dissolve without a trace. Oh, thank you, Miss Morgan. She took the triangular snack hesitantly, then struggled to unwrap it. Morgan studied her clumsy attempts with an aloof expression, then took the rice roll back and cut the plastic wrapping with a nail. It parted easily, and she offered the snack back to Saint in a moment. So you've regained some of your powers, huh? Saint looked at her with wide eyes. What? No, I did no such thing. Morgan scoffed. Oh, really? How do you explain that stream of true darkness, then? The taciturn beauty smiled timidly. What is there to explain? Isn't it obvious? She sighed. I am obviously experiencing audio-visual hallucinations as a result of the psychotic break I suffered due to shock. This is textbook acute stress disorder. Regaining some confidence, Saint nodded. Yes, exactly. It is a reasonable self-deception narrative to construct a delusion of having destructive supernatural powers when experiencing the feeling of helplessness in a life-threatening situation. Morgan raised an eyebrow. Did your self-deception narrative tear a car door clean off to pull that fool over there out of the burning car, as well? Saint hesitated for a moment. Hysterical strength is a well-documented stress response explained by the sudden release of adrenaline. Morgan frowned, then pulled a barely recognizable lump of metal from the pocket of her hoodie. This revolver tends to disagree. These are not hallucinations, Doctor. You know they aren't. Saint remained silent for a while, then trembled and raised her chin a little. So, what? Do you expect me to believe all those outlandish things Detective Sunless said? How this world is not real, and how he's a demigod, who is also my master? Morgan shrugged. I have no idea what the Lord of Shadows told you, actually. But it was probably true. Saint scoffed, then pointed to Mordret. Then why does Mr. Mordret not share in this delusion? Is he also under a spell? No. What was it? Is he also not a complete person, or has a stalwart attribute that makes him immune to mind attacks? Morgan glanced back at the other Mordret, then shook her head. No. Of course not. She remained silent for a few moments. The reason why he refuses to admit the truth is far more prosaic. Saint frowned. And what would that prosaic reason be? Morgan smiled darkly. You're the therapist. You tell me. Not getting an answer, she chuckled coldly. It is really very simple. Morgan crossed her arms and leaned on the wall, looking at the other Mordret with a somber expression. He is simply in denial. Saint seemed disturbed by that answer, lowering her gaze to the floor. Morgan lingered for a few moments, then exhaled slowly. Well, it is not surprising, if you think about it. He has spent close to 2 decades in Mirage City, living a beautiful life that he knew was an illusion. Being loved by people whom he knew were not real. He must have had to convince himself to forget the truth, at some point, in order to stay sane. She looked away from the other incarnation of her brother. But he still knows. It is obvious that he has never really forgotten from how he lives. A man such as him should have everything in the world, would be surrounded by amazing people, but actually, Mr. Mordret is a very solitary person. He has no friends, no confidants, no lovers. The only people he is close to are the members of his family, whom he couldn't give up. Morgan smiled sadly. But who am I to judge? Gods know, I had been infatuated by an illusion of family for decades, myself. She remained silent for a while, then looked down and shook her head. Point is, he knows perfectly well that the world around him is not real. He just refuses to admit it, because admitting it would mean giving up the illusion he holds dear. The illusion of us. Speaking the truth aloud would mean rejecting the premise of his entire life. So, he denies it. Morgan looked at Mordret and raised her voice a little. Isn't that right, dear brother? Mordret turned his head and looked at her with a concerned smile. Sorry, I am not quite sure what you mean, Morgan. It all sounds very strange. Maybe it would be wise to return to the hospital and continue your treatment. You seem a little unwell. Morgan laughed. Do you see, Dr. Saint? You are experiencing hallucinations. Detective Sunless is your patient, and I am an escaped lunatic, but actually, the only person among us who could use your professional help is the one who seems sane. He's the only one who is suffering from delusion. She remained silent for a while, and then sighed. He's still better than the other one, I guess. What a joke! Chapter 25:19. Deserving the truth. There was a long stretch of silence. Mordret was enjoying the snack that Morgan had given him, while Saint was simply staring at her. Amused by her aloof gaze, Morgan raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want to say something, Dr. Saint? The eerily beautiful woman did not speak for a while, then shook her head slightly. Why don't you dispel his delusion, then? Go and tell them the supposed truth. Make him confront reality if you really believe that this world is an illusion. Morgan smiled faintly. I think not. That would be too cruel, even for me. Saint let out a joyless laugh. Funny, that. What an unexpected display of empathy. Weren't you planning to kill him, Miss Morgan? Hearing that, Mordret stirred a little. He studied Morgan for a few moments, then smiled tranquilly and returned to his food as if nothing had happened. Morgan frowned at Saint, but did not respond. Instead, she looked away. Her expression seemed troubled for a brief moment, even if she hid it almost immediately. Some time later, she pursed her lips and scoffed. "You are not wrong. Sure, what the hell, let me at least get something useful out of him, while there is still time." Walking over to where Mordret was finishing his meal, she sat down on the bench opposite him and studied his face with a dark expression. "You heard everything, didn't you?" Mordret gave her another smile. "I did. I can't say that I am not concerned about your mental state, Morgan, but at least you are talking to your doctor." "That is good." Morgan smiled dangerously. "You won't admit anything unless I force you, I guess." He blinked a few times, seemingly confused. "Admit what?" Morgan remained silent for a long while. Then, she sighed. "The Morgan you know is a soft, sweet girl from an affluent family, a little bit spoiled and a little bit arrogant at times, but overall mundane. The real Morgan, however, me, is not mundane. I am transcendent. And therefore, I possess both an aspect and a flaw. Do you want to know what my flaw is, dear brother?" She took off her gloves slowly, then reached forward and took the water bottle from his hand. Her fingers seemed to leave scratches on the transparent plastic. "It's that I cut everything I touch. A very troublesome trait, as you can imagine, can't say that it hasn't led to an accident or two, some more regrettable than others." She slid her index finger across the plastic bottle, and it suddenly fell apart, splashing water onto the floor. Mordret stared at the cleanly cut bottle incredulously. "That is a neat trick. Was that a prop bottle?" Morgan smiled in response to his lively expression. "See, there are two possibilities in front of you now. One is that I am a mundane woman suffering from a mental illness. The other is that I am a saint cursed by a cruel flaw. You cling to the former and pretend to be ignorant of the latter, but let me help you admit the truth." Morgan dropped the lower half of the severed bottle. "Here. I'll give you a choice." She lingered for a few moments, her breathing growing heavier, then slowly raised her hand and pressed her index finger lightly against the tender skin of her slender neck, as if prepared to drag her fingertip across it, mimicking slitting her own throat. Her smile widened a little, and the hue of her beautiful scarlet eyes seemed to turn a little darker. "I am immune to my flaw, usually, but that is only because of my rank. Funnily enough, now that I am in a mundane body, my own flesh is not durable enough to withstand the sharp edge of my flaw." Her gaze turned colder all of a sudden. "If you still insist on believing that I am delusional, then there is nothing to fear. But if you know that I am telling the truth and don't do anything, then you will watch me die." Mordret was still watching her with a pleasant smile. However, his smile seemed to falter for a split second. Morgan closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and then slowly opened them again. "Doing anything will be as good as admitting the truth. So what will it be, dear brother?" Before Mordret could respond, she put pressure on her finger. Her muscles tensed subtly, showing that she was ready to drag it forcefully across her neck. The finger slid a few centimeters to the right. But then, it stopped, because Mordret had shot forward to grab her by the wrist. A few drops of blood rolled down her slender neck. Mordret remained motionless for a few moments, looking at Morgan with panicked eyes, then drew a shallow breath and slowly pulled her hand away from her neck. Morgan smiled, a hint of sadness appearing in her scarlet eyes. "And there it is. Admission." Mordret released her wrist and lowered his shaking hand, then looked down with a rattled expression. After a few moments of silence, he said softly, "Why would you do that?" Pulling a luxurious silk pocket square out of his breast pocket, Mordret pressed it gently against the small cut on her neck. "Please, don't hurt yourself." Seemingly indifferent to his soft touch, Morgan stared at him somberly for a while. Eventually, she spoke in an even tone. "The last time you saw me was when I was, 2 years old? And I don't remember you at all. Why do you even care?" Mordret smiled sadly. Because you are my sister, Morgan. Then, he looked away and let out a sigh. But you are not my Morgan, are you? Her sharp gaze finally lost some of its intensity. Morgan studied Mordret for a few moments. Indeed. Then, she suddenly laughed brightly and looked at Saint. Would you look at that? A complete recovery, it's a miracle. Thank you for the advice, Dr. Saint. Oh my, you really are the best psychiatrist in Mirage City. Chapter 25:20. Other you. Saint did not respond, looking at Mordret with a frozen expression. She seemed stunned by his betrayal. Before, there was at least one person who refused to share in the insanity. But now, even he was gone, having chosen to join the lunatics. She was left all alone. There was a subtle sense of giving up in her beautiful, glistening eyes. Morgan shook her head and looked back at Mordret. Well, now that all the pretenses are gone, shall we have an honest conversation, dear brother? Mordret slowly retracted his hand and looked down. He stayed silent for a while, his shoulders hanging low. Eventually, he said quietly, "Sure, of course. Whatever you want, Morgan." She studied him with an impassive expression. "Aren't you curious about anything? Don't you have questions for me?" Mordret slowly shook his head. Morgan sighed and leaned back a little. "Well, then, let me bring you up to speed. You've missed a lot of interesting events. After all, granted, regaling you with these tales might be a bit too cruel a punishment. But then again, you're not exactly innocent, are you?" Hearing that, Mordret finally looked up. "What am I guilty of, exactly?" His tone was tentative. Morgan smiled darkly. "I've learned a few interesting things from the detectives. On the day your car was pushed off the bridge, your driver did not just die from the injuries received in the crash, did he? He was killed with a sharp blade. Your other half must have held that knife, but you covered for him. That is what you are guilty of." Mordred's expression grew a little troubled. "He was just trying to protect me." Morgan chuckled. "I am sure he was. Did you convince yourself that he had thrown you into the Great Mirror to protect you, as well? Come on. I know you are not stupid, you have to be devilishly smart, rather, being his mirror copy." Mordret did not respond, prompting her to smile derisively. "I bet there is no point in asking you who the Castellan is. Naturally, he would have kept that information from you, lest you gain full control of the Palace of Imagination and escape." There was no answer. Morgan scoffed. "Let me tell you about how the other Mordret fared in the real world, then. Your life here must have been quite sweet, even if none of it was real. Surrounded by a loving family and living in a peaceful world, you must have hoped that he was having a great time outside, as well. Ah, but I'll have to disappoint you. He wasn't." Mordret flinched slightly. She looked into the distance with a wistful expression. "I assume you still remember that our real mother passed away. We only had our father left, but when your other self returned to Bastion, father never really accepted him as his own. There was something seriously wrong with my dear brother. To be fair, he was eerie, off-putting, exceptionally cruel, and knew no remorse whatsoever. The Dreamspawn must have done a real number on you, huh?" Morgan shook her head. The other Mordred was also exceptionally talented, intelligent, and immensely powerful for a mere awakened. But our father had already doubted his heritage, distrusted him because of the years you spent being raised by the Dreamspawn, and was troubled about his odd personality. So, this exceptional power only made young Mordret seem more dangerous. Soon enough, Clan Vela decided to get rid of him. Mordret looked down, his face twisted. Morgan continued. "So, we killed him. Only he did not really die, and no matter how we tried, he remained alive. In the end, we built an inescapable trap for him instead. It is funny, really, you are the one who is supposed to be imprisoned, but actually, he was the one who ended up in a cage. And it was a far less comfortable cage than the Palace of Imagination, mind you." She sighed. Oh, but he massacred his guards and escaped the inescapable prison eventually. After that, he became a master, then a saint. He conspired with our enemies to destroy us, perpetrated one horrific massacre after another, and rampaged across the two worlds like a bloodthirsty beast. Morgan smiled darkly. What else is there to say? Oh, our father is dead, by the way. Beheaded at the end of a wasteful war he had started. Kisong is dead, too. Bastion has a new master, and Clan Valor is no more. You and me, both of you, are all that's left, apart from a few members of the branch families. Mordret drew in a shaky breath. He remained silent for a while, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Morgan. What about the Dreamspawn? She lingered for a few moments. He was betrayed by our father and sealed away. No one has seen or heard from him in a long, long while. Mordret let out a small sigh. I see. That is, good, I guess. Morgan studied him intently, then said evenly. Now, it is time for me to ask questions. She leaned forward a little and smiled. I shared what my flaw is with you, so it's only fair to ask. You've been split in half, haven't you? That is why there are two of you, two halves of the same whole. A good twin and a bad twin. A man and his hideous reflection. Is that your flaw? Which one of you is the real Mordret, and which one of you is the reflection? Mordret looked at her with a sad smile. He remained silent for a while, and then shook his head. No, you are wrong. He paused, then sighed and leaned back. Both of us are real, and our flaw did not split us in half. Instead, it shattered us, it shattered into 7 pieces. Morgan blinked a couple of times, stunned. What? There are 7 of you. Mordret's smile dimmed. He lingered for a few moments, and then said in a mournful tone. There were 7 of us. In the beginning, but now, there are only 2. Chapter 25-21. Broken Mirror. Mordret remained silent for a while. Eventually, he sighed and looked up at the colorful windows of the abandoned church, the Church of Mirage, the demon of imagination. As if mourning the illusion of her creation that he was choosing to forsake. Still looking up, he spoke in a wistful tone. We were 4 when our father handed us to the Dreamspawn. That was soon after America fell, and both Immortal Flame and his daughter perished. Father wasn't quite himself back then. Not that I remember it well. Mordret hesitated for a few moments. I don't think he ever liked us that much, even if I don't know why. Granted, we were indeed an odd child, in more senses than one. We were born with a rare condition that reversed the location of our organs, for example. And we did not learn to speak for a long while, unlike normal children. In fact, it wasn't long after we spoke our first word that we became the Dreamspawn's ward. Morgan smiled darkly. I don't think you should be worried on that account. Our father did not really like anyone that much, an odd child or not. Mordret gave her a furtive glance. In any case, they were both mere masters back then. I spent a couple of years with the Dreamspawn and his followers in the waking world. We moved a lot, exploring all 4 quadrants and South America. We even went on an expedition to Europe, exploring the ruins of old human cities. Then, after the Dreamspawn became transcendent, he took me to the Dream Realm. I haven't been to the waking world since. Morgan leaned forward a little. What was he like? The Dreamspawn. Mordret lingered with the answer, then shook his head. He was strangely detached, but full of curiosity. Determined, driven, as if searching for something. Everything on Earth seemed to amuse him a little. Looking back, there were too many odd things both about him and about his followers, but I did not know any better. For me, that was simply how things were. I just languished because of his indifference, and longed for his attention. He sighed. In the Dream Realm, it was often just the 2 of us. The Dreamspawn had a citadel and awakened retainers, but he spent most of his time exploring ancient ruins in the faraway regions of the Dream Realm, and he took me with him. Me and his most loyal servants, that was, some of them were echoes of nightmare creatures, some of them were echoes of people. A quiet bunch, to say the least. Mordret smiled bitterly. Back then, I convinced myself that he took me with him because he cared about me above everyone else. And he did, just not in the way I believed. I was simply too valuable to be entrusted to anyone. Because there was something he needed from me. He looked down. In any way, eventually, I turned 12 and faced my first nightmare. That was when I gained my aspect and my flaw, and was shattered into 7 pieces. Mordret inhaled deeply. We were 7 shards of the same person. Each of us inherited some aspects of the original Mordret, but none of us was whole. We were all incomplete. Missing parts that we remembered, but did not possess or were capable of anymore. His gaze grew distant. Mordret remained silent for a while, then exhaled slowly. Who knows? Maybe if things had turned out differently, we could have learned to live that way. We could have learned to rely on each other and make up for what the other ones lacked. We could have acted as a single person who possessed the strength of 7, and the companionship of his missing parts. His expression turned somber. But that was not meant to be. Once we conquered the nightmare, the Dreamspawn took what he needed from us, the blood of War God, and abandoned us callously. He did it easily and emotionlessly, as if we never mattered to him at all. And so, we were left alone. That was when my other self made his choice. Mordret looked away with a regretful expression. Instead of learning how to live with the rest of us, he decided to make himself whole as he could be. So, he killed the rest. A dead silence settled in the abandoned church. Morgan stared at Mordret, her face pale. She did not say anything for a long while, and then asked, a hint of a bewildered smile appearing on her face. So, when you were 12, one of you slaughtered the others. Mordret nodded slowly. It sounds like a decision that only a monster can make, but please understand. All of us were limited by what we were still capable of feeling, thinking, and being. And he was not the most compassionate piece of us. He was the strongest, though, and best suited to be a protector. Mordret sighed. Maybe he did protect us, in a way. In a cruel, terrible way. He killed the other 5 and absorbed them, regaining as many parts of the original Mordret as he could and coming very close to becoming a complete person once again. However, he could not kill me. Not because he was incapable of overpowering me, but simply because one of the parts of the original Mordret I inherited was our death. Mordret closed his eyes for a moment. If I die, we all die, but you must have realized that already. That was why you tried to kill me, wasn't it, Morgan? In any case, that saved me back then. I was the weakest and most vulnerable of us. There are many things I lack, and their absence renders me all but harmless. Which is a death sentence in this world we live in, more or less. So, it is quite ironic that it was I who inherited our death. Almost as ironic as our protector killing us all. He smiled faintly. He must have given you a reason to want to kill him, but please understand. He is still not a complete person, you see. He has regained much of what a human should possess, but not all of it. There is one missing part in particular that lies at the root of what he has become, one small deficiency that influences everything else. Morgan raised an eyebrow. And that is? Mordret sighed. It's regret. While I am capable of feeling it, my other self is not. He is incapable of regretting anything, unlike the first domino, that one missing piece causes much of his claim to being a real human to crumble. He looked at Morgan with a sad smile. But he still wanted to come to Bastion. To find his home again. To belong somewhere again. And he did, he just made sure to hide me somewhere where no one would be able to find me first. So, he hid me under Bastion, in this place. Mordret rubbed his face tiredly. And here we are. Chapter 25-22. An old story. Here you are. Sitting on a plastic chair in a cheap tent bar, Sunny smiled. There were no other customers under the flimsy canopy, and no wonder. With how violent the rain had become and how cold the winds were, most people of Mirage City were huddling at home. Others were in the process of abandoning the flooded areas, so they had more important things to do than stop at a cheap eatery in the middle of a stormy night. Even the usual drunks were nowhere to be seen. Nevertheless, Sunny was not at all surprised to see the class being pulled open as someone came in from the rain. The man looked around the empty tent, then gave him a pleasant smile. "Ah, were you waiting? It breaks my heart a little to see how predictable I have become." Pulling up a plastic chair, Mordret sat opposite Sunny and took off his cap. Drops of water fell from his hair, and he brushed it back, shivering from the cold in his threadbare coat. Sunny pointed to an unopened bottle of soju standing on the table between them. "Here. Warm yourself up." Mordret obliged, then gave him a curious look. "You're not drinking?" Sunny gave him a friendly smile. "The last time I got drunk, I killed someone." "So?" His smile widened a little. "I thought that if I were to kill you, I'd rather do it sober. You know, to fully enjoy the process." Mordret chuckled and poured himself a glass, then emptied it in a single gulp. "So how did you know that I'd come find you again, Sunless?" Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. "It's obvious. We have your other self, after all. You'd want to get him back at all costs, lest Morgan actually finishes him off." He leaned back and sighed. "Of course, I did not really know who you would choose to follow, me or Effie. But I had an inkling that it would be me." Mordret studied him for a while, then shrugged. "Quite astute. Oh, I saw you visiting the other's assistant earlier. I hope you got what you wanted from him." Sunny nodded. I did. I know who is trying to kill us now." Mordret raised an eyebrow. "Really? That was fast." Sunny chuckled. "Well, I have an advantage or two when it comes to solving this case." He looked away with a wistful expression. Actually, pinpointing the assistant as the traitor who kept supplying the mastermind with sensitive information was not that hard. On the day of the first assassination attempt, Mordret changed his plans randomly, but his schedule and route were still leaked. The same happened yesterday. Who had immediate access to that information in both cases, though? Two people, really, the driver and the assistant. Coincidentally, the assistant was the one who drove Mordret yesterday, so he was the only suspect left. Mordret winced. "You know, it is quite unpleasant to hear you refer to that man as Mordret. Insulting, even. I disapprove." Sunny stared at him for a few moments. "Well, tough." He leaned back. In any case, the assistant had some information, but not all of the information. Getting it out of him was not too hard, and piecing it all together wasn't too difficult either, not because I am a genius detective, but because I know more than people in this city know. He sighed. In this story that the Castellan created, what is the connection between the victims of the nihilist? How do we, the uninvited guests, fit into it? Who wants to kill Mordret? And most importantly, why now? It is all a proper mess, and finding what ties it all together is not simple at first glance. Oh, but it is all tied together. Just in an unexpected way. Mordret smiled. "It seems you really do have a suspect in mind." Sunny nodded. "Yes, but, sorry to disappoint, it is not someone exciting. It is, in fact, the most boring contender, the most obvious one, too, whom everyone would suspect from the very start. It's the chairman of the board, the reflection of your dead uncle, Maddock." Mordret seemed a little surprised. It was impossible to tell if his surprise was genuine or if he had known the answer already, though. "Uncle Dearest? How nefarious. To think that he would conspire against his own nephew, but it is a story as old as the world itself. A scorned uncle conspiring to oust a noble prince. A simple power grab, quite trite." Sunny shook his head. "It is Maddock, yes. But a power grab? No. The power will simply return to his brother's hands if Mordret dies, after all." So, he had a different motive. He is desperately trying to bury his own sins. He watched as Mordret poured himself more soju with a look of envy, then looked away. The thread I needed to pull to realize the truth was not whom Maddock tried to silence, but the timing of it all. And for that, I simply needed to get the details of what Mordret has been doing for the last few days out of his assistant. So, do you want to know what provoked all this? Was it his policies? The clash of interests over the Vela Group's future? A political agenda, perhaps? Sonny shook his head with a smile of dark amusement. No, it was all because Mordret unexpectedly decided to implement flood prevention measures in the city. Mordret raised an eyebrow. Does Maddock want the city to suffer more water damage to inflate the numbers in the repair contracts Vela Construction will receive after the floods are over? Sonny shook his head again. Not quite. But it does have to do with Vela Construction, that is where the skeletons are buried. Are being buried, actually, and would have been flawlessly hidden if not for the fact that Mordret suddenly threw a wrench into these plans. By requesting Vela Construction to mobilize its forces before the floods, he inadvertently gave himself a reason to look at it closely. He sighed. The reason Maddock is trying to kill Mordret is because Mordret inevitably noticed a slight discrepancy in the numbers presented by the Vela Construction in their report about the flood prevention efforts and ordered a full audit to be conducted. Sonny smiled wistfully. It is as they say, I guess. No good deed goes unpunished. Mordret chuckled. Oh, I wouldn't know. I am not known for doing good deeds, personally. He paused for a moment and then asked. So what is it that the chairman of the board is so desperate to cover? Sonny shrugged. What else? Embezzlement. He remained silent for a while, and then looked north. It's not the fact of the embezzlement that is important, though, it's what he embezzled the funds from. The last major project of Vela Construction, the restoration of the Northern Dam. Sonny sighed. Which would not have been a problem if not for these abnormally heavy rains. Because of them, the Northern Dam is not going to hold. He looked at Mordret with a neutral expression. Mirage City is going to drown. Chapter 25-23. Art Imitates Life. Sonny took the soju bottle and poured Mordret a glass. Of course, he made sure to hold it with one hand while doing so, since holding it with both would have been too polite. Pushing the glass toward the Prince of Nothing, he leaned back and pursed his lips. There was no nihilist originally. It was just Mirage City hunting down the reflections of your vessels to erase an anomaly. Things have changed after the rest of us arrived, and now, these murders have an actual explanation. Funnily enough, there is still no nihilist anywhere out there. The dreadful serial killer terrorizing the entire city does not exist. Sonny shook his head with a resentful expression. He is just a cover story Maddock has concocted to direct everyone's attention away from the truth. And the truth is that these people were killed by professionals he had hired to silence them, to tie up loose ends. Just like he hired enforcers to kill his nephew Anus. The missing eyes are just a red herring, whatever the hell a herring is, meant to distract the public. He sighed. If you study the backgrounds of the victims, all of them have a connection to the Vela Group. The owner of a building company handling several contracts with Vela Construction, an archivist from an enterprise that provided outsourcing services to the Vela Group, a security guard who was recently reassigned from the renovation site, and so on. Each of them can be traced to Vela Construction and the Northern Dam contract it received from the city. Sonny smiled faintly. So is Mordret. So are two detectives who were sniffing around both him and the supposed serial killer victims. So is Morgan, who must have known something about her uncle's shady dealings, and her psychiatrist. After all, who knows what Morgan let slip in her lengthy therapy sessions with Saint, confined in a mental asylum and pumped full of drugs. Mordret looked at him with interest. That Saint, what an interesting person. I did not know that there was another human with the affinity to nothing somewhere out there. I would not mind getting to know her better, if fortune allows. Sonny stared at his smile for a few moments, then reached forward and pushed his glass over without changing expression. Not paying the spilled soju any attention, he said in an even tone. Anyway, all of the people Maddox killed or tried to kill can be traced to the Northern Dam renovation project. Of course, that alone does not mean anything. All of them can be traced to a great number of things. Chocolate milk, for example. Or the police department, or Mordret himself. Human lives are like that. All of us share countless connections, and anyone can be tied to anything in this colossal web. Unless some misguided fool went and met a nasty bird that severed all these connections. Then, a person would become untraceable, and easily lost. Sunny smiled. Pinpointing a particular connection between all these threads as the reason for what is happening is nearly impossible in a short amount of time, let alone proving it. But I have the advantage of foreknowledge. He moved his chair a little back to prevent the spilled soju from dripping on him. Mirage City is not exactly Bastion, but it is clearly inspired by it. There is the Mirror Lake and the castle. There is also Rivergate, even if it is situated a bit closer to the city. The Northern Dam does not exist in Bastion, though, in the false Bastion, at least. It does exist in true Bastion, turned to ruin. There is another difference between the two, as well, the drowned city at the bottom of the lake. He let out a wistful sigh. The Northern Dam was destroyed in true Bastion, and the resulting flood destroyed the city. Art imitates life. The story the Castellan seems to be telling draws inspiration from the ancient past, as well. After all, the Castellan is a reflection that has dwelled in the great mirror from before the moon above true Bastion was shattered. It witnessed the destruction of the dam and the fall of the city below personally. Sunny shrugged. So, that was how I was able to piece together the clues and realize what was going on. Maddox has embezzled the funds from the renovation project for whatever reason. Maybe he needed to create a slush fund, bribe his way into a political career, or buy himself a new yacht. In any case, the work Vela Construction performed on the dam was shoddy at best, maybe even harmful. Now, the entire city is in jeopardy, and he is silencing everyone who can expose his guilt. Mordret chuckled. Excellent detective work, Sunless. No, truly, I am impressed. You did not exactly have a lot of time to investigate the case, and half of it has been spent fighting hired killers and surviving deadly car crashes. How exciting! It is almost like the old detective stories I used to read as a kid. Sunny was a little disturbed by that statement, reminded that Mordret too had been a human once. He grimaced. Thank you. Being a detective is quite a new experience for me, but I know a thing or two about crime. I have not always been a law-abiding citizen, after all, so I know how criminals think. He took a deep breath, then looked at Mordret. So, now we simply have to take Maddox off the board. Once he is gone, the Castellan will have to reveal itself, to make one last attempt to prevent its illusion from crumbling. Mordret smiled amicably. That won't be easy. Uncle Maddox must have hidden himself in some impregnable fortress by now, surrounded by an army of hired thugs. Getting to him will be difficult, let alone arresting him, so, what is your plan? Sunny smiled, too. Why, it's very simple. He pointed to Mordret. I am planning to use you as bait. Chapter 25-24. The Wise and Benevolent Prince Mordret. Mordret laughed. Me? Goodness gracious. I don't even officially exist in this reality. How are you going to make me into bait? Sunny grinned. How else? By dressing you in a fancy suit and giving you some hair gel, of course. You will take the place of your nicer self and draw Maddox out. Naturally, your life will be in grave danger when you do, but that is a risk I am quite willing to take. He let out a dreamy sigh. Actually, I am looking forward to it. Mordret picked up his overturned glass and emptied the rest of the bottle into it. Taking a sip, he gave Sunny an amused look. But what's in it for me? Sunny shrugged. That is negotiable, but look at yourself. You can put on a brave face, but it is obvious that your time here in the Palace of Imaginations has not been pleasant. I don't think I ever saw you in such a sorry state. Staying alive while the entire Mirage City is hunting you has not been easy, has it? So are you really in a position to make demands? Mordret laughed. He savored his drink, then gave Sunny a curious glance. Have you really not entered the Great Mirror to kill me? Sunny grimaced, uncomfortable with having to answer that question. It threatened to reveal too much of his secrets to Mordret, which was never a good thing. I did not even know that you could be killed outside a soul duel before meeting your better half. So, no. Mordret considered something for a few moments. But now that you know, you probably would not mind killing me. Isn't that the case? Damnation! Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. Sure. There are too many reasons to kill you, and too few to keep you alive. Please don't take offense, actually, please do. I meant it as an insult. Mordret chuckled and finished his drink in one gulp. Well, you are wrong. The reasons to keep me alive might be few, but they outweigh the countless reasons to be rid of me that you and Changing Star seem to have. In fact, forget about why you came here. Why do you think I came here, Sunless? Sunny frowned. Wasn't it to stop Morgan from carving your other self's heart out? Mordret slowly shook his head. That was a reason, but not the reason. In truth, I would have come here even if Morgan had not learned about his existence. He looked Sunny right in the eye and smiled. Gods, you really have no idea, do you? How troubling. Sunny's frown deepened. I do have an idea. In fact, I have several ideas, and the more you keep talking in circles, the more ideas I get. Mordret sighed and looked away. In a rare moment of sincerity, his mask of decorum slipped, revealing a hint of some somber emotion, as well as unease. Then, he put his polite smile back on. Allow me to enlighten you, then. I've been quite heartbroken to learn that you managed to kill my father before I could, Sunless. So heartbroken, in fact, that I was considering doing something unwise to get back at you. Something childish and vindictive, like annihilating the entire sword domain or turning NQSC into a graveyard before slowly pulling you limb from limb. While Sunnis' expression turned dark, his smile widened a little. But I quickly regained my senses. Sure, it pained me a great deal to have my vengeance stolen from me, but I am nothing if not a pragmatist. The goal I chose to make the purpose of my existence was gone. So, like the wise and benevolent man that I am, I decided to look to the future instead of dwelling on the past. Sunny smiled darkly. Oh? You sure it wasn't because pulling a sovereign limb from limb posed a bit of a problem to your benevolent self? Mordret laughed. Indeed. Despite my anger, the prospect of making two new Supremes my sworn enemies did not seem too enticing. Sunny studied him for a while. So, what was the future you envisioned for yourself? Did you find a new goal? Mordret shrugged. It is too soon to speak about new goals. I have to ensure my safety first. My actions, you see, are a matter of necessity at the moment, not of choice. Sunny scowled. What the hell do you mean? What necessity? Mordret chuckled. His laughter did not sound very joyous, though. Think about it. I hid my flaw, my one weakness, in this secretive place. Not even my father knew about his existence or about the Palace of Imagination. You learned about my flaw from Morgan, while Morgan learned it from the legacy left behind by Kisong. But how did Kisong know about it, not to mention where to find it? Sunny looked at him somberly. I don't know. I assumed it was through some form of divination, perhaps Deathsinger had lent a hand. Mordret shook his head. No, it wasn't divination. Someone simply told her about it. Someone who knows more about me than anyone else, and with whom she could bargain to keep my father in check. Sunny tensed. The person Mordret was hinting at could be only one man. You mean, the third sovereign? Mordret smiled sharply. Indeed. The Dreamspawn knows my weakness very well. He knows a great deal of things. In fact, I am not sure if there is anything he does not know. His voice sounded a bit strange. If Sunny did not know Mordret better, he would have believed that the bastard was afraid. But, of course, that was impossible. So what does it have to do with you coming to the Palace of Imagination? Mordret shrugged. It's simple. My floor has been safe here until now, but not anymore. He lingered for a few moments, and then added with a chilling smile. Because the Dreamspawn is coming. And when he does, no one in the world, any world, will be safe anymore. Chapter 25:25. The Dreamspawn Cometh. A heavy silence settled in the tent bar, broken only by the muted rustle of the rain outside. The mention of the nebulous sovereign, Octane, caused the chill of the night to feel colder, and the darkness in the corners of the bar to seem darker, even though both Sunny and Mordret had avoided mentioning his name. After all, those who knew of his existence all believed that the Dreamspawn could hear his name being spoken aloud, no matter where and when it was spoken. Even knowing about him could attract his attention. Sunny smiled crookedly. The Dreamspawn, oh my, what a scarecrow. He leaned back, relaxing on his plastic chair, and shrugged. I've been hearing scary stories about this man for decades now. But is he really that frightening? From what I could tell, his only claim to glory was joining your father in betraying Broken Sword. Even then, they just barely managed to kill him. Mordret shook his head. I think you misunderstand something, Sunless. It wasn't that the Dreamspawn joined my father. My dear father only dared to turn on Broken Sword because he had struck a deal with the Dreamspawn. Which, albeit it pains me to admit, is not at all an indication of my father's weakness. Rather, Broken Sword was simply that much of a monster. He smiled pleasantly. I should know. After all, I was the price my father paid to ensure the Dreamspawn's support. And because of that, Broken Sword ended up dead despite all his dire power. He shrugged. You are quite a treacherous person yourself, Sunless, so you should know that the means one uses to achieve victory do not matter too much. The only thing that matters is who is left standing at the end of the battle. That is the only true measure of power. The Dreamspawn might have used cunning and treachery to kill Broken Sword, but he still killed him. Which means that, in the end, he was a deadlier monster. Sunny could not argue that point. Still, he felt reluctant to agree. Sure, cunning and deviousness are a part of one's power. But what of it? How diabolical could that guy have been if he ended up being outplayed and trapped on the moon by his allies? He smirked. Gods! Who's to say that he is still alive, even? That mysterious boogeyman everyone seems to be terrified of might have died years ago. There is a Category 6 gate on the moon, after all, or maybe something even more unfathomable. Which means that there is an unholy horror guarding that gate. Even if the nature of the waking world is suppressing its powers, I find it hard to believe that your Dreamspawn has survived decades in the domain of an unholy abomination. Mordret smiled faintly. Oh, he's alive. Of that, I have no doubt. He looked at Sunny with a strange darkness hiding in his gaze. And the two of you and your own Dreamspawn, have made a fatal mistake. I cannot in good conscience blame you, though, in truth, his return became inevitable the moment the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms fell. Do you think that he is staying on the moon of his own free will? No, of course not. He could have escaped it a long time ago, if not for the fact that they were suppressing him all this time and preventing his insidious influence from spreading back to Earth. Mordret sighed. However, the only two people who could shield the world from him are gone now. Changing Star, you, and even me, we simply do not know enough about the Dreamspawn and his powers to take their place in time. We do not have the benefit of having thoroughly prepared to contain him either. So, he is coming. In fact, I am willing to bet that his influence has already started spreading both across the waking world and the dream realm. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Who says that we haven't prepared? He sighed and looked away. Naturally, we are no fools. We suspected that a confrontation with the third sovereign was inevitable, too, so we have been looking for signs of his return ourselves. Of course, it has not been easy due to the fact that merely knowing about him puts our agents in danger, but we have been looking. That was one of the purposes, perhaps the main purpose, of the Shadow Clan. Sunny had created a vast information network that spanned both worlds, serving as his eyes and ears, precisely because he wanted to know about Astarion showing up as soon as possible. The members of the Shadow Clan did not know what they were looking for themselves, for safety reasons, but that did not prevent them from reporting all odd and suspicious things they had noticed to Sunny, as well as serving as conduits of his shadow sense. In fact, he was going to receive the next report soon, now that the busy days of the winter solstice were behind them. Mordret looked at him with an amused smile. "Then you have not been looking well enough." Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed. "The Dreamspawn, what is he like?" Mordret studied him for a long while, then took a deep breath and let out a short laugh. "Oh, him? Well, if I were to describe him succinctly, I'd say that he is a mirror image of your changing star. A being very much like her, but also the exact opposite of her and what she stands for, like the dark side of a brilliant sun. Or maybe he is what changing star was supposed to be, taken to the logical conclusion." Sunny scowled, surprised and unnerved by that answer. "What do you mean?" Mordret gave him a somber look. "You know what a Dreamspawn is, don't you? A being born of both worlds, belonging to neither. Someone walking on the edge between a human and a nightmare creature." Sunny's scowl deepened. That was one way to interpret it. Nephis was no nightmare creature, but in some sense, she did share a degree of kinship with them. That was the reason why she could absorb a portion of the soul fragments of the abominations who died to her flames, just like Awakened who killed other Awakened could. "What of it?" Mordret smiled darkly. "Well, it seems to me that both of them have taken the burden of being a Dreamspawn to an extreme end. Changing Star denied the nightmare part of her so thoroughly as to become the very symbol of humanity. Completely incorruptible." He looked at Sunny and added in a lower tone. "That man, however, the first and original Dreamspawn, did the opposite. He doesn't care about being human at all. In fact, I don't think he even considers himself a human. Instead, he has accepted the creature part of him with open arms, and among all creatures, he is the most terrifying one of all. He is the kind of creature who walks around wearing a human face." Sunny shivered. I am starting to understand how Mordred ended up being who he is." Chapter 25-26. Nightmare Spawn. Sunny looked at Mordred in displeasure. Now, even he was starting to feel a little uneasy at the mention of Astarion. He was also a little stunned. The idea of a human who considered himself a spawn of nightmare had never crossed his mind. Even more disturbing was the fact that Astarion had an actual claim to such a title. Mordret chuckled. "It is not that surprising if you think about it. What is a human, after all? There are some common traits we all share, like having 2 hands and 2 feet, being featherless bipeds. However, does a saint cease to be a human when they assume their transcendent form? Hardly. In truth, we also share more profound things. Our way of thinking, culture, values, our birthplace." He sighed. But that man was born in a different world, and raised by people who had quite a peculiar culture and values. More than that, he was unique even among them, the first of his kind. The first human child born in the dream realm, the first Dreamspawn. He only encountered human civilization after becoming awakened. So, it's not that hard to imagine that he would consider himself a stranger to our merry band. Oh, and I am using Howery figuratively. In truth, I feel somewhat like a stranger to mankind myself." Sunny offered him a half-hearted smile. "So what you are telling me is that while Nephis is a Dreamspawn, that man is better described as a nightmare spawn." Mordret shrugged. "A Dreamspawn, a nightmare spawn, is there really a difference? In the world we live in, the two are one and the same." Sunny pursed his lips. "There is a difference. Names have a power, you know. Regardless, I am more interested in something else. That man, whatever we call him, is he actually corrupted?" Mordred hesitated for a while. "I am not quite sure. These Dreamspawns are all paradoxical creatures, you know. I do not think that he is truly corrupted. I believe that he is still walking the path of ascension. However, who can tell? He might be a human who is walking the path of corruption, or a corrupted man who is walking the path of ascension. Or maybe there is no difference between the two for him at all. He grinned. If I knew that much about the Dreamspawn, I wouldn't be here, desperately trying to prepare for his return. I can tell you one thing, though. Mordret looked at Sunny with a smile. Of all the people in both worlds, I am the one who knows the most about him. So, coming back to the question that provoked this unpleasant conversation, the reason neither you nor Changing Star can afford to kill me is that I am your best ally in the fight against the Dreamspawn. That soured Sunny's mood quite a lot. He was feverishly digesting the new information about Octane. Sunny had known that the third sovereign would become a problem sooner or later. However, after hearing Mordret out, he was inclined to believe the bastard. The problem would arrive sooner rather than later. And the danger posed by Octane was perhaps even greater than Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie had anticipated. Worse of all, no matter how much Sunny was revolted by the idea, he could not deny Mordret's last statement. They could not afford to exterminate their best source of information about Octane, at least not just yet. Killing Mordret would be a mistake, despite how much of a loose cannon he was and all the terrible crimes he had committed. They could make him answer for those after Octane had been dealt with, regardless. On top of that, Sunny was still not entirely comfortable with the idea of killing the other Mordret in cold blood just to get rid of this one. That guy was innocent, having done nothing wrong, nothing to justify an execution, anyway. Sunny had killed plenty of people in his life, and was not above doing what had to be done in order to achieve his goals. But he was not entirely callous, either, so he felt undecided on what to do with the other Mordret. And that, without a doubt, was another fact Mordret was counting on. That slippery bastard. Sunny looked at the Prince of Nothing somberly. I might, just might, consider keeping you alive. However, you should think about giving me a taste of what you are offering, to help me make the decision. What powers does Octane possess? What is his aspect? What is his flaw? Why is he searching for divine lineages? And so on. Mordret laughed. So many questions. He lingered for a while, then spoke in a distant tone, as if musing aloud. Let's not mention his ability to manipulate and compel living beings, as well as to know things that are not supposed to be known. That is his aspect, at least I suspect that it is, but not his nature. His nature, meanwhile. Mordret frowned slightly. The Dreamspawn bears the lineage of the most elusive of the gods, Heart God, the god of souls. As well as emotions, memory, growth, and hunger. So, he wields an eerie power to consume and assimilate things. That is what makes him a monster. He is a chimera. Sunny blinked a few times. Wait, you don't mean that? Mordret nodded. Yes. It is not supposed to be possible, just like the existence of beings who are both divine and profane is not supposed to be possible, but the Dreamspawn is capable of bearing several lineages at the same time. He inherited the lineage of Heart God from his parents, he assimilated the lineage of War God from my blood. He received the lineage of Beast God from Kisong, and plundered the lineage of Storm God from Nightwalker. He chuckled. He kept Nephis of Immortal Flame alive because he needed her to grow up and awaken to steal the lineage of Sun God. And he has waited for a long, long time for the lineage of Shadow God to finally reveal itself. For you to reveal yourself. So, now that all he seeks is within reach, he will inevitably come for the two of you to finish his collection and absorb all 6 divine lineages. What for? That, I do not know. Mordret looked at Sunny and raised an eyebrow. How's that for a taste? Am I not a generous and benevolent person? Look, I turned a new leaf. That is the second time I shared valuable information with you for free. Sunny remained silent for a long while. The good thing is that my incarnations can sense what is happening in Mirage City. So, they'll be relaying this information to Nephis and Cassie immediately. After a while, he sighed. Fine. Let's strike a deal, you and I. What do you want in exchange for acting as bait to lure the Castellan out and helping us deal with the Dreamspawn in the future? Mordret shrugged. It is as I said. I want safety. Ensure the survival of my pathetic other self, put him in a place more secure than the Palace of Imagination. The safest place in both worlds, settle him on the Ivory Island, and guard him as fervently as you guard each other, both from the Dreamspawn and from Morgan. Actually, from anything that can harm him even a little bit. Sonny tilted his head a little. You want us, Nephis, Cassie, and me are to become roommates with your other self? That is your price? Mordret smiled pleasantly. Quite aptly put. Yes, at least until the Dreamspawn is dealt with. I know, cohabitating with that worm is an unpleasant prospect, but please bear with him for a while. Sonny frowned. He wasn't sure that Mordret was being sincere. In fact, he was quite certain that the bastard was deceiving him, somehow. But there was one thing Sonny knew for sure. It was that Mordret absolutely detested Astrion. A long time ago, the Prince of Nothing had shared his intentions with him. He had wanted revenge against the Dreamspawn almost as much as he wanted to avenge himself on Vela. That made his motives at least a little bit believable. In fact, he is giving us a hostage. What would that lunatic be able to do if his very death was in their hands? Nothing. Sonny looked at Mordret somberly for a long while, then sighed. It's a deal. Chapter 25-27. Scent of Rain. Some time prior, Effie returned home, the home of her counterpart, which felt both familiar and strange. It was different from her own family home in Bastion, but shared the same feeling of coziness with it. The nature of life in Mirage City was vastly different from the real world, of course, but Effie vaguely remembered how her counterpart had lived, which was why she did not feel particularly alien to this fantastical place. If anything, she felt a little bit too at home here. The people quietly following her in the shadows were troublesome. It was the people inside, however, who were the problem. Opening the door, Effie took off her coat and shook off the drops of water from her hair. By the time she was done with that, the sound of little feet drumming excitedly on the floor was already drawing near. Mommy! She put on a smile. Her children, her counterpart's children, were upon her a moment later. She crouched to hug them, burying her face in their soft hair. Mommy's home. Mama. It was raining a lot, Mama. The boy was a little older, while the little girl was still a toddler. He was boisterous, while she was shy. Both of them were full of the irresistible, innocent sweetness that only children possessed. Neither of them were real. Effie kept reminding herself of that fact, but it was of no use. Cold rationality was powerless in the face of blazing emotions, and it was especially powerless in the face of those fundamental feelings that lay at the foundation of human nature. Like the affection a mother felt for her children. Despite only knowing them for a few days, she did not want to let these kids go. She couldn't. Hey, you rascals. Your mom had a very long day. Give me a minute to catch my breath. The kids reluctantly let go of her and took a couple of steps back. The girl looked up at her with wide eyes, which suddenly began to water for no good reason. Oh. Mama, did you get an ouchie? Effie looked down at herself. She had been in pretty bad shape after the car crash, but most of her bruises and contusions were out of view. There were a few scrapes on her arms and face, though, covered by adhesive bandage. She smiled and patted her daughter's head. Yes, but just a tiny one. Then, she winked at the little girl. Mama is too awesome to get really hurt, pumpkin. The boy clenched his fists. Our mom is the awesomest mom in the world. Of course she won't get hurt. Effie laughed. All right, settle down. Let's prepare you for bed. The kids protested in unison. No. I want ice cream first. I want to watch cartoons. She let out a theatrical sigh. No ice cream before bed. Where did this idea even come from? Cartoons are negotiable, though. Soon enough, Effie found herself on the sofa with two soft bodies pressed against her, hugging the kids gently as they watched a colorful cartoon with enthralled expressions. "Look, look! It's Tailai! Go get them, Tailai!" On the screen, a pair of precocious kids somehow got themselves into trouble with a band of clumsy bandits while trying to obtain ice cream from a magical ice cream stand. At the last moment, the owner of the stand, a pink dragon named Tailai, revealed herself to save the day. She dealt with the bandits, huffed and puffed until they ran away to surrender themselves to the police, and then treated the kids to waffle cones full of delicious ice cream. "Ah, I want ice cream too. Tailai is the best." The name of this popular cartoon was, apparently, Talatha's Ice Cream. The titular Talatha, strangely enough, resembled a young awakened girl Effie had met in Bastion once or twice, one of the Shadow Clan members operating there in secret. Considering that everyone in Mirage City was based on reflections from outside the Great Mirror, that wasn't too strange. Effie did not know why that girl's reflection turned out to be a pink dragon, though. That was a mystery. "Ah. I want ice cream, too." She smiled and hugged her kids tighter. Then, her expression froze. What am I doing? These children were not hers. But even if they were, tonight, she was going to say goodbye to them. Forever. Effie was going to leave and never return. She was going to face the Castellan and challenge it for control of the Palace of Imagination. If she lost, she would die. Detective Athena of the Mirage City Police Department would die, too, leaving these sweet kids to grow up without a mother. If she won, Mirage City would very likely cease to exist, and these innocent children would cease to exist with it. In any case, she would never see them again. There was suddenly a dull ache in Effie's chest. She remained motionless for a while, and then let out a quiet sigh. They're not real. Soon enough, the cartoon was over. She prepared the pair of children for bed, and then lingered in their room, looking at them quietly. "Mom, Mom. Dad said that you won't have to go to work for a while. Let's go to the zoo tomorrow. Let's go to the park. Let's go to the movies." Effie smiled gently. That sounds nice. The boy seemed way too excited to fall asleep anytime soon. "Let's go to the lake. Let's go to the toy store. Ooh, they are opening the castle soon. Let's go to the castle." Effie's smile dimmed a little. That sounds nice, too. Some time later, she turned off the lamps and put on the nightlight for the children. Then, Effie made to leave. But at the last moment, a tiny hand caught her sleeve. Glancing down, she saw the little girl looking at her with pitiful eyes. "Mama, don't go." Effie let out a small sigh. Kneeling in front of the girl's bed, she tucked her in and said softly, "Mama has to go, Pumpkin. Sleep tight. When you open your eyes." She paused and remained silent for a while. Then, she forced out a smile. "Daddy will make you a delicious breakfast. He will take you to the zoo, to the park, and to the movies. He will even buy you ice cream." The girl's eyes glistened. "What about you, Mama? Will Daddy buy ice cream for you, too?" Effie chuckled. "Why, of course. How can I leave them?" She looked at the little girl intently, as if wanting to etch her lovely image into her memory. If someone asked Effie to describe what she felt at that moment, she would not have been able to. But it was then that she finally understood what she was missing, what stood in her way on the path of ascension. Kai's greatest obstacle had been his lack of confidence. But Effie was different. What held her back the most was her inability to let go. The very reason she wanted to become stronger was to protect the things she cherished. But if she wanted to protect them, she had to let go. She had to learn how to leave them behind. How twisted. Patting the little girl on the head, Effie leaned down and whispered, "Mommy loves you very much." She was saying it for Detective Athena, who could not say it herself, and for her own sake, as well. Deep at night, when the entire house slept soundly, Effie crept to the window and opened it without making a sound. Throwing one last look back, she closed her eyes for a moment and inhaled the smells of the strange, cozy home. Then, her expression hardened. She smiled bitterly and turned away. A moment later, she was gone, leaving behind only the scent of rain. Chapter 25-28. Last Fragments. It was at the crack of dawn that Sunny finally reached the abandoned church. The city was still enveloped in deep darkness, though, due to the heavy storm clouds obscuring the sky. The torrential rain continued to pour down. The flooding in various parts of the city was only growing worse, the roads were a mess, and the silence of the dying night was kept at bay by the blaring of the car horns. Looking at the countless PTVs stuck in the slowly rising water, Sunny could not help but expect them to start blowing up in a devastating chain reaction. However, none of them did. Despite the strange nature of their engines and fuel, the ancient vehicles were not at all as prone to exploding as he had expected. Parking his newly acquired PTV in front of the church, Sunny climbed out and walked in. Effie arrived first. It seemed both of them had long escaped the surveillance team sent to spy on them, but Sunny ran a few errands before returning to their temporary lair. "Hey, partner." Effie met him with a wave. Her usually bright and boisterous smile seemed faint and subdued today, and there was a hint of wistful melancholy in her eyes. Sunny frowned slightly and stopped near her. "Are you all right?" Effie chuckled. "Me? Oh, well, yes. Sure I am. When have I ever not been all right?" He studied her for a few moments, knowing that she was not telling the truth. But he also knew that she did not want to talk about what was bothering her. At least not with him, who was still mostly a stranger. So, Sunny simply respected her wishes, even if it hurt. He smiled derisively. "You're just bummed out because you'll never get the chance to gobble up an entire box of those donut thingies, right?" Effie's smile widened, turning at least a little bit sincere. "Damn. You know me so well. I haven't even thought about that." He scoffed, then walked past her. The other Mordret was napping on one of the benches. Morgan was keeping an eye on him from behind the altar. Saint was sitting apart from everyone, staring into the distance. Sunny contemplated for a few moments, then walked over to Morgan first. She briefly informed him about what they had learned from the other Mordret while he explained to her who was behind the attempts on their lives. The knowledge of what Mordret's flaw actually was rendered Sunny speechless for a while, but eventually, he gave Morgan a slow nod. Strangely enough, it made sense for Mordret to be a broken mirror of himself, each shard reflecting the visage of the original person from a different angle. Sunny looked at Morgan, then asked, "So, this version of your brother, is he really as nice as he seems? Is he actually a sane person?" She looked in the direction where the other Mordret slept and remained silent for a long while. Her usually cold expression seemed troubled, somehow. Eventually, Morgan shook her head slightly and sighed. "He is indeed just what he seems, nice, decent, compassionate. But a sane person? No, he is not sane. In fact, I am not even sure that he can be called a person. If anything, I'd say that he is even more damaged than the one we know." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "More insane than that psychopath? How so?" Morgan smiled faintly. "The Mordret from the real world cannot feel regret, which twisted him into the monster we know today. But this one cannot feel other things: anger, resentment, hatred, contempt, and much more. Strangely enough, or maybe quite predictably, that makes him much less of a complete person than the other one is. He is a cripple." She paused for a moment. "He has no negative feelings toward the one who imprisoned him in this illusion whatsoever, despite all the suffering he endured here. He might feel sad about the death of his driver, who had served his family for decades, but he is incapable of resenting the person who killed him. And if we tell him that the one who wants to kill him is his own uncle, he would not be able to feel hurt by that betrayal, not really. It is as if his soul was neutered." Morgan shook her head with a wistful expression. "So, yes, he is nice. He is smart, affectionate, and pleasant. But he is not mentally sound. Not at all. I guess he is what remains of a person when their very being gets shattered into pieces. She looked at Sunny and smiled darkly. And if you ask me, crazy as it may sound, I would have preferred to be the murderous one instead of a harmless one. Sunny stared back at her silently. What a surprise. So would I. A person would probably become a monster if they were not capable of feeling regret, but what would they become if they were incapable of feeling anger? That wasn't something he ever wanted to experience, or could allow himself to lose. Sunny had gotten this far due to various reasons, but for a long stretch of it all, he had only survived out of spite. If his ability to feel the darker shades of human emotions was taken away from him, he would not have lived for long. He would not have been able to truly experience the brighter, beautiful feelings humans felt, either. It is a bit sad. No matter how sad it was, though, there was a different aspect of Mordret's flaw to consider. He glanced quietly at the sleeping CEO of the Vela Group. According to Morgan, when one fragment of Mordret killed another, the destroyed fragment was absorbed. That was what the Mordret they knew had done to 5 of his mirror versions. And the other Mordret, despite all of it, was indeed harmless. That presented a potential way to remove the danger Mordret posed without robbing humanity of one of its most fearsome scions. The Prince of Nothing could not kill his other self, because that last piece of him he had not absorbed yet contained his death. But what would happen if the other Mordret killed the Prince of Nothing? Then, they would become an actual person. A complete individual capable of feeling everything that a human being was supposed to feel, and therefore not at all as unhinged as the Prince of Nothing was. And that would give Sunny and Nephis a chance to recruit an ally who was both immensely powerful and potentially reliable. Which was an incredible boon, especially considering the looming threat of Astarion. It is worth considering, is it not? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. Whether it was or wasn't worth it did not matter. Because it was hardly possible, precisely because of what the other Mordret was. He was indeed overly nice, kind, and compassionate, which meant that he would never kill his other self, no matter what the Prince of Nothing had done in the past. One could not kill the other without destroying himself, while the other could not kill anyone, really, let alone his last mirror sibling. Therefore, Mordret was destined to remain fragmented forever. A flaw is a flaw, how gruesomely apartment. Sunny sighed, then looked at Morgan and said in a neutral tone. In any case, go wake him up. We should start preparing to depart, so, get ready. Everything will be decided today. When Morgan walked past him, Sunny inhaled deeply and looked at Saint. Now, for the hardest part. He had to convince Dr. Saint to lend them a hand in the fight against the Castellan, somehow. Chapter 25-29. Carved in stone. Dr. Saint. Sunny had to repeat her name twice before she turned and regarded him with a distant, aloof gaze. He hesitated for a few moments, then sat down next to her. I guess I have some good news and some bad news for you. Saint simply watched him without saying anything. He could not read anything from her expression either, so, despite the fact that she looked quite like a human at the moment, he suddenly felt like he was talking to his familiar shadow. That comforted him a little. The good news is that I found out who is trying to kill us. The bad news is that arresting him, let alone prosecuting him, will pose a problem. Half of the city is in his pocket, after all. And we don't have time to do it by the book, either. She raised her eyebrows slightly, prompting Sunny to smile. You're right. I do not have the authority to arrest anyone anymore, anyway. But you know what my counterpart, the devil detective, would say. We have to try regardless. That person has committed too many crimes to walk free. The victims of the nihilist and all the other people he hurt or ruined demand justice. Me personally, though? I do not care about justice too much. He inhaled deeply. However, I have my own reasons to want to deal with the mastermind behind all these deaths. Doing so will be my ticket home, and yours, too. Among other things. So, I want to ask a favor from you. That guy will not go down without a fight. Please help me bring him down. I need you. Sunny chuckled. Like always. It strikes me that I would not be alive if not for your silent presence over all these years. In fact, I would have died 10 times over. Hell, you even taught me how to properly wield a sword, and as a sign of gratitude, I dragged you on a series of increasingly macabre adventures through the depths of increasingly dreadful hells. Sorry, Saint, you got a very troublesome, very needy liege. He remained silent for a while, looking down, then added, in any case, I doubt that we will have a conversation like this after escaping the Palace of Imagination. So, using this chance, I just wanted to say, thank you, Saint. For everything. Even if I somehow managed to find a way to survive without you, it would not have been half as fun. She studied him for a long while without saying anything, then looked away. After a long stretch of silence, Saint let out a quiet sigh and asked, so, in that supposedly real world, did you mention that I serve you? I am a servant. Sunny coughed. Well, no. Not exactly. I am the Lord of Shadows, and you are one of my shadows, the very first shadow I created, actually. It is the nature of a shadow to be cast by someone, and in your case, I guess you are cast by me. You are not a servant, though. More of a champion, a companion, and the general of my legion. He looked at the beautiful windows of the church and smiled. We met on the streets of the Dark City, where you killed a couple of abominations of a higher rank and class than you, all alone. Then, we traveled across the deadly reaches of the Forgotten Shore together, besieged the Crimson Spire, explored the Chained Isles and endured the crushing side by side, survived the madness of the Kingdom of Hope, fought a losing war in Antarctica and defended Falcon Scott until the bitter end, ventured into the dreadful darkness of the Tomb of Ariel and sailed the great river of time, crossed the Hollow Mountains and reached the end of the world, fought a bloody war against the Sovereigns on the corpse of a dead god. Sunny chuckled. Goodness gracious. Now that I list all these things aloud, it sounds like quite an intense decade. Saint shifted slightly, then raised her hand. A torrent of inky darkness escaped from beneath her skin, swirling around her wrist before forming into a black blade for a moment. I don't recall. Sunny sighed. He still did not know why Saint seemed to be incapable of remembering who she was. It was funny, but despite being the Lord of Shadows, he did not know a lot about the nature of his shadows. He did not really know how they thought, how they felt, what motivated them, what their goals and desires were, or if they even had any. He had only ever caught small glimpses of how they existed while augmenting them. Sunny knew, for example, that Saint vaguely remembered her original self, however, those memories were distant and obscure, like a half-forgotten dream. Perhaps that was a mercy. After all, what would become of Saint if she could remember her previous life? That life contained thousands of years of corruption, after all. Remembering it would not only be a torment, but could very well drive her insane, or worse still, infect her with the seeds of nightmare all over again. Maybe that was why she could not remember herself here, in Mirage City. Or maybe it was because Saint was quite like Mordret, the semblance of a person, but not really a complete being. Even her name was not really a name, but simply what her people had been called. Nameless and cast by a fateless master, how could she remember her true self? Uris had once told Sunny that his shadows could be completed, somehow, but if there was a way, Sunny had not found it yet. He rubbed his face. Still, even if you don't remember, I'll do it. He froze, then looked at Saint with wide eyes. Excuse me. She turned to him with a usual impassive expression. I'll help you bring down the mastermind, whoever he is. You can count on me. Like always. Sunny studied her for a bit. Just like that. Before he knew it, a relieved sigh escaped from his lips. Good. That's good. This is great news, actually. Thank you. He paused for a few moments, and then asked, but may I ask why? Saint remained silent for a long while, contemplating. It seemed like she was carefully choosing the right words. But in the end, she simply smiled. I don't know. I must have gone mad. Sunny stared at her, dumbstruck. Seeing Saint smile was truly a stunning sight. Chapter 25-30 Full experience. Finally, they gathered around the altar. Sunny, Effie, Morgan, Saint, and the other Mordret, who had woken up from his peaceful nap. The four of them looked somber and apprehensive, while the CEO of the Vela group looked carefree and full of curiosity. "Good morning, Detective Sunless. How was your night?" Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then sighed. "Eventful." He looked at each of his companions in turn, and then spoke calmly. "As I already mentioned, the culprit behind the nihilist killings and the attempts on our lives is none other than the chairman of the Vela Group board, Maddox. He perpetrated these crimes in an attempt to cover up his poor handling of the Northern Dam renovation project." Saying this, Sunny glanced at the other Mordret. Just as Morgan had said, he did not look particularly hurt by the fact that his own uncle was trying to kill him. Mordred's expression remained relaxed and unblemished, and the slight smile playing on his lips did not falter. He did look a little concerned, though. Northern Dam renovation, that is just bad business. Terrible optics, as well. I simply do not understand what Uncle was thinking. Of all the things? Morgan had mentioned that the guy was harmless, but she had not mentioned that he was hopeless. At least he's honest. Shaking his head, Sunny continued. "I struck a deal with Mordret, the mean Mordret, to pose as the Vela CEO and draw Maddox out. They agreed to meet face to face and talk. Maddox chose the location, it is the castle. So, that is where we need to go." Morgan raised an eyebrow. "It is bound to be a trap, a death trap. You know that the other playing the role of our uncle will bring an army of henchmen to make sure that Mordred does not walk out of their meeting alive." Sunny smiled. "Naturally. It's going to be a real mess, I'm counting on it." Turning away, he headed to the doors. "Follow me." They exited the abandoned church and approached the PTV he had arrived on. While Sunny was trying to remember how to open a trunk, Effie blinked a couple of times. "Wait, where did you get a car? And this one is much better than yours was, too." Sunny scowled, offended on behalf of his destroyed PTV. "First of all, it's not better. It just looks nicer. And second of all, I paid a visit to our friends from the Black Snake gang after finishing up with Mordred and had a good talk with them." He smiled. "Let's just say that those gangsters felt inclined to give me some protection money. And that money came in the form of this vehicle, as well as what's in its trunk." The trunk finally opened, and Sunny pointed inside with a proud look. Effie whistled. "Wow." Inside were all the tools one would need to storm the lair of a criminal mastermind. Tactical gear, bulletproof vests, boxes of bullets, guns. Effie looked at them with a confused expression. Where did they even get all this stuff? Handing her a bulletproof vest, Sunny pointed to the letters on its front. "Where else?" "They bought it from the cops." It was a funny situation, really. The criminals had purchased illegal equipment from dirty cops, and then he extorted them for said equipment, receiving it as a bribe to leave them alone. It was like a cycle of corruption. In any case, the castle will most likely be heavily defended. We will sneak inside. If that doesn't work, we will storm it, take out Maddox's henchmen, and then deal with Maddox himself. Once he is rendered useless, the Castellan will be forced to reveal its hand. That is when we will help Effie reach it, destroy it, and reclaim her authority as the master of the castle." Morgan frowned. "Hold your horses. How are we supposed to take out a small army of private security specialists? They will be armed, as well, and we are currently mundane. One bullet will be all it takes to kill us." Sunny smiled. "Maddox might have an army of henchmen, but we have Saint." He pointed to his taciturn psychiatrist, who was looking at the firearms with an uninterested expression. "As far as we know, she is the only being in Mirage City capable of wielding awakened powers. She is far away from reclaiming her transcendent might, but even then, one of her should be enough to balance the scales." Saint gave him a sideways glance and did not say anything. Morgan, meanwhile, looked at the other Mordret. "What about him? Where are we going to stash him?" Sunny shook his head. Nowhere in Mirage City is safe. Not only because the Castellan is now hunting him down in an attempt to make your fratricide fantasy come true, but also because the northern dam is compromised. There is no telling when it will collapse, and what the result will be. He offered the other Mordret a dark smile. So, we'll be taking him with us. Naturally, Mr. Mordret here is not exactly a seasoned fighter. Sunny turned to Morgan. So, it is going to be your job to keep him safe. She blinked a couple of times. Mine? Why me? Have you forgotten why I? She did not say the rest, but he understood. Morgan had come to the Palace of Imagination to kill the other Mordret, so she was understandably surprised that Sunny was entrusting her brother's safety to her. But it was the very fact that she seemed reluctant to admit her goal in front of the other Mordret that affirmed his decision. He shrugged. Because his survival is paramount, and after Saint, you are the strongest among us due to your flaw. Plus, you are his sister. He'll be more comfortable with you, and less likely to do something foolish. Morgan looked at him in displeasure for a while, then scoffed and looked away. Don't regret your decision later, Lord Shadow. Sunny glanced at her and grinned. Hey! Don't pout. Isn't it fun? The last time, you were defending the castle from Mordret, now, you'll be the one besieging it with him. It's like the full experience. Morgan pierced him with a scathing gaze. I do not pout. Her voice sounded cold enough to freeze the falling rain. Sunny cleared his throat. Well, in any case, arm yourselves and get into the PTV. He looked up and inhaled the alien air of Mirage City with a full chest. What would the devil detective say? Sunny smiled darkly. It is time to dish out some justice. Chapter 2531. Cast off. The PTV stopped near a private dock hidden from view by a small park. Sunny turned off the engine and looked at his companions, feeling a strange mixture of excitement and fatigue. Truth be told, he was quite tired. Sunny did not quite remember when he slept the last time, and while this would not have been a problem in usual circumstances, he was a mundane person at the moment. His eyelids were heavy and his head felt like it was cast from lead, but at the same time, he was full of restless, frenetic energy. Ah! I miss being a demigod. Let's go. They exited the vehicle and descended to a wooden pier that extended a small distance into the restless waters of the Mirror Lake. There, a beautiful wooden sailboat waited for them, ready to set sail. Well, figuratively speaking. The weather was not conducive to raising sails, but the boat was outfitted with an electric motor as well. It was the other Mordred's luxury yacht, or rather, one of his luxurious yachts. Of course. A tall figure was waiting for them at the edge of the pier, hidden by the curtain of rain. With his long tattered coat, pale face, and emotionless expression, Mordret looked like Karen, the ferryman of the underworld. The lake stretched behind him, and far in the distance, the magnificent silhouette of the great castle rose from the surging waves like a mirage. Mordret looked at them silently. His eerie mirror-like eyes lingered for a few moments on his other incarnation, and then the empty cold void of his true self disappeared behind a pleasant smile. Well, this certainly brings back memories. Morgan, dear sister, we really should stop meeting like this. Still smiling, he glanced back at the distant walls of the castle. Granted, slowly crushing your spirit in those ruins was quite an amusing pastime. Splendid to see you as well, Saint Athena, you are a sight for sore eyes, as always. It takes a really special person to stay alive after being maimed, mangled, and killed by me so many times. Allow me to extend my admiration. Effie looked at him for a few moments, then smiled. Oh? How about I extend my foot all the way up your ass, instead? Sunny winced. Her words were somewhat crude, but she wasn't wrong. Looking at Mordret darkly, he said, Are you sure you want to make us angry at this point? Or do you think that I don't have another cursed nightmare creature stashed somewhere to drop on your deranged head? Sunny scoffed. In fact, I have 5. 2 beasts, 2 devils, and a tyrant. So, mind your manners. Of course, He was talking about the cursed ones imprisoned in the death game and the dreadful dollhouse. Unleashing them upon the world was not something he would do, of course, but the bastard did not have to know that. Mordret's smile turned a little forced. Apologies. Please, come aboard, there is no time to waste. They followed him onto the yacht. Sunny noticed that Morgan's hands twitched a little when she was walking past Mordret. Luckily, she did not pull her black leather gloves off, so it seemed that they would be able to maintain peace at least for now. The other Mordret could not pull his eyes away from his mirror copy. There was a faint, foolish smile on his face, as if he had met someone precious after a long separation. Mordret himself, however, did not even look his way, acting like his other part did not even exist. Standing side by side, they were utterly the same. The clothes were different, and one was much more ragged than the other, but the similarity between them was so complete that it seemed strange. They looked more alike than identical twins. They were simply flawless copies of each other. Nevertheless, it was impossible to confuse them. Or so Sunny thought, until the two shards of Mordret disappeared into the cabin and returned wearing each other's clothes. The other Mordret, the pampered CEO of the Vela Group, was now wearing rags under a tattered raincoat. Mordret himself, meanwhile, was wearing a chic Viridian suit with tasteful golden accents. He had styled his hair and changed his posture, appearing less imposing and more subdued. Then, Mordret took a deep breath and plastered a faint, foolish smile on his face. Everything about him suddenly changed, as if he was reborn, his poise, his presence, his gaze. A few moments later, Sunny was not at all confident in his ability to differentiate between the two Mordrets. This might be a problem. Mordret looked at him innocently and coughed. So, Detective Sunless, should we cast off? Sunny stared at him for a while, then nodded slowly. Sure. Let's do that. The boat was tied to the pier by a rope. Effie was the one who untied it and then jumped aboard, almost slipping on the wet deck. Sunny helped her regain balance and looked at the hazy silhouette of Mirage City, which was slowly drifting away. After remaining silent for a few moments, he sighed. I feel like we won't be coming ashore after arriving at the castle. This place was fun, in its own way. I never thought I'd ever witness how people lived before the dark times, before the resource starvation, the wars, the natural disasters, and the nightmare spell. In a world of peace, prosperity, and promise. He hesitated. And they still managed to make a mess out of it. Well, I guess that's just human nature. What do you think? Effie looked back, too. She contemplated her answer for a while, and then smiled. This place has chocolate milk and donuts. I'm going to miss it. Sunny sighed. And cultivation dramas. Those are great, as well. Effie chuckled, then unholstered her revolver and opened the drum, sliding the rounds into it one after another. You know. She loaded the last round and snapped the revolver shut. If we defeat the Castellan and regain control of this component of Bastion, we might be able to fashion the Palace of Imagination into whatever we want. Effie looked at Sunny and grinned. We can even make that cultivation stuff you mentioned come true. Just imagine. You, me and Nephis, Cassie, Kai, and Jet taking a vacation here, building the most awesome of cultivation sects. Sunny rolled his eyes. I'm pretty sure that we'll find a more useful way of controlling the Palace of Imagination. He remained silent for a while, feeling the boat accelerating beneath them, and then added. But if we do build an awesome cultivation sect, it has to be located on a mountain. An awesome mountain covered in cherry blossoms. With caves and deep pools of natural chi. The sailboat cut across the lake, coming closer and closer to the towering castle. The beautiful, ruined heart of Mirage City. Chapter 2532. Mirage Castle Museum. Just like in true Bastion, the great castle of Mirage City stood atop a mountain that rose from the lake. It was both similar and different, immense, but not nearly as gargantuan as the real one, seemingly built with human hands. The ancient fortress was in a state of disrepair, but there were signs of restoration works here and there, as well as scaffolds and heavy machinery. There were banners placed along the winding path leading to the great gates, as well. Mirage Castle Museum, grand opening soon. The level of water in the lake had risen, though, so the lower docks were entirely submerged. So was a long portion of the stone steps, as well as several construction machines that had not been moved higher up the slope of the mountain in time. There was still quite a way to go from the higher PA, though, and the gates were firmly shut. Sunny, Effie, and Saint hid behind the cabin of the yacht, while Morgan and the other Mordret retreated inside. Only the real Mordret remained on the deck, guiding the boat to a pontoon pier. There was movement on the walls of the castle as it approached, and Sunny noticed human figures keeping watch on the lake. Those were Madoc's henchmen, no doubt, each armed with firearms that were supposed to be illegal in Mirage City. Jumping to the pier and tying the yacht to it, Mordret whistled a carefree melody. He did, however, say quietly while his back was turned to the castle. "What, exactly, am I supposed to accomplish here?" Sunny answered a few moments later, his voice barely audible through the rustling of rain. "Get Madoc to come meet you personally. If that does not work, at least make them open the gates. We'll take it from there." Mordret smiled. "What will stop them from shooting me dead as soon as I show my face?" Sunny shrugged. "I don't know. Figure something out. If you do get shot in the face, though, they'll have to open the gate to retrieve your body. So that works, too." Mordret sighed. "You know, Sunless. You are not a very nice person, are you?" Sunny smiled nicely. "Hey, at least I am a person." Finishing up with the knot, Mordret opened an expensive umbrella and walked up the stone steps. In less than a minute, powerful spotlights turned to illuminate his tall figure, and he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the light. Sunny shifted slightly and said evenly, addressing Effie and Saint, "Get ready." Out there in front of them, a small distance up the slope, Mordret lowered the umbrella to reveal his face. He had donned the mask of his nicer twin again, so his expression was calm and good-natured. "Uncle? Are you there?" The people on the wall were all looking at him, holding guns in their hands. Then, there was more movement, and a new figure revealed itself above the gates. How odd. Sunny had not seen Madoc since his death in the Battle of the Black Skull. Everything had happened so suddenly back then, and even Whispering Blade, one of the greatest champions of the Sword Domain, fell victim to the great horrors escaping the towering nightmare gates in the mayhem. The Sword Domain itself was gone now, so it was strange to see Madoc alive and well, even knowing that he was merely a reflection of the real Whispering Blade. Standing above the gates of the castle, wearing a fashionable business suit and a black coat, Madoc looked down at Mordret coldly. His tie was held in place by a silver pin, and there was a black umbrella protecting him from the rain. He was not holding it himself, though. Instead, a servile minion was doing it for him. With his harsh features and a heavy gaze, Madoc looked the part. He was undeniably the villain of this story. Poor Whispering Blade. The real man had never betrayed his brother or his niece. But his reflection was as corrupt and treacherous as they came. "Dear nephew, you are as gullible as ever. I've warned you many times to fix that naive personality of yours, haven't I? Although I guess it is too late now." He had to raise his voice to be heard, but even then, Sunny only caught bits and pieces of what Madoc said in his commanding, authoritative voice. He did hear what Mordret said in response, though. "Oh. I am terribly sorry, Uncle. I can't quite make out what you are saying. Why don't you come down so that we can discuss the issues having to do with Valor construction properly?" Madoc sighed. "The fact that you think that talking can resolve anything, at this point, just proves what I knew all along, that you are not fit to head the Valor group. Don't blame me, nephew. You brought this on yourself." Turning his head, he said something quietly to his people, and one of them raised his gun. Mordret flinched. Wait. When Madoc looked back, he smiled. "Are you sure you want to shoot me, Uncle? A bullet wound is not easy to cover up." Surely, drowning me in the lake would make things much easier for you. When they fish my body out of the water, the coroner will just conclude that I had an unfortunate boating accident. His logic was hard to deny, and it meant that Maddox's people would have to come down the wall and open the gate to capture him. Good, good. However, Maddox simply smiled darkly. Who says that there will be a body to find? What a fool you are. Goodbye, nephew. Kill him. Mordret's eyes widened. In the next moment, there was a deafening sound of a gunshot. And the henchman aiming at Mordret plummeted from the wall, leaving a trail of blood behind. Goddamit! Sonny found himself pressing his hands against his ringing ears. Beside him, Effie lowered her revolver with a satisfied expression. Wow! I was aiming for Maddox, but this works, too. It was indeed a good shot. But it had been so damn loud. What are you waiting for? Move! Up on the wall, Maddox had already disappeared from view. Mordret dove into the bushes beside the stone path. The henchmen were already opening fire on the yacht. Sonny gritted his teeth and started moving. Chapter 25:33. Firefight. Splinters of wood exploded into the air as bullets hit the yacht. Sonny bent low and peeked from behind the cabin, raising his arm to take aim. The figures of Maddox's henchmen on the tall wall of the castle were barely visible behind the curtain of rain. The distance was substantial, as well, and they were in an elevated position to boot. Still, he was the Lord of Shadows. Someone who could hit a target with a javelin made of pure darkness from dozens of kilometers away. Surely, a trifling revolver. Bang! Oh. His bullet did hit someone, however. Sonny failed to make the next shot and dove back behind cover, cursing under his breath. The mechanism of the archaic firearm was exceedingly simple, and the double-action trigger was easy to pull without making the barrel wobble. However, the strange thing kicked like a mule. Sonny had never fired a gun before, let alone one from a distant past, so he did not expect the recoil to be so severe. Bang, bang, bang. Effie held her own gun firmly with both hands, crouching low. She seemed to have hit someone as well, then hurriedly reeled to the side. A moment later, the roof of the cabin near her head exploded into splinters, making her wince. Damn, there's really an army of them out there. Sonny smiled crookedly as he wiped the drops of rain from his face. We have a secret weapon, though. We just need to get a little closer to deploy it. He glanced at Saint, who was pressing herself into the wall of the cabin near him with a deceptively indifferent expression on her exquisitely beautiful face. She was plugging her ears, though, seemingly unhappy due to the deafening noise of the firefight. At that moment, there was a bright flash, and a deafening thunderclap tore apart the sky. A blinding bolt of lightning connected the tallest tower of the castle to the dark veil of storm clouds ahead, and arcs of electricity danced on its spire for a few moments. Cover me! Sonny leaned sideways and raised his revolver again. This time, he had learned his lesson and compensated for the recoil, firing the gun 4 times in rapid succession. The first 2 bullets hit the parapet of the battlements, but the third and the fourth found their mark, hitting a vague figure of a henchman in the chest and the shoulder. Sonny wanted to capitalize on his success by dashing to the bow of the yacht, but in the next moment, a deluge of bullets descended upon his position, forcing him to dive back into the cover. Hey! I told you to cover me! Effie wiped a bit of blood from a cut left on her cheek by a stray splitter and shrugged. What could I do? They started shooting the moment a tip of my ear showed from behind the cabin. And they know how to shoot, too. Sonny gritted his teeth. Damnation! Showered both by the torrential rain and by the splinters flying off the yacht, he crouched, pulled on a special lever, and opened the drum of his revolver. Sonny shook it a little, expecting the spent cartridges to fall out, but only one did. It rolled directly onto his thigh. Ah, damn! Hot, hot! Sending the scalding cartridge flying with a hurried swipe, he huffed in annoyance and pushed on the ejection rod. The remaining shells, as well as one unused round, scattered on the deck, and Sonny pulled 6 more out of his pocket. Sliding them into the drum one after another, he grimaced. Seems like we are pinned down here pretty badly. Effie was reloading her gun, as well. Yeah. Sonny flinched when a bullet ricocheted from a mast and zipped past his head. And the gate is still closed. Effie snapped the drum of her revolver shut and looked at him. True. Sonny frowned. And this boat is going to sink from all the holes those bastards are making in it before we make it to the shore. Effie made a face. Sounds about right. He sighed. I don't know about you, but I hate being thrown into water. It happens to me way too often. No, really, I've been thrown into water a weird amount of times. And I hated every single one. Effie smiled. So, partner, what are we going to do about it? Sonny grinned. Easy. Don't shoot the henchmen, shoot the spotlights. He prepared to follow his own advice. I'll take the ones on the right, you take the ones on the left. Ready? 1, 2, light them up. They dove out of cover at the same time, aiming their guns swiftly. Their shots rang almost simultaneously, and 2 of the spotlights installed on the wall of the castle exploded into a rain of glass shards and sparks. A moment later, 2 more were destroyed, plunging the approach to the castle into a dim darkness. This should be enough. Looking at the bottom of the wall, Sonny smiled darkly. I guess he is still alive, after all. Out there, under the guise of darkness, a figure in a stylish suit dashed from behind an abandoned construction machine toward the wall. As Sonny and Effie fired a few more shots in the direction of the henchmen, Mordret reached the ancient stones of the castle wall unseen and grabbed onto them, climbing with surprising agility. It looked both eerie and almost impossible for a human to scale a wet, vertical wall with such ease. Nevertheless, in less than a minute, completely unnoticed, Mordret reached the battlements and slid over the parapet without making a sound. Get ready to move. A few moments later, there was a lull in the rain of bullets pelting the yacht. Sonny dashed forward, followed by Effie and Saint. They could not see what was happening on the battlements above the gate from the stone steps, but could hear screams and sporadic gunshots. A body fell down, splattering on the stone plates and growing motionless. The henchmen further down the length of the wall were still aiming at them, though. Just a few seconds after Sonny, Effie, and Saint jumped ashore, the first bullet whistled past them. Faster! They made a mad dash up the steps, eventually finding cover behind a massive construction machine just a few dozen meters away from the gate. By then, the henchmen had concentrated fire on them once again, making it almost impossible to move. But it did not matter anymore. Catching his breath, Sonny calmly reloaded his gun and looked at Saint. A dark smile appeared on his face. Dr. Saint, if you will, it's time for your entrance. Chapter 25-34. Enter Saint. With the spotlights gone, Mordred had been able to scale the wall and attack the mercenaries hired by Maddock on the battlements. That, in turn, allowed Sonny, Effie, and Saint to advance up the slope and get close to the towering wooden gates of the castle. Sonny believed that Saint was the most powerful being in Mirage City at the moment. However, that did not make her immortal. According to his observations, she was currently at the level of power that Awakened possessed, and Awakened were still vulnerable to conventional weapons like guns. It was harder to kill them with bullets than mundane people, but not impossible. So, he could not in good conscience command Saint to storm the gates from the pier. Now, however, all that separated them from the gates was a few dozen meters of open ground. A deadly expanse for him and Effie, but not for Saint. Hearing his words, she took a deep breath and then nodded slowly. The bullets were hitting the construction machine they were hiding behind with loud metallic ringing. Making sure not to expose himself to a lucky shot, Sonny moved slightly, letting Saint get to the edge of the massive tracks. Effie looked at her nervously, but did not say anything. Saint crouched low, supporting herself with one hand, and then looked in the direction of the gates. Sonny was suddenly nervous, too. Forcing out a smile, he asked in a tense tone. Any last words? Of course, Saint did not answer. Instead, she pushed herself off the ground, leaving the cover and shooting toward the gates of the castle with stunning speed. The bullets trailed behind her, sending small fountains of water shooting into the air from the puddles on the ground. The henchmen scurried, trying to hit the swift target. But their reaction was not fast enough. Saint breached the distance between the construction machine and the gates in a split second. Sunny expected her to scale the wall in a few swift leaps and descend upon the mercenaries in a cold, silent fury. But his wayward shadow had her own plans. Instead of trying to climb onto the battlefields, she simply lowered her shoulder and crashed into the great gates of the ancient castle like a siege ram. The ground shook, and the walls of the castle shuddered. A cloud of splinters shot in all directions like shrapnel, and the massive wooden gate collapsed, shattered by the force of the impact. Saint disappeared into the haze, and Sunny just stared at the devastation caused by his quiet, elegant psychiatrist in shock. Well, that's one way to do it. A moment later, there was a thunderous roar of countless guns firing coming from the courtyard of the castle. The mercenaries had no time to worry about the stone steps anymore. Morgan! It's clear! Morgan and the other Mordret appeared from the curtain of rain just a few seconds later. Letting go of the sleeve of his tattered cloak, she evaluated the situation for a moment, then looked down and calmly pulled off her gloves. Are we going in? Sunny checked to see how many bullets he had left, and nodded. Of course. The other Mordret looked between them for a moment, then coughed. I am sorry, Detective Sunless, but is it wise? There seems to be a lot of guns firing inside. Sunny glanced at him, then shrugged. Well, no one has ever accused me of being wise. With that, he grinned. Plus, we can't miss all the fun, can we? Standing by his side, Effie nodded. You might be out of the loop, Mr. Mordret, but we three are not just some random people out there in the real world. Shadow Boy, Morgan, and me, that's like half of the scariest people in the world. And two stunning beauties. Sunny gave her a sideways glance. Do I not count as a stunning beauty? Effie scoffed. He remained silent for a moment, preparing himself for the dash into the courtyard, and smiled. Strange. I distinctly remember you describing Master Sunless as, what was it? Let's go. Diving from behind the construction machine, Effie lunged forward. Sunny suppressed a laugh and followed, feeling the rain pelting him in the face and hearing the guns thundering ahead. They reached the gateway in a few seconds and hid in its shadow, studying what was happening inside. If Sunny had to describe it in one word, it would be carnage. Just then, another lightning bolt struck, illuminating the world. In that stark light, he saw Saint advancing in an unpredictable pattern across the vast courtyard, moving with such speed that her figure seemed like a blur. She was pursuing the retreating mercenaries, cutting them down one after another with her swirling black blade. The battlements to their right were a chaotic mess of screams and gunshots. Sunny could not see what was happening there, only the streams of blood flowing down the wall. The battlements to their left, however, were a source of danger. The henchmen manning them were alive and well, unleashing a storm of bullets in Saint's direction. It was hard to imagine that they could track her movements so precisely despite her speed and the heavy rain, if not for one crucial detail. As Saint moved, killing one mercenary after another, wisps of white fog followed her like a ghostly mantle. By now, a furious whirlwind of mist was surrounding her, and missing it was all but impossible. Saint seemed to be growing faster, stronger, and more steadfast with each second. But just as Sunny evaluated the situation, a stray bullet hit her in the chest, throwing her petite body back. The bulletproof vest did its job, but her rhythm was broken, and she became exposed for a few crucial moments. Left wall. Raising his revolver, Sunny opened fire. Effie did the same, while Morgan coldly discharged her weapon into the back of a straggler mercenary who had gotten too close to them, and then turned around to run. Move! Covering Saint, they rushed left, toward the stairs leading to the battlements, and scaled them. Morgan held the other Mordret back at the top of the stairs while Effie and Sunny prepared to dive onto the wall and clash with the mercenaries defending it. Looking at Effie, Sunny grinned. Hey! She gripped her revolver tighter. What? Sunny inhaled deeply, and then said in an even tone. Don't get shot. They moved in unison, throwing open the door of the guard tower and gaining a clear shot of the battlements. The mercenaries were caught by surprise, so Sunny and Effie brought half a dozen down before the rest could react. The muzzle flashes and the thunderclaps of their shots were both blinding and deafening, making the sight of people being shot dead a little less gruesome. Their advantage did not last long, though. And when it disappeared, me and my goddamn tongue. Sunny immediately got shot. Chapter 25-35. Gotta knock a little harder. After wielding a gun for the first time in his life, Sunny was highly amused. Wow! What a refined and lofty experience. He had already shot half a dozen enemies dead, and he wasn't even out of breath. All he needed to do in order to kill someone was point the gun in their general direction and pull the trigger. Sure, there was a lot of noise, some recoil, and he had to run around and crouch from time to time, but overall, Sunny had not broken a sweat yet. It was in such stark contrast with how he usually fought battles. Out there in the real world, Awakened almost always engaged their enemies in melee. It was an intense, demanding process that put a dire strain on the entire body. Every blow reverberated in their very bones, and every clash left them feeling bruised and battered even if they had not sustained any injuries. It was utterly exhausting. Even ranged weapons such as bows, slings, and javelins required one to exert themselves until their muscles were on the verge of tearing. Compared to that, using a gun was like a leisurely walk in the park. So, Sunny was slowly developing a very positive opinion of this quaint weapon. That was until he got shot in the chest, of course. F. Before Sunny knew it, he was thrown back. The air had been pushed out of his lungs, and his entire body went numb for a few moments. The pain of the impact had not arrived yet, but he could already tell how much it was going to hurt all too soon. The bulletproof vest seemed to have caught the bullet, and yet Sunny felt like he was back in Antarctica, being kicked by Goliath all over again. Damn it! He staggered back into the guard tower and almost rolled down the stairs. He would have, if not for the fact that Morgan caught him calmly by the collar. Her fingers sliced through the fabric of his jacket and left shallow cuts on his skin, but it was better than breaking his neck on the stone steps. The other Mordret hurriedly pulled Sunny back to the landing. "Detective Sunless! Are you all right?" Sunny gave him a pained look and finally managed to push some air into his lungs. His entire chest felt like one big bruise, and his ribs were pulsing with pain. He missed bone weave. All right is a strong word. I'm some right. I hate guns. Looking at his own revolver in utter disgust, Sunny suppressed a pained groan. What a barbaric, vulgar weapon it was. Truly something that only shameless people would use, talentless hacks who lacked taste and discernment, let alone the training and dedication needed to wield more deserving weapons. Cursing under his breath, Sunny leaned into the doorframe of the guard tower, hurriedly discharged his remaining rounds into one of the mercenaries, and ducked back. Effie retreated into the protection of the tower at the same time, breathing heavily as she pressed herself into the cold stones. A rain of bullets struck the opposite wall a split second later, showering them in stone dust. There's really a lot of them there. Sunny cursed again while reloading his gun. They tried to open fire once more, but had to retreat behind cover almost instantly. The narrow entrance to the battlements was a natural bottleneck that made for a deadly firing range. With how many henchmen there were on the castle wall, advancing further seemed like an impossible task. There was a silver lining to their difficult situation, though. As long as the mercenaries were concentrating their fire on Sunny and Effie, they were not shooting Saint. I think we need a plan. Effie looked at him, then at the doorframe of the guard tower. Then, she holstered her revolver and grinned. One plan, coming right up. Sunny raised his eyebrows. What are you? Before he could finish the sentence, Effie left her cover and stepped into the open. A bullet grazed her forearm, but she ignored it and grabbed the handle of the door they had thrown open a little earlier, then slammed it shut. Then, still holding the handle, Effie took half a step back and slammed her shoulder into the heavy wooden door, taking it clean off its hinges. As Sunny's eyes widened, both Effie and the door continued moving, flying into the open. Before the door fell, however, Effie grabbed its side with her other hand and held its massive weight in front of her. It was as if she was holding an oversized tower shield, using it to repel the barrage of bullets. "Doing, you lunatic!" Using the momentum to propel herself, Effie dashed forward. He could see her muscles straining to bear the weight of the heavy wooden door, but even though it was being pummeled by a barrage of bullets, Effie did not drop it. Neither did she slow down. A few seconds later, Effie crashed into the mercenaries like a bowling ball, sending several of them flying off the tall wall into the courtyard. A few more were either thrown to the ground or incapacitated, with too many broken bones between them all to count. Finally losing balance, Effie dropped the door and fell down as well. Devoid of her improvised tower shield and sprawled on top of it, she was a perfect target for the remaining mercenaries. However, none of Madoc's henchmen received a chance to shoot her while she was down. Because Sunny had not been just watching Effie's mad dash with an open mouth. Almost immediately after she dashed out of the guard tower, he followed. Now, jumping over her, he found himself standing between the remaining mercenaries. They were in the process of raising their guns to aim at him, but to Sunny, it seemed like they were moving in slow motion. He grinned. "Let me impart some culture to you, savages." Pulling his knife out of a hidden sheath on the small of his back, he held it in his left hand while the revolver was in his right. Then, Sunny raised his gun and shot the first of the mercenaries in the face. "Let me teach you the real meaning of savagery, as well." Chapter 25-36. Savage Future. Dodging a bullet was impossible, well, for a mundane human, at least. However, dodging a gunshot was not that hard. After all, the shooter had to raise their arm, take aim, and squeeze the trigger. The hammer had to strike, and the gunpowder had to explode, propelling the bullet forward. All of that took time. At long distance, there was still little one could do to avoid being shot despite having ample time to react. Things were different in close quarters, though, especially if a fighter was well trained. And there was hardly a more trained fighter than Sunny in all of Mirage City. Even lacking the ability to sense shadows and use shadow dance, he still possessed a profound knowledge of countless battle styles and a keen understanding of the fundamental laws of combat, not to mention a morbidly rich battle experience. So, now that Sunny was among the mercenaries, they were already doomed. He shot the first one in the face, then moved to escape the line of fire of the second one. A deafening gunshot rang out, but the bullet whistled past him. A moment later, Sunny kicked a henchman in the chest, sending him plummeting off the battlement. Taking a swift step forward, he used the mercenary whose bullet he had dodged to shield himself from the guns of two more. They lingered for a split second, hesitant to shoot their own comrade, and he used that split second to plunge his knife into his neck. By then, someone else was already aiming at him. Pushing the body of the mercenary at his two friends to slow them down a little, Sunny leaned back to avoid another bullet, then leaped forward. His knife hissed, slicing the shooter's wrist and forcing the henchman to drop his gun. At the same time, Sunny's revolver barked twice, and the backs of the heads of the two mercenaries who were staggering because of the thrown body exploded into a bloody haze. "Let's dance." Sunny grinned wickedly. Wielding a gun and a knife, he tore through the remaining mercenaries like a grim reaper. The battlements were relatively narrow, and their numbers were of little use when the enemy was that close. On the contrary, they were a hindrance, since those closer to him prevented those further behind from firing. The mercenaries were better equipped and far better trained than the members of the Black Snake gang, but they were just as powerless to stop his swift and cold-blooded advance. Blood spilled on the cold stones, mixing with rainwater. Effie joined him halfway into the slaughter, while Morgan covered them both with several well-placed shots from the safety of the guard tower. By the time Sunny discharged his sixth and last round, there was a pile of bleeding bodies on the battlements, as well as under the wall in the courtyard below. The remaining henchmen fled, retreating into the main keep. Making sure that nobody was moving, Sunny exhaled slowly and leaned on the parapet to try to catch his breath. This one skirmish seemed to drain him considerably. "I have mundane stamina now, wow, what a pitiful existence." All he had done in the past few days was avoid sleep altogether, throw an assassin out of a window, fight Mordret, kill a few thugs targeting Saint, survive a car crash, fight some more thugs, do a bit of investigating, storm an ancient castle under a deluge of bullets, get shot, and dispatch a dozen mercenaries in hand-to-hand combat. And just because of these few measly things, he was already tired. How embarrassing. Sonny was suddenly glad that he had only started dating Nephis after becoming a saint. Morgan and the other Mordret caught up with them while he was trying to recover. The latter looked around the scene of carnage with wide eyes and then turned to him with a bright smile. "Goodness! Detective, you!" Just then, something boomed thunderously down in the courtyard, and the entire castle shook. A pillar of fire rose above the walls for a moment and then collapsed, suffocated by the rain. Ignoring the dull pain in his chest, Sonny took a few steps to the edge of the battlements and peered down. Mordret seemed to have dealt with Madoc's henchman on the other side of the wall and was nowhere to be seen. All that remained in his wake was a trail of bodies. The mercenaries in the courtyard itself had retreated into the main keep, but not before detonating some kind of explosives, it seemed. Or maybe it was just one of the construction machines that had exploded when a stray bullet hit its fuel tank. Out there below them, Saint slowly rose from the fire, just as aloof as always. Black smoke and white mist spun around her like a furious whirlwind, making her onyx-black hair flutter wildly in the wind. Her eyes seemed to glow red as they reflected the dancing flames. "She's all right." Sonny let out a relieved sigh. Saint turned and looked up, staring directly at him as she absorbed the white mist. Raising a hand, Sonny pointed to the magnificent keep of the castle and shouted, "Keep! Let's rendezvous in the main keep." She looked at him for a few moments, then nodded silently and headed toward the heart of the ancient castle with steady steps. Sonny turned to his companions and pointed to where an aerial bridge connected the battlements to the towering keep. "We should hurry, too." Sheathing his knife, he searched his pocket and pulled out a bullet, his last bullet, it seemed. Sonny sighed. "I'm out." He looked at Effie, who shrugged. "Me too. Oh, and I dropped my gun when I was hauling that door. It's somewhere in the courtyard." Morgan simply shrugged. "I'm on my last drum. Couldn't you have shaken off those gangsters for more ammunition?" Sonny coughed, then winced when that caused a flash of pain to radiate from his bruised ribs. "Hey, it's not an armory, okay? I took everything they had." Loading the last round into his revolver, he gripped it and looked ahead, at the great keep of Mirage Castle. Madoc was somewhere in there, and something was telling him that the Castellan was there, as well. Sonny holstered the revolver and unsheathed his knife. "Let's go. We have a criminal mastermind to catch." Chapter 2537. Bullet time. Despite the losses Madoc's private security forces had suffered, there was still a small army of mercenaries left in the castle. It did not matter much that the outer wall had been breached. The main keep itself was designed with defense in mind, so carving a path to Madoc was not going to be easy. Especially with how low Sonny and his companions were running on bullets. See? One more reason why a sword is a superior weapon. The only thing you can run out of when using a sword is enemies to kill. If one was awakened, of course. Sadly, Sonny wasn't awakened at the moment. Even if someone presented him with a sword right now, he would not be too happy. After all, even he was not crazy enough to bring a sword to a gunfight. So, he was a little troubled. They made a move to rush toward the main keep, but at that moment, a polite cough interrupted them. The other Mordret seemed to linger behind, failing to follow them. Sonny looked at him with a frown. "What are you doing? There's no time to waste." Mordret looked between him, Effie, and Morgan with an awkward expression, then opened his mouth hesitantly. "I am terribly sorry, and I don't mean to presume. But I could not help but wonder." He pointed down. "Why don't you just take their guns?" Sonny blinked a few times. "What is he?" Then he blinked a few more times and looked down with an unreadable expression. The battlements were covered in bloody puddles and dead mercenaries. Each of those mercenaries had wielded a gun. Those guns were now littering the scene of carnage, soaking in the rain. Why had they not thought of picking them up, indeed? Sonny suppressed the desire to palm his face. It's the lack of sleep. Morgan answered for him. It's because we're awakened. Sonny glanced at her with surprise. Noticing his expression, she shrugged. Everyone has subconscious biases. For awakened, weapons are synonymous with memories, and memories disappear when their master dies. So, no one would think to pick up a slain enemy's weapon. This behavioral pattern is so ingrained in us that we don't usually entertain such thoughts. The situation might have changed, but our biases remain the same. Sonny studied her with a dubious expression for a few moments. You're just saying a lot of big words to hide the fact that you are embarrassed too, aren't you? Not expecting a response, he turned to the other Mordret. To answer your question, it's because this one is in the habit of using wooden doors as weapons, this one is still coming off an entire cocktail of powerful tranquilizers, and I hate guns. He looked down. But even though I detest them, I guess I'll make an exception just this once. With that, he leaned down and picked up a pistol, then stared at it in confusion. Who? Sonny looked at Effie and Morgan sheepishly. This one doesn't have a drum? Or a hammer? How do I load it, and how does it fire? Morgan closed her eyes for a moment, then leaned down to pick up a gun of her own. She also searched the nearest few bodies and retrieved a few thin rectangular pieces of metal from them. These are semi-automatic pistols, not revolvers. The mechanism is a bit different, but the end result is the same. And these are magazines. You load them into the handle, like this. Sonny stared. How do you know all this? Morgan looked at him with a strange expression. Because traditional firearms are still widely used in the modern day? These are still standard issue for most mundane soldiers and law enforcement officers. Even elite units equipped with magnetic mass drivers like the Gauss rifle still keep a semi-automatic pistol as sidearms, due to how reliable they are. The design is almost entirely the same, too. Gunpowder still rules mundane battlefields. Sonny looked at the pistol in his hand silently. Wait. So these primitive, archaic weapons weren't archaic at all? They were still being used in the real world? Suddenly, he felt like a complete fool. No, how was I supposed to know? It wasn't like I was assigned to a regular unit in the evacuation army. And the thugs in the outskirts never used this type of gun, either. Let's get some magazines, then. They were already lagging behind Mordret and Saint. So, they needed to hurry. They rushed across the outer wall and entered the aerial bridge connecting it to the main keep. The bridge had been raised by the workers renovating the castle and was quite treacherous, especially in the pouring rain. Nevertheless, they reached the door leading into the keep safely. Any pretense of safety went out of the window the moment they entered it, however. Knowing that a squall of bullets would meet them inside, Sonny broke into a run and dove into the open door at full speed. He opened fire while still flying through the air. Time seemed to slow down as he saw half a dozen henchmen hiding overturned tables, aimed his gun as best he could, and pulled the trigger. Bullets tore through the air, missing him by mere centimeters. At the same time, display cases behind the mercenaries exploded into glass shards as his own bullets struck the wall. Sonny landed in a roll and dashed toward a pile of construction materials, sliding behind it while shooting several more times. This time, his aim was much better. One of the mercenaries let out a pain scream and fell to the floor, clutching his shoulder. More importantly, Sonny's explosive entrance gave Effie and Morgan an opportunity to open fire at the distracted enemies from the door frame. The ambush at the entrance hall was annihilated in a matter of seconds. But there were many halls in the great castle, and many narrow corridors. If they had to fight their way through each one, someone was going to be hit by a stray bullet sooner or later. There was a muffled roar from somewhere down below, and the entire fortress shook. Saint was still pursuing the retreating mercenaries, it seemed. Sliding a new magazine into her scavenged pistol, Effie gave Sonny a questioning look. Where to now? He looked at the next door darkly. To the throne room. Chapter 2538. Castle Assault. The path to the throne room was guarded by a swarm of mercenaries who had hastily prepared for the assault. The corridors and halls of the great castle were full of construction materials and furnishings stored there in preparation for the grand exhibition. All of it was used to build makeshift barricades and gun nests. The halls had become miniature arenas. This is a bit exhilarating. Hiding behind a large crate while bullets whistled past him, Sonny felt a dark sense of thrill. Their assault was a singularly deadly affair, since one stray bullet could be the end of them. Death soared on invisible wings, too fast to be seen, and too numerous to be evaded. Every second could be their last, and all they could do was try their best and hope that luck would be on their side. Mundane humans were just that vulnerable and powerless in the face of firearms. But that was nothing new. Sonny had spent all of his adult life as an awakened, and while awakened were many times stronger and more resilient than mundane people, they lived every day of their violent lives with this exact feeling. In the world of the nightmare spell, it rarely mattered how powerful you were, there were always beings who could erase you from existence with the mere fact of their presence, so in that sense, being vulnerable and helpless in the face of conventional guns was simply more of the same. At least he had a bulletproof vest, this time. Move! There was a lull in the barrage of bullets peppering his cover, which meant that the mercenaries targeting him were reloading. Using this chance, Sonny dove out of his cover and sprinted forward. He shot his pistol a few times as he ran, forcing his enemies to duck down, and then jumped over their makeshift barricade. A dozen seconds later, they were dead. Effie had cleared the second barricade by then, and Morgan calmly shot a lone henchman who had hidden himself on a tall scaffold and tried to pick them off from under the ceiling. As his body fell down, the other Mordret tentatively raised his head and emerged from behind a tall vertical crate. Looking around, he let out a wistful sigh. What a travesty, the statues! The crates the mercenaries had shot at contained priceless statues that were supposed to become the centerpiece of the exhibition in this hall. Now, the statues were destroyed. Even if they had not been shattered completely, they were at least damaged too severely to be displayed. Sonny gave the other Mordret a quiet look. He wanted to say that there was no point in worrying about the statues, but remained silent. Of course, there wasn't. The grand opening of the Mirage Museum the Vela Group had been preparing would never happen. Worrying about the destruction of the statues was meaningless, as well, soon enough, the entire Mirage city would follow. This illusory reality was coming undone, one way or another. But even though Sonny knew that the other Mordret was acting foolish by regretting the damage done to the statues, he did not express his feelings aloud. The man knew how misguided his regret was better than anyone. His entire world was ending, and his entire life was being erased. Sonny was in a unique position to appreciate how terrible such a fate was. The fact that the other Mordret still seemed composed and even somewhat calm despite that, instead of breaking down or flying into uncontrollable rage, was another proof of how broken and incomplete he was. Despite how different the two sides of the Prince of Nothing were, neither of them could be called whole. Hurry up! They rushed out of the statue hall and faced another firefight in the corridor beyond. The darkness was torn apart by the muzzle flashes, and the deafening sound of gunshots reflected from the stone walls, growing almost unbearable. After the corridor, there was another hall, and after the hall, there was a deadly clash in a narrow stairwell. Sonny and his companions used the scavenged guns to push the enemy back. Other times, they had to resort to hand-to-hand combat and deal with the mercenaries in a more visceral manner. But no matter what kind of obstacle they met around the corner, nothing could stop them. They tore through the defense of Madoc's private security forces without ever losing momentum, leaving a trail of carnage and dead bodies in their wake. It was no surprise. Out here in Mirage Castle, met with the fierce resistance of elite forces hired by Madoc, Sonny could fully appreciate just how fearsome his contemporaries were. Mirage City was a reflection of a place that had existed in an era of peace. Sonny's own time, however, was an era of strife and war. Everyone received combat training from early childhood, regardless of gender or social status. There was no distinct martial culture in the real world. Martial culture was simply culture. The government was ostensibly the command center of a vast planet-wide army, and every human living on that planet was a conscript. It was just that, similar to an actual army, not every conscript was assigned a combat role. Some maintained the infrastructure, some produced tools of war, some generated supplies that the soldiers needed to function, but even these non-combatants were trained fighters. And that was merely the mundane population. There were also the elites of this militant society, the awakened, who had been forged into a perfect warrior caste by the nightmare spell. Only those who survived the horrors of the first nightmare and the dreadful expanse of the dream realm remained, and that cruel selection left little space for a lack of martial talent or inherent weakness. Among these hardened survivors, only the best of the best rose to the top and became masters. And among the masters, only the strongest became saints. But Sunny, Effie, and Morgan were not merely saints. They were not merely some of the strongest humans out there, they were the absolute best among the absolute elites, the most deadly and vicious children of the cold new era. Sunny in particular had risen higher than almost anyone before. So what chance did these mercenaries have against them? Carving a bloody path to the heart of the castle, the four of them reached the throne room at the same time as Saint and Mordret. Chapter 2539. Urban Fantasy. How is it? Sunny quietly retreated and looked at his companions with a somber expression. He did not have anything reassuring to say. Basically, it's a death trap. The throne room of Mirage Castle was almost as grand and enormous as that of Bastion. The domed ceiling was tremendously high, and there were arched galleries running the length of the great hall halfway to the floor. Since Sunny, Effie, Morgan, and the other Mordred had entered the main keep from the aerial bridge, they arrived at a hidden entrance to one of the galleries as opposed to the towering gates leading to the main floor of the throne room. Sunny had entered the gallery stealthily and eliminated the mercenaries perched there without making any noise. That allowed him to take a peek at what was happening below. It seemed like Madoc's forces were preparing to make a last stand under the throne of Mirage. There were staggered rows of barricades and countless armed henchmen hiding behind them, ready to open fire at the gate the moment someone tried to open it. Worse still, there was too much space between the gate and the barricades. The throne room was just that vast. It was a killing field. Sunny scowled, unsure what to do. Even if they flanked the enemies by opening fire from the gallery, the sheer number of mercenaries would make it hard for anyone to survive the squall of bullets. Worse than that, some of them seemed to be armed with automatic rifles and submachine guns instead of the semi-automatic pistols the previous ones had wielded. At this point, Sunny would not be surprised to learn that the enemy even had a crate of grenades or two stashed somewhere in the throne room. Or a rocket launcher. Rocket launchers were a thing, right? He vaguely remembered something like that from the Devil Detective's memories. Sunny was a bit stunned. How come these private security goons are armed so much better than the police? Then again, legacies were always better equipped than the government awakened, too. More importantly, how was he going to deal with this thoroughly entrenched, heavily armed force? There were sporadic sounds of gunfire, screams, and muffled booms reaching the throne room through the closed gate, coming closer and closer. The castle trembled from time to time, and dust poured from the ceiling. Saint was drawing near. Sunny, Effie, and Morgan were going to have to act when she arrived, no matter whether they had a plan or not. He studied his companions for a moment, and then said in a somber tone, "Listen. Here is the..." But then, Sunny felt silent. That was because something had changed. The sounds of gunfire, screams, and muffled booms stopped abruptly, and the throne room was suddenly enveloped in eerie silence. The mercenaries below shifted nervously, aiming their guns at the gate. Sunny cursed and moved toward the parapet of the gallery, feeling that something was going to happen once the silence was broken. And it did. What? The towering gates did not open, and neither were they broken down. Instead, they simply disintegrated, consumed by a great flood of darkness. As the crushing black torrent rushed into the throne room, Sunny thought that the castle was drowned by the lake. Somehow, however, a moment later, he realized that the flood had nothing to do with water. It was a vast river of true darkness. The swirling mass of darkness moved as if it possessed a mind of its own, splitting into countless streams as it crushed into the floor of the throne room. Flooding the killing field like a surging wave, it washed over the barricades and swallowed them. A moment later, horrified screams and sounds of gunfire filled the grand hall. The muzzle flashes bloomed in the embrace of true darkness, only to be suffocated the next moment. A graceful figure moved under the cover of the dark flood, wading through the gunfire to silence the voices of the terrified mercenaries one after another. Sonny shook off his trance and raised his gun. "What are you waiting for? Shoot them!" He opened fire first, aiming at the henchmen that were the furthest away from the raging flood of true darkness. A heartbeat later, Effie and Morgan joined him, using their elevated position to pick off the mercenaries with deadly precision. Mordret stood just a step away, watching the dreadful spectacle of Saint conquering the throne room of Mirage Castle with wide eyes. "Detective, that." He stammered for a moment, and then finished his sentence in a hesitant tone. "Is the wrong Zunra, I think." Sonny barely heard his question through the cannonade. "What the hell are you talking about? Snap out of it and take cover, damn it." The other Mordret flinched and belatedly ducked down. "Apologies." Ejecting a spent magazine, Sonny reached for a new one and discovered that he had run out of ammunition. Cursing quietly, he threw the gun away and unholstered his revolver, which still had a single bullet left. He did not get the opportunity to use it, though, because by then, the slaughter was over. The throne room grew quiet once again. The screaming stopped, and the sounds of gunfire stopped, as well. The river of darkness swirled and retreated, being absorbed into Saint's body. Standing among the corpses, she looked up and cast her indifferent gaze at the throne of Mirage. Her face was covered in soot and blood, seeming too beautiful to belong to a human. In fact, at that moment, her inhuman beauty was eerie and haunting. Just then, the silence was suddenly broken by the sound of applause. Looking over to the gallery on the opposite side of the throne room, Sonny saw Mordret. The Prince of Nothing was leaning against an arch, clapping his hands as he looked down with an amused expression. "Wonderfully done, Dr. Saint. Truly remarkable. I'm in awe." Then, he looked in Sonny's direction and smiled. "Oh, by the way, has anyone seen my uncle?" Chapter 2540. Adverse Weather Conditions. Soon enough, Sonny and his companions descended to the floor of the throne room. Mordret walked down the stone steps leading to the gallery, as well, wiping blood off his hands. They met under the throne of Mirage, where Saint was still standing still, absorbing tendrils of white mist that stretched toward her from the corpses littering the floor. Mordret's stylish Viridian suit did not look much better than the tattered raincoat the other Mordret was wearing by then, that only made them look more alike. Sonny did not have the time to ponder how they managed to look unmistakably distinct despite being exactly the same, though. He frowned, noticing that there was something wrong with Saint. As more and more nothingness entered her body, her impassive expression seemed to be turning a little strained. It was as if she was struggling with something. At some point, she even grimaced and gritted her teeth, a subtle crease appearing on her brow. She did not seem to be wounded or in pain, so "I think I know what is happening." Sonny did not exactly have proof to support his suspicion, but he felt that Saint was nearing an evolution, or maybe even suppressing it on purpose. Before, she used to gain shadow fragments by consuming memories. Later, after he lost connection to the spell, that avenue of growth vanished. She had only received fragments once since that day, after killing one of Mordret's reflections. At least Sonny thought that she did. Slaying the others in Mirage City must have finally allowed her to reach the limit, and now, she was on the verge of ascending to either a new rank or a new class. It was just that Saint was resisting the evolution, unwilling to leave Sonny in times of need. Whether she was doing it consciously or unconsciously, he did not know. This was the good news. The bad news, meanwhile. "He's not here." Morgan's voice sounded somber. There was indeed no trace of Maddock in the throne room. He had not perished in the throne room either. The corpses of the mercenaries did not dissolve into white mist completely yet, and his body was not among them. Sonny frowned. We must have dealt with most, if not all, of his minions. So where is he? Has he fled deep into the castle? What was the point of forcing the mercenaries to take a last stand here if Madoc himself had not been protected by them? Mirage Castle was vast, so searching it from top to bottom was going to take a lot of time they did not necessarily have, both because of Castellan's probable reaction to Saint breaking the rules of Mirage City and because Madoc could slip away and escape while they were searching. Where would he go? Any ideas? Effie shrugged. Morgan frowned and shook her head. Mordret scratched the tip of his nose. I must admit that I am not entirely sure. At that moment, the other Mordret said in a tentative tone. Actually, I might have an idea. They all looked at him, causing him to cough a couple of times. After staying silent for a bit, he pointed to the wall of the throne room opposite the gate. I was personally involved in the Mirage Museum project, so I am somewhat familiar with the layout here. That small door over there leads to a spiral staircase, and that staircase leads all the way to the roof of the castle's highest tower. We wanted to create an observation platform there for the visitors of the museum to enjoy the view of the city across the lake. Sunny raised an eyebrow. So? Why would Madoc flee to the roof of that tower? It's not like he can escape from there, and I am pretty sure that he is not going to jump. The other Mordret sighed. Sadly, the observation platform had to be scrapped, in the end, because the tower is really very high, and we couldn't figure out a way to fit an elevator anywhere while preserving the historical interiors of the castle at the same time. So, we built a helipad on the roof, instead. Sunny blinked a few times. I see. I can't help but ask, though. He raised an eyebrow. What the hell is a helipad? The other Mordret seemed a little confused by the question. Well, it's a landing area for a helicopter. Sunny gave him a deadpan look. What the hell is a helicopter? The other Mordret seemed both confused and a little embarrassed now. Oh. A helicopter is a kind of flying vehicle. People use it sometimes to reach distant areas, or simply to save time. It's handy to have one or two on standby. He looked up and contemplated something for a few moments. The weather is not at all fit for flying, but it would not be impossible either. Sunny frowned. A flying vehicle. There were not a lot of those in the real world, for various reasons, not the least of which was the fact that winged nightmare creatures were a death sentence for anyone foolish enough to entrust their life to a fragile alloy construct. Even land and water vehicles were difficult to protect in the world of the nightmare spell, and those could be weighed down by an almost limitless amount of armor. Plus, the passengers would not plummet to their deaths if such vehicles sustained a little damage. There was also the fact that terrible things happened to people who got too close to space. Sunny had learned that fact from Jet a long time ago, and back then, neither of them had known the reason. Now, he knew that it was because of the nightmare gate hidden on the dark side of the moon, and the creature guarding it. In any case, the idea of a flying vehicle was somewhat alien to Sunny. He was accustomed to seeing saints, dragons, and all kinds of horrors fly, but not machines. He was currently in a world different from his own, though. Wait, so you are saying that Madoc can just fly away if he reaches that helipad? The other Mordred offered him a smile. It is just a guess. Personally, I would avoid climbing into a helicopter during a rainstorm. Sunny did not respond, because he was already running toward the small door the other Mordred had pointed out. Hurry, damn it! Climbing to the top of the great tower of Mirage Castle was a torturous affair, but they did make it in time. Diving into the rain, with the dark sky above him, Sunny saw the world turn white from a flash of lightning. And in that white light, he finally laid his eyes on Madoc. Chapter 2541. The harder they fall. The roof of the great tower was flat, with a low parapet running around its perimeter. The stones were slick and wet, covered in water, the sky above was dark with storm clouds, and torrential rain pelted everything with a primal fury. The winds here were strong, as well, howling as they strained to push anyone foolish enough to ascend the tower down into a fatal fall. It really seemed like the heavens had burst open, unleashing a world-ending flood. The flying vehicle, a helicopter, stood in the middle of the roof, and Maddox was standing in front of it. Sonny was not sure what a helicopter was supposed to look like, really, but he was pretty sure that it was not supposed to be on fire, tilted to one side, and spouting billowing pillars of acrid black smoke. Who? Just as Sonny leaped over the last few steps of the long staircase, feeling his leg muscles burning, there was a bright flash. A moment later, a blinding bolt of lightning struck the burning machine, sending a swarm of sparks flying in all directions. Maddox staggered back, covering his face with an arm. Sonny froze for a split second. Well. He remembered the previous bolts of lightning that had landed somewhere above them during the battle for the courtyard. Back then, he did not waste any time thinking where they had struck, but really, it made sense. This was the highest point of the castle, and there was nothing around them but the vast expanse of the lake. Naturally, lightning would be attracted to a huge machine made of metal standing on an elevated point. It seemed that whoever the other Mordret had paid to design this helipad was terrible at their job. Sonny was not going to complain, though it was high time for him to get a little lucky. Now, at least, the enemy was not going to escape at the last moment. Raising his revolver, Sonny aimed it at the chairman of the Valor group. Freeze! Maddox spun around, piercing him with an infuriated gaze. You vermin! Anger, indignation, humiliation, there were a lot of hues to his voice, but remorse was not one of them. Even now that he had nowhere else to run, he was not sorry for what he had done, he was only sorry about getting caught. Outraged by it, really. Hearing his companions catching up, Sonny smiled darkly and said in a cold, even tone, Mr. Maddox, you are under arrest. The wind howled louder as he said those words. Ah, it feels good. Sonny was not the devil detective. Still, he had walked a mile in the troubled detective's shoes, and had experienced his obsessive determination to bring the nihilist to justice, even if it meant going against the omnipotent Valor group. The nihilist did not really exist, but his victims had not become less real because of that. 7 people had been brutally murdered, and now, the man responsible for their deaths was standing in front of him. Even if both the victims and the killer were not real people, and the details of the case had simply been concocted by the Castellan, it still felt good to solve it. Looking at Maddox, Sonny felt a strange sense of accomplishment. Maddox, meanwhile, snarled. Under arrest? Me? He laughed. Sure, go ahead. Arrest me. Let us see if there is an attorney in this city who dares to prosecute me, or a judge who dares to convict me. Sonny's smile turned darker still. You know, Mr. Maddox, it's not very wise to boast about something like that to a man aiming a gun at you. At that moment, Effie and the rest finally arrived. Saint appeared on the roof last, looking even more haggard than she had in the throne room. Maddox's eyes widened a little when he saw Morgan. Then he froze and scowled when 2 versions of Mordret came into view. What is this? Taking a step back, Maddox rubbed his eyes and stared at the 2 identical men once more. For a moment, he looked unsure of himself, but then his expression returned to normal. He seemed to have come up with some kind of explanation to resolve the maddening contradiction of the world. A stand-in? Ah! I should have known. The other Mordret sighed. Uncle. His expression was troubled. Just as Sonny was satisfied with finally catching the true culprit behind the nihilist killings, the other Mordret must have felt the opposite. The Castellan had changed the background of Mirage City to cater to its new guests, but by doing so, the truth familiar to its sole permanent inhabitant had also been changed. Perhaps the other Mordret wanted to tell his uncle that it was not his fault. After all, Maddox had not been a murderous conspirator just a few days ago. He had been made into the mastermind of the nihilist murders by the Castellan. But what was the point? Saying something like that meant admitting that Maddox was not a real person. And if he was not a real person, telling him anything had no point. The other Mordret seemed to be caught in this bitter contradiction, not knowing what to say. His counterpart, however, had no such problem. As Maddox backed away, Mordret took a step forward and smiled. Ah. As much as it pains me to admit, I am starting to see the allure of living in this sweet illusion. I was denied the pleasure of killing Whispering Blade with my own 2 hands, but now, the Great Mirror is offering me another chance. Of course, it is not exactly the real deal, but beggars can't be choosers. Can we? Madoc's back met the parapet, and he looked back with a wary expression. Well played, nephew, well played. You drove me into a corner. I hope you don't think that I am out of cards, though, police, really. Do you really think that you can bring me down with just that? Mordret's smile just widened slightly. Effie stared at his back for a moment, then turned to Sunny with a confused expression. All right, we got him. But what do we do with him now? How are we going to lure out the Castellan? Sunny frowned. That was a good question, indeed. I think? But before he could answer, Mordret finally reached the reflection of his uncle. Without saying anything else or changing his expression, he calmly raised a hand and pushed Madoc over the parapet. Everything happened so fast that none of them managed to react in time. By the time the other Mordret flinched and Morgan took an involuntary step forward, Madoc was already gone from view. A panicked scream resounded from the darkness, muffled by the howling of the wind and the roaring thunder. Half a dozen seconds later, the scream was cut abruptly somewhere far below. Mordred dusted off his hands and turned to them with a pleasant smile. Well, that's taken care of. For some reason, Sunny did not like the look of his smile. Am I missing something? He scowled, trying to understand why he was suddenly feeling uneasy. Surely, it was not because of Madoc's death. The only surprising thing about it was that it had come abruptly and without warning. He had not really expected Madoc to survive, to begin with. However, before Sunny could finish the thought, he was interrupted once again. This time, it was because of a low, rumbling sound that suddenly washed over them, shaking the very foundations of the world. Chapter 2542. Flowing Water. A distant, rumbling roar washed over the world, making it seem as if everything had gone still for a moment. It sounded like an enormous beast was stirring awake somewhere far away, rising from its slumber as forests and mountains rolled off its broad shoulders. There was a flash of lightning. Half blinded by the rain, Sunny unconsciously took a step toward the parapet. The others did the same, all looking in a single direction with tense, confused expressions, toward the source of the rumbling sound. They were facing north. What? Effie's voice drowned in a deafening thunderclap. Sunny inhaled sharply. Somehow, he knew what had happened, and what was going to happen, as well. The world was dark, obscured by the heavy storm clouds. Still, some light penetrated their thick barrier, and Mirage City was enveloped in a dim twilight. The restless surface of the Mirror Lake was stirring in front of them, and beyond it, the great mass of the drowning city sprawled on the distant shore. Beyond the city were the mountains, and the ancient barrier of the northern dam. That dam was breaking apart now, unable to endure the crushing weight of the artificial lake hidden behind it. It had held proud for thousands of years, withstanding the ruthless tyranny of time and the furious assaults of natural forces, but it had not been able to withstand human corruption. The subpar renovation works perpetrated by the Vela Group on Madoc's orders had compromised its integrity, and the disastrously persistent rains had caused the great reservoir contained by the dam to swell uncontrollably, pushing it to and over the limit. And now, it could not hold any longer. Sunny's eyes widened as he watched the calamity unfold. At first, it was a single crack that appeared on the great dam. The floodgates had already been opened to relieve the pressure, with foaming torrents of water pouring down from a vast height. However, that was not enough. The crack split the dam from top to bottom, spreading across its surface with the speed of lightning. It was narrow and barely noticeable, almost impossible to see. However, a moment later, that small crack became a devastating breach. The still water of the reservoir had become an unstoppable monster, wielding power so terrible that millions of tons of stone and concrete were flung outward as if shot from a cannon. The entire middle section of the dam exploded, with giant chunks of stone flying into the outskirts of the city below and crushing residential buildings as if they were paper boxes. What followed the destructive debris was much worse, though. Sunny froze, enthralled by the harrowing visage and unable to move. His companions were motionless, as well, witnessing the scene of utter destruction in a deafening silence. The water roared as it escaped its prison. It rushed through the wide breach in the damaged dam like a living being, hungering for human souls. The titanic torrent was too vast for its scale to be fathomed, or for its force to be measured. Looking at it, Sunny felt something that he had not felt in a long time. The utter, terrifying awe that mortals felt in the face of the insurmountable power that dwarfed their very existence, the dreadful power of hostile, untamed nature. The torrent of water struck the outskirts of Mirage City and swallowed them whole, flowing far and wide to consume everything in sight. The buildings, the streets, the rushing PTVs, the tiny figures of the terrified people, all of it was washed away in an instant, crushed and broken, ground into nothingness and drowned in the foaming expanse of raging water. Of course, the flood did not stop there. The powerful current rushing through the breach in the dam did not weaken. On the contrary, as more of the dam collapsed, it became more potent. The great tidal wave that had swallowed the outskirts continued south, devastating the northern areas of Mirage City. The rivers running toward the Mirror Lake swelled and overflowed, escaping their beds. Their flooding caused by that was merely a promise of the imminent disaster, though. All across the city, the heavy iron covers of the drainage pipes were sent flying into the air. Towering plumes of foaming water shot upward like geysers. It was only then that the thunderous roar of the collapsing dam reached the distant parts of Mirage City, and people on the streets froze in place, looking north with confused expressions. The flood utterly crushed and destroyed the northernmost parts of Mirage City. However, the rest of it was not spared, either. Even if the obliterating force of the tidal wave had been exhausted as it moved further away from the broken dam, the water still continued flowing. In the districts north of Mirror Lake, the water flowed freely across the streets, rising higher and higher. It swallowed the PTVs and the pedestrians, collecting an unimaginable death toll. Some of the buildings were partially flooded, some even submerged in the water completely. The citizens trapped in them had not survived, either. Standing by Sunny's side, Effie let out a strange cry and grabbed the parapet, her fingers turning white. Finally, the flood reached the Mirror Lake. It stopped the torrent for a while. However, the level of water in the lake swiftly rose. Soon enough, the slopes of the mountain and the stone steps leading to the castle disappeared beneath the surging waves, leaving only the platform directly in front of the great gates above the tide. By then, the Mirror Lake had overflowed, as well. A secondary wave poured from the confines of its shores, joining the flood as it rushed south. The narrow streets there funneled the water, giving the torrents more strength. Nothing could withstand the terrible force of the flowing water, and everyone who had been looking north minutes earlier drowned with terrified expressions on their faces, unable to escape. Everything in sight had drowned in the vast, unstoppable current. Sunny had seen this scene before, he had seen it countless times. Every time the night came to the forgotten shore, the dark sea would flood the crimson labyrinth and destroy anything and anyone who had not found shelter from its fury. Only, this time, it was not abominations that were being destroyed by the rushing water, it was people. The streets of Mirage City become their watery grave. Something like that must have happened in the true Bastion, as well, thousands of years ago. Soon enough, the Mirror Lake seemed to have expanded greatly, growing to cover the entire area where Mirage City had once stood. Here and there, the edifices of skyscrapers rose from the water like orphan towers, but most of the city was hidden under the mass of water. At the heart of the great lake, the castle stood lonesomely among the waves. The other Mordret swayed as he took a step back. His expression at the moment was hard to describe, even if someone was in a state to pay attention to such details. Everyone seemed stunned and petrified by what they had just witnessed. Except for Sunny. Sunny, on the contrary, was restless. I missed it. I missed it. Damn it. How could I have been so foolish? How could I have been fooled again? While everyone stood still, he suddenly spun around and raised his revolver. Aiming it at Mordret's head, Sunny then gritted his teeth and pressed the trigger. Chapter 2543. Double Cross. It was impossible to dodge a bullet, for a mundane human, at least. And yet, that was exactly what Mordret did. He had been looking at the harrowing sight of a drowning city with the rest of them a split second ago. But when Sunnis' revolver thundered, aimed at his head point blank, he leaned sideways with superhuman speed, allowing the bullet to fly past. Damn it! Mordret took a step back, coming to stand near his other fragment. The first to react was Saint, even if she only turned to look in his direction. Morgan and Effie spun around, wary and trying to understand what had happened. The other Mordret was the last to realize what had happened, reeling back in shock. Mordret reached a hand and grabbed his arm, preventing him from losing his balance. Goodness gracious, Sunless! What was that for? His smile was as pleasant as ever, but it did not reach his eerie, mirror-like eyes. Sunny gritted his teeth. That was to slow you down. He knew, of course, that simply shooting Mordret was not going to kill him. But it was bound to destroy his body and force him to search for a new one. In fact, I should have aimed for the other one. Sunny belatedly realized that he had made a mistake. But there was no time to feel regret. He finally realized the source of the feeling that he was missing something that had been plaguing him ever since the throne room. Sadly, it was already too late. His hands are clean. When Mordret descended from the gallery, his hands were blooded. But now, they were clean. It was a small detail that would not have mattered in most circumstances, but held a frightening meaning here in Mirage City. Sunny had failed to register the fact completely. But just now, as they were watching the city drown, he saw something in the periphery of his vision. It was so subtle that he paid it no attention at first, yet his subconscious kept pushing the thought of it to the forefront of his mind. That something was a thin tendril of white mist. Almost impossible to see in the heavy rain, it flowed from below the parapet and slowly reached Mordret. And was absorbed into his body. That white mist was the essence of the other who had played the role of Madoc before being killed by the Prince of Nothing. The body had fallen all the way down to the courtyard, shattering as it crashed into the roofs of the main keep first. It had taken the mist quite some time to reach all the way to the highest point of the great tower. That was probably the very reason why Mordret had chosen to kill Madoc by pushing him down. The body was gone now, just like the bodies of others slain by Saint disappeared without a trace. That was why the blood was gone from Mordret's hands. The corpses of the mercenaries he had killed dissolved into mist, and their blood followed. I should have realized sooner. Sunny cursed himself bitterly. It made so much sense, in hindsight. There were too many strange things about the Palace of Imagination, so, overwhelmed by them, he had not thought about the reason why Saint was able to absorb the ghostly essence of reflections in detail. The answer was obvious, though. It was because she had an affinity to nothing. And who had the same affinity, as well? It was Mordret, the Prince of Nothing. And the other Mordret, too. The latter had spent most of his life in Mirage City, but unlike his ruthless alter ego, he was not a murderous fiend. There had been no reason for him to kill anyone, and even if there had been, he wouldn't have. That was simply out of character for him. So, even after spending decades in the Palace of Imagination, he had never absorbed nothing, and had never regained his awakened power. But Mordret was different. He slaughtered the mercenaries and killed Madoc. Gods only knew how many others he had slain before meeting Sunny. Which meant that he had at least some of his power back, and had been hiding it. And that did not bode well. It did not bode well at all. Mordret laughed. Ah, it seems that I've been caught. Effie studied him tensely, then asked without looking away. Sunny? What is going on? Sunny lingered for a few moments, feverishly trying to understand what Mordret was planning. Had he already reclaimed some of his power when they fought several days ago? Had he been pretending to be weak in order to lower Sunny's guard? Had every word spoken by Mordret been chosen carefully in order to manipulate him into doing what Mordret wanted him to do? What was he trying to achieve? Kill Morgan? Absorb the essence of the Castellan? Or something else? We are being double-crossed, that is what. Glaring at Mordret, he lowered his empty revolver and asked in a cold, murderous tone. Let me guess, that whole conversation about wanting to hide your other self on the Ivory Island to protect him from the Dreamspawn was a lie. Mordret shrugged with a smile. Of course. Did you really think I would entrust you with something so vital? To be honest, I never believed that either you or the Changing Star would be able to protect him from that fiend. You know what they say, Sunless, if you want something done well, do it yourself. So thank you kindly for the offer, but I won't be needing your services. We will go our own way, he and I. Sunny smirked. What? You think that you'll do a better job of protecting him than two sovereigns? Mordret's smile dimmed slightly. As a matter of fact, yes. I do believe that. You two have too much to lose, you see, the whole world, really. And that is exactly what the Dreamspawn will use to destroy you. But me? He grinned. I have nothing. And therefore, I have nothing to lose. With that, he strengthened his grip on the other Mordred's arm. The other Mordret looked at Morgan, wanting to say something. But he never did. Because in the next moment, he was gone. He vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed at all. Chapter 2544. Mirror Abyss. Where did he go? Effie's tone changed halfway through the sentence as she realized the pointlessness of her question. The answer was obvious. Into the bastard's personal mirror realm. Sunny gritted his teeth. Of course. He had known about Mordred's ascended ability for a long time. It allowed the Prince of Nothing to establish a physical space in the realm of reflections and store objects in it, as well as his morbid collection of vessels. But that was not all he could place into his minor domain. He could pull people into the mirror realm, too. Sunny had been drawn into it once himself, in twilight. He remembered it vividly, the vast and somber expanse, a grey sky covered by stormy clouds, white mist swirling around his feet, and a radiant sphere shining like a pale sun above, its rays falling like silver pillars through the veil of clouds. Mordred's mirror realm was a reflection of his soul sea, at least it had been when he was a master. Now that he was a saint, his personal mirror realm would have evolved into a minor domain and came to resemble that of Soul Stealer, most likely. He looked at Mordret with a hint of dark resentment in his eyes. Mordret chuckled. Yes, indeed. Back when I needed to hide him, all those years back, I was merely awakened. I did not have such a convenient power yet, but I do now. Is there a better place to hide my flaw than my own soul sea? Where would he ever be safer? Nowhere. As long as I keep him imprisoned in my soul, I will always be able to keep an eye on him. So, I had to retrieve him from the Palace of Imagination before the Dreamspawn did it for me. He sighed. Of course, various obstacles got in the way. I did not expect Morgan to be here and poison the pathetic worm's illusion with her bloodlust. I did not expect such an elaborate illusion to exist, either. This place had been quite different when I visited last, you see. Most of all, I did not expect to be stripped of my aspect and be hunted down by the Castellan like a rat. That was quite a troublesome development, to say the least. A pale smile appeared on Mordred's lips. Ah, but I endured and persevered. You suspected me of being the nihilist, Sunless, but of course, I did not kill those people. Which is not to say that I didn't kill other people. He laughed. It's just I would never be so careless as to leave bodies lying around. I planned to dispose of them using the drainage collectors at first, but what would you know? There was no need. My victims, unlike those of the nihilist, simply disappeared like mist. Mordret inhaled deeply and looked at the harrowing vista of the drowned city with regret. Such a waste, but no matter. I managed to survive the pursuit of the Castellan and even recover some of my power, not enough to unlock my ascended ability, sadly, and not nearly enough to take the axis of this entire world and get out alive. With all my spare attires destroyed, I needed someone who possessed a role in this bizarre world to do it for me, to get me close to my flaw, at the right moment. You have my gratitude for that, Sunless. He shrugged. Oh, and for bringing me all these mercenaries on a silver platter. With their lives and that of Madoc, I finally managed to regain access to my mirror realm. So, this is where we say goodbye, I guess. Sunny smiled crookedly. What a polite farewell. Something tells me that this is not how you were planning to part with us, though you were probably planning to kill us first before leaving to turn the tables and hunt down the Castellan like a rat instead. However, you failed to anticipate one thing, didn't you? He looked at Mordred with a chilling darkness nestling in his eyes. You failed to anticipate Saint. Saint moved slightly at that moment, looking at Mordred with cold, frightening indifference. His smile faltered for a split second. Why, yes. I loathe to admit it, but I really did not anticipate that your beautiful companion would turn out to be one of Never's children. What an ill-fated coincidence, or maybe a fortuitous one, who's to say? Ah, but you are wrong, Sunless. He raised a hand and rubbed his temple, a strange grimace appearing on his face for a brief moment. I never intended to kill you. Morgan, sure. Raised by wolves, as well, to eliminate the risk of her regaining a measure of control over the Palace of Imagination before I escaped it. But even though I would love nothing more than to see you pay for the death of my father, pay terribly. I need you alive. A pale smile bloomed on his lips. After all, I need you and Changing Star to last as long as possible against the Dreamspawn. The guiding light and the shadow of humanity, you are meant to be my meat shield, you know. What an honor. Laughing, he took a step back. So live long, Sunless. Live long and struggle desperately. Oh, and by the way. Mordred made a dramatic pause, looking at him with a smile. That damn miscreant. In the short moment Sunny spent feverishly considering what to do next, Morgan suddenly stepped forward. Her gloves were long gone, and her delicate, pale fingers were spread slightly, glistening with the drops of rain like 10 razor-sharp knives. What? Can't come up with something else to say to stall more. Casting a brief look at Sunny, she said in an even tone. Take Athena and go find the Castellan, Lord of Shadows. Dr. Saint and I will hold him back. Sunny gave her a long look. Morgan was mundane, and Mordred seemed to have regained the power of an ascended. Challenging him would be absolutely deadly for her, even with Saint fighting by her side. But that wasn't even the main problem. How are you going to hold him back? His dormant ability allows him to jump between reflections. He can slip away anytime he wants. Morgan smiled darkly. He might have regained some power, but he did not regain all of his power. Actually, although he is hiding it, he is barely holding it together because of the rain. Sunny's eyes widened a little. The rain. Mordred could sense reflections and travel between them. And currently, there were millions of tiny mirrors around them. Every drop of rain reflected the world as it fell from the sky, and all those reflections multiplied as they contained each other, creating an endless labyrinth of mirrors. Mordred's mind was constantly assaulted by that boundless abyss of reflections, and even if he attempted to hide it, it must have put an immense strain on him. More importantly, Morgan spoke again. He can indeed escape into reflections, but first, he needs to find the right one. That is why he wasted time giving us a winded speech, and that is why he has not escaped yet. So, go. Hurry. Sunny looked at her, then at Mordred. Mordred smiled. Ah, my dear sister makes some sense. But, you see. However, he could not finish the sentence. Because at that moment, Sunny spun around and grabbed Effie, shouting, Saint! And a split second later, Saint vanished from where she stood and slammed into Mordred, sending them both crashing into the parapet. Morgan rushed forward, as well. Sunny did not see it, though, because he was already running toward the stairs. Chapter 2545. Reflections upon Reflections. Sunny and Effie rushed down the long spiral staircase, jumping over several stone steps with each stride. The great tower shook around them as Mordred, Morgan, and Saint clashed on its roof. Sunny did not know who would win in that fight or for how long the two women would be able to hold the Prince of Nothing back, so there was no time to waste. Effie seemed to understand that, as well. I just have one question. She failed to make a tight enough turn and slammed into a wall, using it to direct her momentum. How the hell are we supposed to find the Castellan? Sonny was cursing the height of the great tower and the length of the stairs when he heard the question. His muscles had already been burning because of the climb up, and now, he had to descend the same way in a rush. Where to find the Castellan, indeed. At the moment, he was going over everything that Mordret had told him and trying to understand which of his words were true, and which were a lie. Mordret was a frighteningly skilled manipulator, and he knew how to masterfully mix truth and deceit to control his targets. In hindsight, he had to be. Humans naturally rejected anyone who was not like them, and so, he would have had to read their thoughts and emotions flawlessly if he wanted to fit in. Even before that, he would have become adept at reading emotions while growing up next to Anvil and Asterion. That said, Sonny did not think that Mordret had lied about many things here in Mirage City, just about the most important things. That was because he had needed Sonny and Effie to know the true state and function of the Palace of Imagination in order to use them as proxy agents against the Castellan. He had definitely exaggerated how dangerous the Castellan was to anyone who wasn't him, somewhat, while at the same time understating how rough a shape the Castellan was in. The flood that destroyed Mirage City was most likely a manifestation of that ancient reflection failing to endure the pressure of having to incorporate conflicting desires into its grand illusion without the guidance of the castle master. The Castellan was breaking down, just like the northern dam had, and the illusion of Mirage City was breaking down with it. So, where would Sonny find the Castellan? Most of Mirage City was gone, now. Only the tallest buildings remained above the water, and the castle, of course. There was a slim chance that the Castellan was in one of the remaining buildings, but Sonny doubted that. No, the ancient reflection would be somewhere here, in the stronghold of its former master. But where? It was not the throne room or the roof of the great tower. It was not the courtyard, either. The castle was vast, and there were plenty of halls in it. Sonny looked at Effie. You know the layout of Bastion pretty well, right? This replica of the castle seems smaller, but there should be some similarity. How similar are they? By then, they had almost reached the throne room. Pretty similar. Sonny nodded. So, how would one get to the Great Mirror? Effie almost stumbled. The Great Mirror. There was the true Great Mirror, standing in the middle of the Hall of Imagination in True Bastion. But there was also the false Great Mirror, hidden deep inside the mountain under the illusory Bastion, that one, the rulers of Clan Vela and later Effie had used to control the component of the Great Citadel that allowed it to travel between reality and illusions. The false Great Mirror led to True Bastion, while the real Great Mirror led to the Palace of Imagination. But there was a castle in Mirage City, as well. So, wouldn't it be natural to assume that there would be a third version of the Great Mirror here, as well? Just how deep does this infinity mirror go? Effie remained motionless for a moment, looking around with a bewildered expression, then nodded resolutely. Follow me. They rushed to an alcove behind the throne, where another door was hidden behind a tapestry. The castle itself was a labyrinth, but Effie was able to navigate it with at least some level of confidence. She had been ruling Bastion for more than a year, after all, so this was a replica of her seat of power. Where is it? Where is it? Soon, they stopped near an unassuming wall. Looking around, Effie pulled on a metal torch holder fastened to the wall, then turned it slightly. A section of the wall suddenly receded and then slid sideways, revealing a dark passage. Effie smiled faintly. Still works. However, in the next moment, both of them froze. What is this? As soon as the secret passage opened, a strange sound reached their ears. It was quiet and subtle, as if coming from a great distance, but also impossible to ignore due to how out of place it seemed. Sonny was pretty sure that what they heard was music. It was a clear sound of strings being plucked to sing a haunting, melancholic melody. They looked at each other, not knowing how to react. Let's proceed. Effie nodded, just as bewildered and disturbed as Sonny. They entered the secret passage, traversed a maze of dusty stone corridors, and reached a deep well leading to the depths of the mountain. A narrow staircase was clinging to its wall. They descended it without wasting any time, knowing that somewhere far above, Morgan and Saint were fighting Mordret with their lives on the line. The deeper into the depths of the mountain they descended, the clearer and louder the forlorn melody became, until it filled their ears completely, making them both feel like they were lost in it. Soon enough, they reached the bottom of the well and found themselves standing in front of towering gates. Sunny held his breath for a moment, then took a step forward and pushed the gates open. Out there behind them stood a vast underground chamber, much too vast for the scale of the mountain, clearly greater than the space it was supposed to take up. An immense mirror was standing in its heart, towering at least 100 meters in height. It was covered by a sheet of thin black fabric, which moved slightly in a ghostly wind. And in front of the mirror, sitting on the stone floor with his back to them, Sunny and Effie finally beheld the Castellan. Chapter 2546. Background character. Out there in front of the great mirror, a reflection of an illusion of the great mirror, to be precise, a man was sitting on the cold stone floor, strumming an old guitar. The slow, wistful melody echoed in the dim expanse of the vast chamber, reflecting from its distant walls. The dead silence that reigned in the depths of the mountain served as an opulent background for the melody, making each note feel full and rich. As Sunny and Effie entered the chamber of the great mirror, the man hummed in a low, pleasant voice. Gem. Sunny did not know what he had expected the Castellan to look like. However, he definitely did not expect him to be wearing cheap, torn jeans and a faded windbreaker jacket. The man was sitting with his back to the gates, facing the covered mirror, so they could not see his face. However, they did see that his hair was long and disheveled, in dire need of a brush and shampoo. Though, all of us will dream the nightmare of the... Sunny and Effie glanced at each other. The Castellan, they were sure that it was him, looked perfectly mundane. He did not show any signs of aggression, either, or any signs of having noticed them at all. Instead, he seemed completely focused on casually picking the strings of his guitar and humming a quiet song in the silence of the underground chamber. That song was quite eerie, though. Sunny could not make out all of the words, but they sounded cold and ominous, even if the man singing them did not put any emotion except slight melancholy into his voice. Something about him looked familiar. They moved forward cautiously, circling the Castellan from both sides. When Sunny finally caught a glimpse of his face, he halted for a moment. "I've seen him before." The man was not at all kempt, but his weathered face was handsome, subtly beautiful, even. "Wait. Isn't he?" Effie's voice sounded surprised. She had a reason to be bewildered, too. Wait a minute. As it turned out, the Castellan had been near them this whole time. Sunny could remember at least 2 instances of meeting him, or, rather, noticing him in the background. There were probably more that had gone unnoticed. The man was the street musician who had been playing his guitar near the Mirage city center for troubled youths on the day they visited it. He had also been near the psychiatric hospital where Saint worked on the day they kidnapped the other Mordret. In hindsight, his presence in both places was strange. What kind of musician would busk outside on a rainy day, when everyone was huddled inside? It made little sense. But Sunny had not paid him any attention. The ragged street musician had been merely one of the countless nameless extras populating Mirage City. He had been nothing more than a part of the background. So, they had seen him, walked past him, and failed to recognize him for what he truly was. The Castellan. The custodian of the Palace of Imagination, and the ancient reflection who had usurped the authority over the Great Mirror. However, those were not the only 2 times Sunny had seen this man. Effie might have been surprised because she recognized the Castellan as the unassuming street musician, but Sunny had a different reason. In truth, he had seen him even before coming to Mirage City. The street musician was older, and his face was much more weathered. The clothes were different, and his hair was much longer now. The lower part of his face was covered by a beard, which had not been there before, but there was no mistaking it. Sunny had seen him in one of the visions bestowed upon him in Ariel's game. His Omer of the Nine. His voice sounded even. Indeed, the Castellan was none other than one of the 9, a blind poet famed for his songs, who joined Prince Uris and the rest of them in the quest to slay the gods. By now, Sunny knew or at least suspected what mission some of the 9 had been meant to complete. Alethea had been tasked with finding the truth in the depths of Ariel's tomb. Imogen the sculptor had been tasked with building a trap for the gods by delivering that truth to the demon of destiny. Orphne, Slayer, had been given the gravest task of all, to kill Weaver, the demon of fate, in which she had succeeded twice. Uris had become a slave. And while the details of Oro's mission were still unknown, it was apparently the most harrowing of them all. Sunny did not know what task the blind poet, Omer, had received either. However, he knew that Omer's fate had been to become lost in illusions. Now, he understood what that meant. Omer of the 9 had been sent to the realm of Mirage, the demon of imagination. His purpose was unknown, but it had probably been tied to convincing Mirage to answer Nether's call and fight side by side with his siblings in the Doom War. Diamonds were not the most affectionate of siblings, after all. Nether himself had ignored Hope's imprisonment for 1,000 years. So, if one thought about it, it was actually strange that all of them, all except Weaver, had risen up against the gods together. Some of the 9 must have been sent to other diamonds, as well, like Omer. As Sunny walked past the Castellan and saw his face clearly, he also saw something far more morbid. In front of the seated man, 14 human eyes were placed in a half-circle, staring at him with glassy pupils. Effie cursed quietly. The victims of the nihilist were all missing their eyes. So that was where the missing eyes had gone. Sunny felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, the Castellan fell silent and stopped playing his old guitar. He remained motionless for a few moments, then raised his head and looked at Sunny. His own eyes were clear and blue like the sea. "I am not Omer of the 9. The Castellan's voice was calm and emotionless. "I am merely the reflection of Omer of the 9. I am the custodian of the Palace of Imagination." Chapter 2547. 1001. Sunny shivered. It was not every day that he had a conversation with another. Well, technically, he had conversed with many of them here in Mirage City over the last few days, but he had never spoken to one who knew their nature. The reflection of Omer of the 9. Why was the reflection of one of the 9 serving as a custodian of Mirage's palace? He lingered for a while, then said in a subdued tone, "Well, you haven't been doing your job well, have you? The place is a mess." The Castellan remained silent. Sunny and Effie exchanged glances. Now that they had found the ancient reflection, they were supposed to get the authority over the Palace of Imagination back to Effie, somehow. The easiest way would be for her to destroy the Castellan, most likely, but Sunny was not sure how powerful the Castellan was, and therefore whether they would be able to shatter him. Could they convince him to surrender the authority voluntarily? That would be the best outcome, since Effie would be able to use the Castellan to draw much more potential from the Palace of Imagination then. However, Sunny did not know if the reflection of Omer of the 9 could be convinced either. In any case, they did not have much time to try. The Castellan finally spoke. "My mistress is away." This seemed to be his answer to the accusation of not maintaining the Palace of Imagination properly. This reflection had been designed to help the castle master control the Great Mirror, after all, not to control it in their master's stead. Effie scoffed. "Who is away? I am the master of the castle, and therefore your master as well. Yet, not only did you fail to assist me, you even stole my authority and tried to kill me. No wonder this whole place has collapsed. Do you see the problem here?" The Castellan stared at her silently. "You are wrong. He doesn't seem to be blind anymore, at least not here, in the Palace of Imagination. Could Mirage have imagined a world where the blind could see?" While Sunny considered that small detail, Effie raised an eyebrow. "I'm wrong? What am I wrong about?" The Castellan lowered his gaze. "I only have one mistress, Mirage, the demon of imagination. And you are not her. The castle you rule is nothing but a shell, the illusory one is the moat, and the true one is the gate. Both merely lead to the Palace of Imagination. The Palace of the Demon of Imagination, the place where my mistress resided and ruled, has always been the Great Mirror. Sunny smiled. The Castellan was mistaken, of course. There had been a time before Mirage created mirrors, so Bastion was far more ancient than the Great Mirror. It did not matter which had come first, anyway. Now that the spell made the castle into a citadel, they were all inseparable. It was interesting that this ancient reflection suffered from such a delusion, though. Nevertheless, Sunny had sensed a note of stubbornness in the Castellan's voice when he denounced Effie's claim to authority over the Great Mirror and proclaimed that he would only ever serve Mirage. It did not feel like challenging his stance directly would be fruitful, but there was also a vulnerability there that could be exploited. Instead of pressing the reflection of Oma of the Nine on this issue, Sunny glanced at the covered expanse of the replica of the Great Mirror. Why is the reflection of one of the nine serving the Demon of Imagination, anyway? The Castellan remained silent for a while. Then, he carefully plucked the strings of his guitar. It was because my mistress has become lost in her own illusions. She abandoned the real world, preferring the company of reflections. A fantasy upon fantasy, she lived countless lives in the Palace of Imagination, not caring about what happened outside its walls. And she was happy. His quiet melody turned wistful. But what to do? The nine needed the Demon of Imagination to join the other diamonds in their rebellion. And so, Oma came to the shores of the Mirror Lake. Who better was there than a poet famous for his tales and songs? Mirage took an interest in him because of how vibrant and inexhaustible his imagination was. And so, she invited him into her palace. The Castellan stopped playing and looked into the distance. She gave him control of the Great Mirror so that he could bring his stories to life. Oma created a fantastical realm for her to explore, and a thrilling story for her to experience. Mirage enjoyed his fantasy greatly, but eventually, she grew bored with it. She wanted to reward the blind poet and send him away, but he offered to imagine another fantasy, and with her permission, he did. And then another, and then another. His gaze grew distant. 1,000 realms, 1,000 tales. No matter how much Mirage tested Oma, his imagination never exhausted itself, just like her sense of wonder and hunger were inexhaustible. They experienced 1,000 fantasies together, and when the 1,000th fantasy came to an end, Oma made a request to Mirage. The reflection of Oma put his guitar on the floor. So, the Demon of Imagination gave him a final task. She told him to imagine something that she could not imagine herself. Even I do not know what Oma showed her in that final illusion, but when that illusion was eventually dispelled, Mirage left her palace and joined her siblings in the rebellions against the gods. Oma followed her into war, as well. The Castellan looked at Sunny with emotionless eyes. Only I remained. Sunny smiled faintly. What a beautiful story it is. But despite the beautiful story, his voice sounded cruel. Mirage died in that war, you know. And Oma must have died with her. He looked down at the Castellan and said evenly. You say that your mistress is away, but you are the one who lured her out, into a hopeless war. You claim to be loyal to Mirage, but you were the one who destroyed her happiness. You killed her. You are a hypocrite, Oma. Ah, I really hate hypocrites the most. Only then did the Castellan's gaze finally show hints of emotion. Chapter 2548. In her image. The Castellan's eyes trembled. He remained motionless for a few moments, then turned his glassy gaze to Sunny. There seemed to be a hint of an emotion hiding behind the cold stillness of his blue eyes, but Sunny was incapable of recognizing what it was. I am not Oma of the Nine. I am the reflection of. Sunny interrupted him. Yes, yes. I know. Turning away, he looked at the Great Mirror. Now was the time to press the attack and break the Castellan's conception, but he lingered, suddenly distracted by a strange feeling. The Great Mirror? It was calling to him. It seemed to be exerting a subtle pull on his soul, but apart from that, it was pulling him closer quite literally. Sunny felt as if the Great Mirror was a magnet, and his body was made of iron. It was as if his blood pressed against the walls of his veins, pushing him to come closer. Needless to say, that was a bizarre and distracting feeling, enough so that he momentarily lost his train of thought. Ah. I see. It took him a few moments to understand what was happening. His blood had a peculiar quality thanks to bloodweave, its parts always strive to fuse back with the whole. That was the reason why he hardly bled, and at the moment, his blood wanted to reunite with another lost part. There, behind the black fabric covering the great mirror, another piece of Weaver's lineage was waiting for him. I found it. Sonny allowed himself to feel the thrill of having accomplished his goal. He stared at the great mirror for a few moments, motionless, then turned back to the Castellan. His heart was beating rapidly, but no sign of agitation showed on his face. You are not Omer of the Nine, but you were him, once. So, is there a difference? The Castellan fell silent. His gaze remained inexpressive, but Sonny knew that the ancient reflection was troubled. It had already been in a sorry state after being abandoned for thousands of years, slowly coming undone, and now, its condition grew even worse because of the clash of human desires it had been forced to endure. It was strange to assume that a reflection had a mental state, but if it did, the Castellan's mental state was weakened. If Sonny convinced the Castellan that he had betrayed the mistress he claimed to be eternally loyal to a long time ago, then maybe, just maybe, the ancient reflection would accept a new master. Not because the previous one was not worthy of being served, but because the Castellan was not worthy of serving her. Were reflections capable of feeling guilt? Beastie, the first reflection created by Mordret, had never stopped searching for its sealed master. So, the others could feel some emotions, after all, or were at least capable of learning to feel them. We shall see. Still conscious of the great mirror behind him, Sonny failed to suppress a question. Glancing at it briefly, he asked in a false tone of indifference. Why did you cover that mirror, anyway? What's behind that cloth? The Castellan lingered for a while. Eventually, he said in a strangely quiet voice. Something. I am afraid of. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Effie seemed surprised, as well. Afraid of? What can the being in control of the Palace of Imagination fear within its walls? The Castellan watched the black fabric move slightly in the ghostly wind. His answer was succinct. Something beyond my control. Sonny frowned. At that moment, a subtle tremor shook the great underground chamber. Streams of dust fell from the ceiling, and with them, a few drops of cold water. The Castellan did not seem to react to it in any way, but Sonny and Effie felt differently. There's no time. Sonny had to break the Castellan's resolve swiftly, or, if that failed, help Effie destroy him. He opened his mouth, wanting to continue his mental assault, but at that moment, Effie suddenly walked over to the sitting reflection, knelt beside it, and put her hand on his shoulder. Looking into the Castellan's eyes, she then said, Hey! You know, I am no stranger to seeking escape in fantasies. In fact, I spent most of my life endlessly imagining wondrous things, being healthy, being strong, being able to move, not being a burden. I spent countless days dreaming about being free. I imagined it so vividly and so often that, at times, I was almost able to believe that it was real. Effie smiled. And then, slowly, it did become real. I was able to make all my fantasies come true, one after another. But imagination is indeed inexhaustible, and so, I imagined new things. I imagined a world where my children would be able to thrive, one that they would not want to escape as desperately as I had wanted to escape mine. I am still working on making this particular fantasy come true. My imagination is my greatest source of inspiration. She looked at the Castellan and shook her head. But what have you, the faithful servant of the demon of imagination, done with yours? Thousands of years have passed, but you haven't managed to imagine yourself as anything other than what you were. You imagined nothing, you haven't changed at all. You put your mistress to shame. Effie gripped the Castellan's shoulder and said quietly, Mirage is gone, and she is never coming back. Now, you have a choice, you can decide what you want to be without her. Will you imagine yourself as someone new, or will you betray her memory by remaining the same? The choice is yours, but I really hope that you will choose the former. I hope that you will help me make my fantasy come true." She looked at him with an earnest expression, and meeting her gaze, the Castellan seemed to hesitate. He remained silent for a while, looking into her eyes with a lost, weary expression. Sunny remained silent and entirely still, afraid to distract the ancient reflection from making a decision. And he could feel it. Sunny could easily imagine that the Castellan would make the right choice. But just before he did, something glinted in Effie's eyes and then reflected in his. A moment later, the Castellan shuddered. Chapter 2549. Eye of the Beholder. Effie frowned, sensing that something had gone wrong. She let go of the ancient reflection's shoulder and drew her hand back. "What?" Sunny just barely had time to grab her and pull her away before the Castellan's body was contorted by a strange convulsion. His glassy eyes opened widely, and then, a vast flood of white mist suddenly exploded from his body in all directions, drowning the vast underground chamber. Suddenly, Sunny could not see anything except the milky white mist swirling around him like a ghostly ocean. A familiar sense of his very being collapsing into nothingness washed over him for a brief moment, but then, Sunny forcefully asserted his existence and pushed the feeling back. "Concentrate on your true name. Will yourself to remember who you are." Effie must have done as he told, and her willpower must have been sufficiently firm, because she seemed to regain her bearings just a few moments later. For a few long moments, nothing seemed to exist in the world except for the ghostly fog and the feelings of the two of them holding each other. All sounds had disappeared, as well, muffled by the white mist. Sunny looked around, full of dark anticipation. And then, a disembodied voice resounded in the silence, enveloping them like a tide. "Ah, what a strange sensation. I've never taken a reflection as a vessel before, it feels so odd. But also oddly fitting." The voice laughed, full of amusement, but Sunny did not share that feeling. Instead, he was full of wariness. Mordret, that bastard. It seemed like Mordret had escaped from Morgan and Saint, after all. He had found the right reflection to escape to. He must have traveled to the eyes that had been stolen from the victims of the nihilist, then reflected from them into Effie's, and finally entered the Castellan's eyes from hers. And now, he had consumed the Castellan and made the ancient reflection his vessel. Things must not have gone well for Mordret, though, both in the battle against Saint and in the soul duel with the reflection of Omer of the Nine. Otherwise, he would not have been talking. He would have already moved to kill Effie and usurp the authority over the Palace of Imagination. And speaking about that authority, the ocean of white mist around them stirred suddenly, and then moved, flowing slowly at first, then faster and faster. If Sunny was to hazard a guess, Mordret was probably in the process of absorbing the essence of the Castellan. Considering how much of the mist there was, it would probably take him a bit of time. And when that time ran out, Sunny decided not to think about it. Instead, he thought about how to deal with the Prince of Nothing. Effie moved slightly, reaching for her gun. "I am guessing we won't be able to shoot him dead, will we?" Sunny shook his head, and at that moment, the disembodied voice spoke once more from the white mist, seemingly coming from all directions at the same time. "What an amusing suggestion, Saint Athena! But I am afraid I will have to disappoint you, or to tell you the truth, you could have probably finished my original body off with a mundane bullet at the moment. It is in quite rough shape after getting to know the child of Nether better, alas. But, luckily, I've managed to secure a new attire just in time." An ominous note found its way into Mordret's pleasant voice. "So, am I very curious to see just what this vessel is capable of?" Sunny remained calm, thinking. Mordret's new vessel was the body of the Castellan. But the Castellan himself was dead, destroyed in a soul duel. Wouldn't that mean that the authority he had usurped belonged to no one at the moment, then? And since no one was usurping it, wouldn't that authority return to its intended owner? The master of the castle, or rather, its mistress. "Effie." He paused for a moment, and then said in an even tone, "Tell me to regain my power." The white mist was a raging current now, moving around the vast chamber like a powerful whirlpool. Mordred had to be at the center of that whirlpool, straining to absorb the furious torrent of nothingness that was pouring into his soul. Effie shifted and looked at him for a split second, confusion clearly written on her face. Then, her eyes gleamed with understanding. She smiled faintly. Suffering from the lack of potency, huh? Not performing as you used to? Well, Auntie Effie can help with that. You're a sovereign, partner. Rise and shine. And as she spoke those words, Sonny swayed and staggered. If not for Effie supporting him, he might have toppled over. Arth. Suddenly, he felt his powers returning to him. Effie did not seem to have regained full control over the Palace of Imagination yet, or maybe she was simply unable to wield that authority as intricately as the Castellan had been able to. Therefore, her command had failed to completely negate the laws of the illusion established by him fully, even if Mirage City was already falling apart. But it did negate them to an extent. Sonny was definitely not a mundane person anymore, and he could sense some facets of his aspect becoming unsealed. Not enough to give him his full power, by far, but enough to allow his shadow sense to wash over the castle. And that was all that he needed. He had not known it before, but the great tower had collapsed in the furious battle between Saint and Mordret. The roof of the throne room was shattered, and rain was falling on the throne of Mirage. Sonny could sense Saint there, as well as the broken form of Morgan. She was alive, but grievously wounded, being supported by the taciturn shadow as they moved through the debris. Found you! As the white mist in the underground chamber became thin, almost allowing him to see the towering shape of the great mirror, and the figure of Mordret at the heart of the furious white whirlwind, Sonny reached through the shadows and pulled both Saint and Morgan underground. A moment later, they appeared on the stone floor beside him. Morgan staggered and fell, blood flowing from the ghastly wounds on her body. Saint, however, maintained her balance easily. Sonny forced out a smile, knowing that it was all going to be over for them the moment Mordret finished absorbing the ocean of white mist, and nodded in his direction. Go drown him in true darkness. Go. True darkness was an enemy of shadows, but it was an enemy of reflections, as well. Because just like shadows, reflections could not exist without light. Saint lunged forward at terrible speed, not wasting even a split second to question his words. Her eyes blazed with cold crimson flames, and the white mist parted in front of her. Mordret let out a melodious laugh. How cunning, Lord of Shadows. Ah, but it is too late, much too late. A tidal wave of true darkness escaped from Saint's body, crashing into the white whirlwind. It washed over him before he could even finish the sentence. Effie knelt near Morgan to check her wounds, then looked at Sonny. Do you think Saint will be able to destroy his vessel? Sonny lingered with the answer for a moment. Then, he shook his head. No. If she could, he would not have stayed still to meet her attack. But she would be able to buy them some time. Effie whispered something to Morgan, and her bleeding seemed to slow down. She must have regained some of her powers, as well, enough of them survive her terrible wounds, at least. Something collided with a terrible boom under the cover of true darkness, and the underground chamber shook. Effie cursed. So what do we do? Sonny stayed silent for a few long moments, looking into the darkness with a tense expression. Then, suddenly, he smiled. Follow me. I'm going to need your strength. Instead of joining Saint in the battle against Mordret, he ran into the opposite side, toward the Great Mirror. That was because he had guessed what form the fragment of Weaver's lineage had taken, was going to take. Reaching the Great Mirror, he grabbed the black fabric covering it and gestured for Effie to do the same. Pull. Chapter 2550. Broken Illusion. The Great Mirror was truly enormous, and although the sheet of fabric covering it was thin, it was still incredibly vast and heavy. So, he needed Effie's Herculean strength to pull it off the hidden surface. They pulled as hard as they could, and the fabric moved, slowly at first, and then faster and faster. It rippled and fell, slowly revealing the silver surface of the Great Mirror. At that moment, there was another deafening boom, and Saint's body flew out of the pool of true darkness, trailing drops of blood behind it. Sunny acted before he knew what he was doing, stepping through the shadows to catch her. He slid a few meters back, holding her petite human form in his arms, and then gently put her on the floor. A suffocating sense of anger rose in his chest. I'm glad that this bastard is nearly immortal. He won't die, so I'll be able to torture him endlessly. The white mist was entirely gone now. To his left, Effie dashed back to escape the vast black shroud of the falling mirror cover. To his right, Morgan slowly rose from the floor, her scarlet eyes burning with a sharp intent. Right in front of Sunny, some distance away, Mordret slowly walked out of the darkness. He looked around with an easy smile, then swept the Castellan's disheveled hair back and looked at his hands. What a curious vessel. Its nature is almost dangerous, I think. Oh, but this won't do at all. Suddenly, the figure of the Castellan grew blurry and changed, transforming into Mordred's own appearance. Reflections were transient beings, after all, capable of changing into anything facing them. Mordret seemed to have mastered that aspect of his new vessel swiftly. When he turned to Sunny, his amicable smile suddenly felt dark and sinister. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. All of you owe me something, and it's time to collect. Let's start with eliminating the usurper who had stolen Bastion from me. He threw a murderous look at Effie and took a step forward. But then, his expression changed. The billowing black shroud finally fell to the floor, revealing the vast expanse of the great mirror, and what reflected on it. Sunny looked up, shivering as a pale smile appeared on his lips. Out there, on the surface of the great mirror, all of them were reflected clearly: Sunny, Effie, Morgan, Saint, and Mordret. But none of it mattered, because there was another reflection trapped in the colossal mirror, cast by nothing. A dark figure that towered at 100 meters height, looming above them all like a nebulous deity. It wore a tattered black mantle, standing with its back to the vast underground chamber, but as the black shroud fell, the figure moved slightly and turned, casting its terrifying gaze at the 5 mortal ants far below. Its black wooden mask was snarling fiercely, and there was nothing but darkness nestling in its eyes. 3 horns rose above its head like a jagged crown. Weaver! It was a reflection that the demon of fate had left in the great mirror of the Palace of Imagination thousands of years ago. As Sunny's eyes gleamed with awe, Effie paled and took a step back. Morgan let out a groan and collapsed to her knees, shutting her eyes and covering them with both hands. Saint shuddered on the floor. Mordred remained motionless for a long moment and then slowly turned to face the great mirror. What the hell is this? He looked up to behold the reflection of Weaver, and as he did, his face became twisted by an expression of utter terror. Mordred raised a trembling hand, as if trying to hide himself from the demon's harrowing gaze. But he never did. Because in the next moment, his body simply exploded into a cloud of glass shards, obliterated on the spot by the mere pressure of Weaver's presence. Her? Witnessing a demon's reflection was already terrible enough. But Mordred had not just seen it. Since he possessed a sense that allowed him to perceive reflections, he had no choice but to perceive the reflection of Weaver in all its unfathomable immensity. And that alone was enough to destroy his vessel, which failed to endure the strain. The bastard might have even died, although Sunny doubted that very much. Mordred had probably retreated somewhere in terror to hide and lick his wounds. But Sunny had no time to think about that. He stared at the reflection of Weaver, entranced, and then took an unconscious step back. As he did, his own reflection overlapped with the reflection of the demon of fate. And when it did, the surface of the great mirror rippled. A moment later, only one of the 2 reflections remained. Sunny blacked out. A few hours later, Effie and Morgan stood on the wall of the castle, looking at the turbulent waters of the lake beyond. The rain had finally stopped, and the sky cleared, not that it brought them any relief. Mirage City was gone, and the sky itself was cracked, slowly crumbling as the ancient illusion crumbled. The world seemed to be ending. But the silver moon was still slowly rising into the shattered sky. At this speed, this entire place will cease to exist in a few days. Morgan turned slightly when she spoke, then nodded. What kind of illusion will you create in its place? Effie lingered for a while. I am not sure. Something to prepare Awakened for challenging nightmares, I think? Or for waging large-scale wars against the nightmare creatures. We will have to wait and see. I don't think it will be as elaborate as Mirage City, though. After all, I am not a reflection of a genius storyteller that had existed for thousands of years. Morgan nodded again, then looked to the side. There, the body of the Lord of Shadows was sprawled on the battlements, with Saint standing guard above it. She frowned. Why is he still unconscious? And what actually happened there, in front of the great mirror? Effie looked at Sunny, too, then shrugged. Well, he seems to have gobbled up a reflection of the demon of fate. Just another Tuesday for him, surely. Don't worry, though, he'll come around eventually. That guy won't be brought down by something as frivolous as a sinister demon. Morgan stared at her incredulously for a while, then sighed. Well, if you say so, not that I care too much. Anyway, our ticket out of here has arrived. She pointed to the lake in front of them, with dark edifices of drowned buildings rising from it like gravestones. Out there, on the dark surface of the still water, the reflection of the moon was shining with pale silver light. Effie grimaced. So we are swimming again. She shook her head dejectedly, then took off her shoes and looked at Taciturn Shadow. Saint, you do not look so good. Let me carry him. Saint seemed to be struggling, indeed. It was not because of the wound she had received in the battle with Mordret, rather, it was because of the strain of forcefully suppressing her evolution to remain by her master's side. Still, instead of letting Effie carry Sunny, she silently leaned down and picked up his unconscious body herself. Effie smiled. Well, all right. In that case. With that, she climbed onto the parapet of the castle wall and looked at the distant reflection of the moon. Let's go home. Asterisk. Somewhere in the eastern quadrant, a convoy carrying the refugees to a port city was scattered across the desolate wasteland, with many vehicles overturned or letting out pillars of smoke. If they had only made it to their destination, they would have been safe. Out there in the waters near the city, the night garden was resting on the waves, and everything in its sphere of influence was safe from the horrifying threat of the Skinwalker, for now, at least. Soon, Soul Reaper and her colossal ship would have to return to the Dream Realm to replenish the Great Citadel's reserves of essence. But the convoy had not made it to the destination. Instead, it was ambushed by the vessels of the Abomination, and was now nearly destroyed. People said that the Skinwalker was on the verge of an evolution, perhaps they were to become the last sacrifice to fuel its descent into the status of a profane deity. The survivors had retreated to the head vehicles, desperately trying to fight the vessels of the Skinwalker off. But it was hopeless, they were already surrounded, and the Abomination had already taken several of their most powerful warriors. Now, those warriors were a part of the Skinwalker, helping the other vessels break the resistance of the last group. Stay strong. Don't let them get close. Don't let them touch you. An ascended officer tried to rally his soldiers, but in the next moment, an arrow pierced his enchanted armor. The Skinwalker had been learning to use human weapons as of late, which only made it more deadly. But now, the vessels of the eerie Abomination showed more coordination and discipline than seasoned human troops, washing over the continent like an unstoppable plague. The Ascended let out a groan and fell to one knee, looking up to see the vessels of the Skinwalker closing in on the group of refugees from all sides. One of them was already right in front of him. The creature looked like a human, and had been human once, but now, it was impossible to mistake it for a person. Its gaze was too alien now that it had cast away pretenses, too eerie, too dreadful. The Ascended bit his lip and prepared to end his own life. It was better than becoming one of these creatures, at least. But then, something strange happened. The vessel of the Skinwalker flinched, and then shuddered, bending down in a violent contortion. It trembled for a moment or two, then grew still. Something similar was happening to the other vessels, as well, spreading among them like a strange infection. What? Gritting his teeth, the Ascended picked up his sword and staggered back to his feet, preparing to make his last stand. Then, the vessel of the skinwalker in front of him straightened and looked around with an aloof expression. Finally glancing back at the Ascended, it lingered for a moment, and then offered him a friendly smile. "Ah, the weather is wonderful today, isn't it? What a day to be alive." The stranger chuckled as the rest of the skinwalker vessels around them fell to the ground, then slowly rose again, all wearing the same smile. "Off you go, then. Do not fret, I will take it from here. There is nothing to worry about." End of Part 2, Mirage City Noir.